welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way! And that is that! What an insane moment! Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. Today we are in the EMEA region and we have got quite the matchups for you today. The MSI battle has yet to be finalized in this region, so everything to play for. I, of course, am Mark, joined by my better-looking band of brothers today, Teddy and Trav. Teddy, welcome back to your home region, my friend. Excited for the best of EMEA today?
Man, those teams are gonna have to show us the best they can, because as you said, with an MSI spot still open, a lot on the line, it's gonna be an intense monthly final.
It's going to be the best so far, I feel. Trav, it's been a very long day for you. Just come fresh out of the East Asia region cast. Are you going to keep your energy levels high for your home region as well?
Oh, I'm going to try. I'm really going to try, to be honest. I mean, it's been a bit of a long one, but EMEA always gets me going. Some of my favorite gameplay comes from this region, and even with these MSI storylines, it's going to be even more hype today.
Fully agree. Well, if you are new to the season, in fact, you might not know the format. If you are, of course, a regular, then you'll know it already. But either way, the power match format is what we do here, drafting brawlers and banding them out along the way to give yourselves the best possible chance of moving forwards into the semi-final part of the bracket. We're going to start, obviously, in the quarterfinals. Top 8 teams be battling it out there for the best of 3. When we get to the semi-finals and finals, it will become a best of 5 and a bit more of a chance to go back and forth with the draft. But yeah, quarterfinals can be tricky, so everyone going to be keeping their wits about them for sure. Trav, talk us through today. Who's playing and what are your thoughts?
Well, kicking things off, we've got a bit of a big game coming up first. Big storyline involved in this one. Craze versus STMN. They both need to move on to have any chance of making it to the MSI. Team Queso versus OGs following up after that, where Team Queso is still in the running as well. And then Reply Totem versus Bax. And a big grudge match last. Tribe Gaming EU versus SK Gaming.
Absolutely banger matchups here today, and they're going to be close ones at that, so it's going to make it very hard if you guys over at events.brawlstars.com, where you want to get your predictions right, to go through those tiers, get those in-game rewards connected via the Supercell ID along the way, get those exclusive BSC pins along the way as well. Thorn waiting for you for this month, also Boxer Rosa and Shredder there as well. We'll do our best to help you out along the way. We're going to take a look at our predictions now, but again, this is such a close region. Me and Teddy, again, just copying each other's homework, and I'm more than okay with it. Trav, you got a different opinion on the quarterfinals 3. Talk us through why Reply Totem for you is tickling your fancy.
Yeah, well, I mean, Totem have started to look a little bit better. They had a very shaky start to the year, but in my eyes, it's not just Totem looking better. I feel like Bax have had a few issues within this month. They've had a roster change and Cyclone being busy with some school stuff. It might have had a bit too much of a toll for them, taken a bit too much of a toll for them to actually face against Reply Totem.
Well, I think it's fair. I mean, there was a tweet that went out as well from Need just a minute ago, which might change my mind. But either way, let's take a look as well, the regional leaderboards, to see how things are shaping up in terms of the MSI. Tribe Gaming and SK Gaming, of course, have already locked themselves in. They are, regardless of today's results, already locked down. But Craze Clan, Team Queso, and STMN, they are the ones that are battling it out for their third spot that they need to obtain. Tribe, of course, way out in front of them, 206 points. But if they forget, Reply Totem and Bax, 6th, 7th, and 8th, but all fully capable of upsets. Just last month, we saw Bax EU take down SK Gaming in that quarterfinal stages, and they really did mess with the bracket that day. Our predictions were out of the way for sure. But everything to play for. Craze Clan, Team Queso, and STMN EU. They really have got to give it their all today. So much on the line, absolutely so for them. It's not even just about the race for the World's Finals today, but the MSI very much all on their minds as they want to lock themselves in for that. It's going to be a close one. Teddy, I mean, what are your thoughts with regards to the MSI? Who do you think has got what it takes out of Craze Clan, Team Queso, and STMN EU today to go all the way?
Well, on paper, Craze are a step ahead with roughly 20 points above their 2 counterparts. So they start with a little bit of an advantage, but honestly, it's really going to be about how each of these teams perform today, how far they can go in this bracket, and if they can maybe lock in that spot at the end of the day.
Yeah, there's a lot of tension, a lot of stress, and how their ability to handle that pressure plays a vital role. Of course, since last month, we've had a huge format change as well, Trev. We've had now 6 potential bans at play with a 3-ban rule coming into play. So players and teams have had to really adapt to that. And from your perspective, who do you think might have the edge as far as that's concerned, and how you find that yourself?
I mean, overall, I was a bit skeptical about to start with, but after watching and casting SCSA and East Asia, it seems to be settling very, very nicely. I feel like it is going to give certain teams a bit of an advantage. I feel like it's going to, amplify the teams who are struggling with draft are probably going to be struggling a little bit more, and the teams who are thriving on it might thrive just that little bit more as well.
Yeah, I fully agree. It's going to be an interesting one this month for that very reason as well. Unfortunately, Trav, we're going to have to wave goodbye for you temporarily. Me and Ted are going to take the lead on this one, but I know I'm just as heartbroken. But we'll get you back. We'll get you back if production agreed to it. I've been trying to get rid of you for a long time, but they just keep on bringing you. Teddy, me and you then, the Craze clan against STMN. Let's start with Craze clan. Honestly, this is a team that have been growing so much with the competition and making the grand finals last month and taking Tribe to match point, I believe, in that 5th and final set. They are flying at the moment, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you compare to their debut last year, they're looking great, man. They're super, super solid. One of the more, theory crafting sort of teams. Amazing on the drafts, but honestly, what they've been working on a lot is just their, gameplay and their execution, and it's looking really, really solid. They have yet to really, do their huge breakthrough, which would be, something like locking a spot into MSI. But today is their chance to do exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, they've become, as a bit of an underdog at the start, but now they are flying. But STMN, you have got a ton of experience behind them from last year, of course. Lanan, Jeton, and Skyrex barely need any introduction at this point. So it's been a bit of a rough start to the year for them, a bit of a slow one, but again, still very much in the running for MSI, which makes this game even more important. Lanan, though, looks calm and collected as always. And again, that's where that experience could very much take a commanding role here. But this match and means everything to both of these two teams. Lanan, not even giving us a little bit of a hint of a smile today, just in the zone, and I think rightly so.
I think they have to, especially with the roster that STM has behind them. We expect a little bit more, I think, from them this year, potentially to be the best roster in the EMEA. It has not been that just yet. But once again, this is an important day. MSI is on the line. And if there's a day to prove everyone wrong, this is the one to do so.
Exactly. I mean, it's not necessarily now or never for them, but it would make such a huge difference for their team morale to come out with a win here. But viewers at home feel like that is actually likely to be the case. 69% of you think that STMN are going to get this win. 31% for Craze Clan, which is actually kind of surprising to me, Teddy. Craze Clan did make the grand finals last month and had an exceptional performance against Tribe Gaming EU, who this year looking absolutely phenomenal as well. So I don't know whether it's going to be quite as clear cut for me, if I'm honest, but that is what everyone at home has to say about things.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, I think we all agreed on the caster desk that Craze would be our favorite. So some very clashing opinions there. We'll see who is right between the casters and the viewers. We already have the Sprout Max stick ban, as well as Jean, Eve, and Bell. First pick, Squeak, which, still a really great Brawl. He did get nerfed a little bit on that gadget, but Skyrex is going to follow up immediately with the Piper pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting that Craze went with the Sprout ban. I think rightly so, to be fair, but does leave open the doors to that very, very... I'm surprised actually to see Squeak here, to be honest. It's normally an insta-ban situation, but Skyrex is going to try to outrange it with the Piper and the Baron coming through as well, which I do like. A lot of range that STMN have already gone for, so the Craze is going to have to think this one through. Not having the Max as well is an interesting one. Any tanky brawlers can't really push through, so they're going to have to realistically maybe go for kind of roughs here, potentially. Sandbags would be good as a deterrent to the Piper, or maybe Pam, some healing. Healing's definitely on the cards with a Gene ban in play on the side of STMN EU. That's the consideration here that they're going to have to give a lot of thoughts to. But they're going to go with Fang. I mean, we know what Rummer can do on that particular brawler, but there's definitely a lot of utility that is lacking so far in their draft for me as the third and final pick comes through.
Yeah, it's a little scary as well, right? Because the last pick is on the side of Stamina, so they could try to get a hard counter against Rama, basically render him useless for the entirety of this set. So very careful drafting here. Craze need to complement that synergy on that last brawler. Just make sure that there's no holes, no gaps left in that comp, and Rico is going to be their decision. I like it. I like it. I think it can do some good work, a lot of clutch potential as well. Let's see what Stamina bring in to close out this first draft. I don't see some insanely big opportunities right now, but I mean, Stamina, they might just surprise us.
I wish I shared your same optimistic view on Craze Clan's draft. I'm not sure. I mean, Rico,
you don't like it?
I think that with the Piper, potentially with a lot of breaking ability, then things could, and I think to Brock to that as well. Yeah, I think that's wise. It's going to kind of eradicate a lot of the angles that the Rico could get, and there's no healing on the side of Craze Clan either, which is a bit of a concern. However, you know, if they are able to make this work, all the more power to them. There's a lot of range and a lot of wall breaking potential on the side of STMN. I prefer their draft personally, but I like that as well because at the same time, it's always good to have a difference of opinion, see how things play out. There's definitely a threat with Rama. Like that particular player we've seen absolutely dominating the Darryls and any of those kind of close-range aggressive brawlers, so he knows how to play them. I think that is a saving grace potentially here for Craze Clan, in my opinion.
Yeah, I love how Rama is also rocking the shield star power, just getting that extra little tankiness, you know, by making sure that you don't get sniped out too easily. But this is going to be very much early versus late game sort of comes, right? Craze, they want the map to be as you know, close range as possible. Use those bounces, walls at your advantage to close the gap or get some nice bounces going. Stamina, it's a whole different story. They want to open everything up, play range because they outrange everyone here. Still, you know, the gas is eventually gonna force them close to each other, and this is really where things could get dangerous for Stamina if they're not able to find some openings or at least some damage before that.
I like to choose star power as well on the side of Rama for Divine Souls to keep that energy shield there. Will allow to push in the early game, but one residue pops from Meow in the early stages to really close the gap now as things get very tight. This is where Rama can really thrive. A nice roundhouse kick there. He's very low on HP, just enough to seal the deal though, but only just. Definitely very close on all sides, but Craze played that perfect.
Yeah, this is the round where things get more dangerous for Craze though, because with that Jet and Super, that's going to be even less walls. Now he is going to start having a really tough time finding bounce. He's going to use a Super as well, not really finding any connections with that. And now Stamina, if they can find some big tags before that final engagement, they really stand a chance, but they got to make sure they're really careful about Rama pushing forward, because earlier he pretty much single-handedly turned things around for Craze.
Good tap so far from Jetson and Lenan and targeting Rama. I think it's the wise call. That's a nice tap there as well, the right-hand side from Lenan, but now Rama coming in with the roundhouse kick. Jetson survives with the help of Lenan as well. So 3 versus 1. Now he's surely looking just to get Super at this point, because I don't see how there's any way out of this trap here, especially with the pinch coming in. It's really a question of, can STMN get a shot on before it goes down? Skyx will get one for himself. That will help a long way going into this third and final round. But like you say, Teddy, the map now is completely open, and Craze Clan now a bit of a disadvantage, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be hard, especially without a Super on Rama. He has been what's made the difference so far for Craze, but all tied up and with an open map. Meow in danger, is going to fall. No trade just yet, although Jeden is quite aggressive. Rama trying to get that Super going, is going to get it to connect, but will end up going down. Now we're able to find just the one trade, but yeah. I'm assuming,
I think
we're
it's
back.
fair to say.
All right, perfect. Perfect. Well,
yeah,
here we go. Stamina in game 1.
Production just trying to play, the idea of what's going to happen next on us. I like it, but I think that was what we all expected to see happening. The sort of the way that the pinch was coming in did favor STMN, but I did like the way the Craze Clan Try to use as much utility as possible early on. I like to see a bit more residue actually from Meow. It did catch Jetson off guard at one point though. He didn't quite spot it, and I do like that about that mechanic though, because it does catch you off guard and does have a lot of transparency to it. Let's see though, as Craze Clan now already again a bit of a disadvantage on this right hand side. Jetson just powering through with again like the continuation of these gadgets, and STMN have chosen, in my opinion, a great comp to be able to counter this early on.
Yeah, I completely agree, especially, you know, if they're able to open up the map, it's just going to make each following round harder and harder for Craze. Rama shouldn't be far from a super though. Let's see if he can put it to good use. Has been a little bit underwhelming in the last 2 rounds we got to watch from them, as he struggled to get up close, always ended up going down before he could really start causing big damage. Now in a tough position, forced out to gadget. Ramado was a great super, finds a follow-up kill, a nice one shot, so is Jeten. And this should be first round for Craze once more.
So Jetson in that last game actually used to super on that back middle pocket. Kind of surprised, in all honesty, because ideally you really want to land that to make it a 2 versus 3, or to give yourself an advantage on in numbers. Risky play. I mean, I can see why he doesn't want to get caught up by the Fang. As coming in now, Rama jumps away as Lenan, and a nice amount of defensive capabilities there. 3 versus 1. STMN should be able to make light work of this one, and they do so, tying things up in the rounds.
Yeah, well played by Stamina, as they'll get to carry over that Brock super as well. Might be used off the bat to remove those walls, or try to get some damage on a player. Yeah, it's going to be the walls instead. Let's see how this potentially final round of knockout ends. As I said it earlier, this is an important match for both teams. Really want to get this opening set going their way. Now, it was a great super, a lot of damage onto Scarix, but not enough for a kill. Rama goes in, maybe a little bit too early. His teammates were still too far behind, and now it's going to be a 2 versus 3 in Stamina's advantage.
STMN are ready for it every single time. That's a nice takedown there again from Jetson, making it this 3 versus 1. The same old story, and it is done. STMN will take the first set, and they came with a strategy. It was very clear from the get-go that they knew what they wanted to lock in, and they did it. And they just had to keep their composure, but it is not over. Really nice start, but again, with so much on the line, Teddy, these 2 teams, if you are just joining, battling it out there as their place in the Mid-Season Invitational. So whoever makes it through stands the best chance. Whoever doesn't, it will not be attending the MSI. So again, it is all to play for, and Craze will have learned a valuable lesson of that first set.
Yeah, absolutely so. It honestly does feel like, to a certain extent, Stamina just baited in that Fang pick. You know, making Craze feel comfortable, like they were in control of the draft. But really, Stamina was that final Brown pick. We're able to just build up an amazing synergy between those 3 brawlers. That range gameplay that we've seen, you know, time and time again in the BSC, but a little bit more rarely at the moment. I think it was a really wise approach, and the only danger with those sort of comps is if you don't hit your shots, and if you see the amount of kills and damage, especially that Lenan got, was that 39% damage on the Piper. That's a lot of damage, and that's pretty much the only weakness of that comp, right? If you're missing your Piper shots, if you're missing some of your Byron shots, it's going to be hard because your opponents are going to be able to close the gap, get up close, and take you down. In this case, they always kept them at bay, always kept them low HP, forced them back to heal up.
Yeah, I think Scarix as well on the healing side for the Byron. Just everyone on STMN was ready for that push from Rama. They knew it was coming, and they had to be wary and ready for it when they did. And I think as well, I don't know, I didn't spot, maybe you did, whether there was auto aim being ran on the gadget side of the Piper. I think it was still actually keeping the range with the homemade recipe. But normally, you know, that's a great deterrent of it. I never saw a moment where he was actually stunned, so they were trying to make it an early advantage with their range. And I think that Brock pick at the final draft was a really smart move, because it's not really necessarily a go-to brawler there. It's kind of one of those things where, you know, you want to add to the ability to wall break, and you saw how well Jetson did that. But Tri-Season up next. Pretty much, actually, very similar brawlers could be drafted or picked here, in my opinion. There's definitely some thought going into this one now, as, you know, Craze Clan could make it work, despite having the Squeak as well. But the bans are in. Squeak's actually still available, banning out the Max, the Gene, the Tick, the Bell, Sprout, and the Eve. I mean, that's very, very similar, if not the exact same brawlers we had banned in the last match.
Yeah, that's true. We'll see the Leon first pick from Skyrex. Squeak could be a pretty decent counter to take down the lollipop drops. We'll struggle a little bit more if Skyrex ends up getting up close and personal, because that's where Squeak would struggle quite a bit. But I wouldn't be surprised to see it brought in here. Craze, they've been big fans of those sort of slightly off meta brawlers, but now that it is meta, it's the perfect moment to bring them in. Meow gonna go for the Byron instead, and so far, despite some slight nerfs to Byron, he's still being picked a lot, and we'll see if that's gonna be a trend for the rest of the day. Rama will be next up with the roughs brought in, a lot of utility, a lot of cover with the sandbags, but also, you know, that sort of more late game and build up approach with the supply drops, as well as opening up the map if need be.
I feel like the bans, again, they are exactly the same actually as the last set. I did double checked.
Yeah.
Having no thrower here so far, I think it's going to be a big factor. And having the roughs, I think it would have been great to pair actually with the Bell. Obviously banned out by STMN for good reason. Piper going to be coming in with Jetten. I do like that pick. It does have a definite disadvantage if you are pushed back in the spawn, however. So that is definitely going to be a consideration for STMN to have here. Something to push forwards would be nice. Again, I think that the actual bans here are pretty much spot on. Got to be honest here, a lot of those I would like to have played myself. Squeak for Lenan, yeah, I can see that as well, but I do worry a little bit about the defensiveness of the STMN comp so far. Craze Clan having as well the kind of roughs to be able to pump everything up is a definite must here. It might be even a Mortis. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see something like a Mortis or a Fang or something from Craze Clan. Daryl even would be a great thing to have to be able to really push these spawns hard. And Craze Clan, we know, are a very aggressive team. That's kind of what's lacking in their draft for me at the moment. We shall see what they do pick in a couple of seconds time, but it's obviously a very important set for them to win, and the balance between going on the aggressive and it is going to be the Fang does make a lot of sense. Having as well those supply drops coming in to really give Fang even more bang for his buck could be a good strategy here for Craze Clan, but they can't overcommit. That's the thing with this comp, that could be easy to do so, and STMN already have shown today that they are ready for those aggressive pushes that Craze Clan tried to throw at them.
Yeah, I completely agree with your point, especially now that Fang is a little bit weaker. I wouldn't call him weak just yet, but a little bit less strong than he used to be. You need to know exactly when to super in, and I feel like that's what Craze were struggling with in the previous set, where at times they kind of felt like they had to go in, and usually when that's the case, it's not on your own terms, and it can lead to some very tough fights. Now we're gonna be very low HP, but still alive, especially with the heals from Rama helping out resetting those HPs. And so far, Craze able to pick up the blue star and the temporary lead. Therefore, let's see how Stamina push forward.
Yeah, the reduction in the residue has been pretty substantial, actually, on Squeak's side of things. We had a little bit of a patch this week, taking the duration down from 20 seconds to 10 seconds, but I still feel like Squeak is just in a fantastic place. We didn't see him at all realistically last week. Now we're getting a little bit of a chance to see him, and I like that. At the moment, Craze Clan are on the back foot, which is actually going to help their comp, running the air superiority then on the side of Naui. Or actually, no, rather Phil promotion to be giving that HP buff. Over time, if STMN don't push this, there's going to be more HP, more tankiness on the side of Craze Clan, and that's a serious consideration when it comes to the late game.
Yeah, I agree. I like this approach quite a bit, especially if you manage to get the blue star, then it's going to be very much at your advantage. We'll see how long they keep that up. A little bit of a lane swap as Meow moves over to the left side, and Rama and Naui are now on right. 30 seconds left, means the final push is imminent here for Stamina, if they don't want to give away this game to Craze.
Jen has that super, and that's dangerous. But Rama has his as well. Gonna pop a gadget there for the healing up as well. They know this push is coming in, it's coming in now. Nice placements there from Skyrex, forcing out Meow. And Jetson going on the right-hand side does get a takedown. That's 2 stars. Esmond of the lead, but now he coming in. They should be able to bank this. Yes, they do. They capture him in the corner. 3 seconds. I don't think this is going to connect. I think Craze are just about clear.
Yeah, that was close, but still a game here for Craze. And honestly, I think they need to fight a little harsher for that blue star on the side of Stamina. They gave it away a little bit too easily, didn't really manage to punish Craze whatsoever for it. And I think they have a little bit more of a mid presence already. And look at that, Jeden immediately going for the blue star. Know that if they don't, it's going to be an uphill battle that they don't really want to fight with the field promotion star power onto Naui that basically makes them stronger every second passing by. I think it's a good call. And even though they're still going to be getting stronger every second, now it's Craze that needs to push, and that automatically gives them a slight disadvantage.
Yeah, great call. I think that's definitely plays a role here, but at the same time, if they feed me out, then being back in this spawn with a pipe with no super and no way to defend against it could also go against STMN, but it is the only play that they can make. Lanam could break the size here as well, but goes for the taps, and that's a great way to tie things up there. STMN extending their lead, going in on Naui whilst they got the chance as well. Some sandbags down for defense later on. 5 stars and the blue star lead for STMN looking far, far better than before.
Yeah, this is a terrific start for Stamina. Looking great here. Potentially a match point on the line if they're able to keep it up like that. But slowly, Craze are gaining some more ground, getting more aggressive. Squeak Super not going to find too much of a connection. Meow is going to get the double stun, but no double kill as he does end up going down without taking anyone with him. And that's big because that star count, it just keeps extending for Stamina. And Craze, they need some more kills here. Not going to be incredibly low HP. Does survive off for now. Rama not securing the kill, which maybe would have been preferable, but he does end up falling back. And it's only 3 stars now, setting both teams apart. Now we're just barely surviving that engagement as we get into the last 10 seconds of this game.
Yes, and they're coming in nicely as well. 12 stars now. STMN really are starting to turn all the screws. That'll be match point for them. Craze Clan just couldn't find it within themselves to keep their composure in the spawn area, which actually I felt if they were just able to time some of these runs a little bit better, it would have gone in their favor. But as we saw, a similar kind of story actually to Knockout. They were not really timing that in synergy and coordination with their teammates. I think maybe lacking a little bit in terms of communication. This comp has got legs though, that's the thing. And at this point in time, I think, you know, they've got to try to really find the composure. Again, this is a huge moment for them. If they can't find it within themselves now to bring this one back, they're not going to be having any opportunity except maybe some tiebreakers later on down the lines, which may come into play. This could be a huge moment here for STMN.
Yeah, absolutely. So Craze Clan, however, are going to be the ones to pick up the blue star this time around. Last time they did, they picked up the entire game afterwards. Let's see if they can push things to a third set, as we do have some mild aggression on the right-hand side. Jeden getting his super reloaded. Lana a little over-aggressive there on the Piper. Probably was hoping to unlock his super was one more shot and be able to jump away, but instead that's going to extend the lead here for Craze as they sit on 3 stars, and Stamina are going to be fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, this is much better from Craze, and Meow definitely a big threat here for consideration. Jeden has got super, but again, just has to time it well. He doesn't want to necessarily feed or let alone give any kind of stars away. Good heals there from Run to Meow as well. But Jeten's position just keeps the pressure on. Nice jump away as well for the breakthrough. Will help Lanan considerably so as time is ticking. 30 seconds now remain, and I do like the positioning power here from STMN. They're starting to really tie this one up a little bit better than they were at the beginning.
Yeah, Meow needs to be careful though. Gonna go for the dash in. Jeden goes down. No trade as the heals are on point from Rama. Lanan getting tagged up as well. This one will end his life, and a third set is looking incredibly likely unless we get a big clutch here from Stamina. Jeden gets his invis out in a pretty unfortunate timing right in front of the bush. A final push coming through, but it's not going to result in anything here for Stamina and Craze. They take the set, and they're still in for this fight as we move to a third and final set for this quarterfinal.
Craze is demonstrating there is still some fuel left in their tank, and that is a really tough thing to do with this much at stake and in the position that they're in. I find that Bounty is one of those gamers that just gets your heart racing so much when it comes down to the to the thick of it. Right, well, we are going to be going over to safe zone. Just to mention as well that, you know, if Craze did lose that, it would have been the first time this year that they've actually been swept. So definitely, I would say some cracks starting to show a little bit. Just, again, you know, it's so easy to forget when we look at how well they're performing this year that this is not a commonplace thing for them. Relatively new compared to much of the other teams that they are faced, you know, in close proximity with on the leaderboards. And I think considering they're faring pretty well, but this is all going to come down to safe zone now as they take STMN all the way.
Yeah, you know, one of the big talking points for Craze so far this year has been the nerves, you know, being able to pressure. And, you know, monthly final after monthly final, they've been getting a lot better at it, but we have to keep into account the stakes are higher than they've ever been for this roster. So they are going to be experiencing new levels of stress and pressure that they haven't faced just yet. So even though they've gotten better at dealing with it, have they gotten good enough? As you know, they struggled a lot in knockout, and I do think it was a great sign that they picked Fang here in Bounty. Despite getting shut down with the Fang in knockout, it would have been quite easy to just be there like, no Fang for us today. They, you know, stick with it, was their game plan, and it worked out just fine. We'll have to see if that can be the case here in safe zone, or if Stamina have got some surprises left to show us.
Yeah, it's definitely a sign of confidence and you know, surety of what they were doing in their scrims, knowing themselves that they can make it work. Again, I could have seen Daryl there as well, but the Fang was, yeah, a bit of a surprise, like you said, because they obviously lost with it before, and that could be a sign that STMN can handle it better. Sometimes you've got to adapt against what actually works well in your scrims, but safe zone up next, and this is where it's all going to come down to it. One thing I can say is that if Craze Clan do lose here, they will not be completely out of the running for MSI, but it will determine greatly on the events that are to follow. It would mean that OGS later would have to make the finals for them to still have a shot, and that's never where you want to be. You want to be in control of your own destiny. Bans are in, Max, Eve, Piper on the side of Craze Clan, Colette, Bell, and Daryl for STMN EU. What do you make of that?
I mean, fairly balanced overall. I think Eve, you know, with the amount of water that's on this map, you need it out of the way, and in general, sharpshooters and as well as something like a Colette are going to do quite well. Max, also a fairly popular pick. I like the Byron. First pick, very versatile brawler, does well with so many different comps. On the other side, we'll see Meow go for the Lola, which we've been seeing more and more in the last month or two. Rama going for the Nani, slightly off meta pick in general, but on maps like Safe Zone, it's one of the few maps where we do see him quite often, obviously with the long range fights, as well as the possibility to TP in that you know, line of walls that's on the top right and on the bottom left. Very annoying spot to deal with, and if you can get there safely, or even just a TP in front of the save, 3 shots, that's what, 12k damage, a ridiculous amount of damage you can take down. It's not quite 12k, it's 9k, but you got my point. You can get a lot of burst damage with that brawler, and it's a great way of opening things up.
Well, it could be a whole here potential. I know Jetson does like to play it. Doesn't necessarily have to lock himself in with the roughs. He can swap brawlers as well here. I imagine it'd be Scarx on the side of the buy on here, but definitely some range might be. Oh, actually, because lock in the Fang. That's smart, actually. Not my go-to here at all. I'm not a massive fan of Fang here, but denying Craze kind of potentially a pick with the Daryl ban they've already placed in prior to the draft coming in. That could be a really smart pick. Depends greatly. I was loving Craze Clan's draft. I still am. Lola and for me, Nanny Hill work great, very, very harmoniously together. But it might have thrown a curveball here. That could be an idea, and it is. Yeah. Spike coming in.
I was about to call it as well, mate. They have to. They honestly almost have to.
Into a draft in that way. I think it's great from both sides, actually.
That was good.
Yeah,
that was good.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I like the Spike
What draft do you prefer?
I think it's tough, man. I feel like overall, Stamina's draft is looking pretty good here, man. Getting the Byron as well as the Fang together, and in general, Ruffs is just incredibly consistent. On the other hand, I mean, you know, if you can hit some nice 3k shots with Ram on the Nani from afar, it can definitely work as well. I like him on the mid here. It's a wise decision, but they don't really have a way of opening things up on the left side, so Meow is not going to be able to overextend too much either.
Now he's going to be looking to get his Peep as quickly as possible. That will keep STMN on the back foot, but Nanan as well looking to try to earn his. Those are the two brawlers realistically that have the most weight in bringing back the flow of actions, so look out for those two players in particular. Jessen giving some nice heals over to Nanan, and now he has got Peep now. I'm sure running Warp to be able to TP then, teleport onto your opposition safe and bring back the flow of action. We shall see though. Both teams as well just looking to kind of build up even more so in terms of support. The life plant for Rama will serve as a nice deterrent. Optus Bang on the right hand side gets the heal off the back of it despite being full HP, but nonetheless it just kind of wastes a bit of time.
Yeah, it's hard for Naui to even get to use his speed, because if he does, I can guarantee that Jeden and Lena are going to be running at him, trying to get some free shots for that super, especially Lena so far not able to get a single super just yet. And now he knows that, playing it incredibly safe. And although so far they are going to be the ones taking a little bit of early damage, it might be a worth it call, as the TP should be coming through any second now, and this is really where some damage can burst down. It's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade in the end, not really that worth it, although Craze have a 2% lead.
Yeah, and sometimes in Heist is all you need, but I don't feel like the scoreline will remain the same, not with these two teams. They're too aggressive, they want it too much again. MSI within the grasp for both sides in this third and final set. It's going to be an eventful day, and yeah, here comes another Peep from Naui coming in now. Definitely consideration. Nice sandbags from Skarx, but nothing for it, and look at that. Force Lenan back as well. The takedown was there. I feel like that may have been a bit of a misplay from Craze.
Yeah, that's the thing. They had so much control stamina, despite not getting a single Fang super until just now. Whenever he got it, that's really where the damage output amplifies for stamina. 15 seconds left, and Craze need a final push, and that's going to be a nice super from the now. That's free damage on safe. No one can really defend, because right now, Craze, they need to attack, they need to defend everything at the same time, and I think time is running out. A little bit of final damage. Can they do it? No. 12% here in favor of stamina, and that's going to be yet another match point locked in.
A lot closer than I thought it was going to be towards the end, though, I've got to say, which might be a sign moving forwards. But at the moment, STMN are exactly where they want to be. You know, if they are to get reverse swept in this third and final set and they lose, they are knocked out of the running for MSI. Just to clarify, Craze Clan, if they are to lose, still have a chance, but it's going to depend greatly on OGS and their performance today. And again, you need to take responsibility of that. You can't be hoping on another team to do so realistically here. They need to turn this around. They need to turn it around fast. STMN, match point for them.
Some great shots there onto now. He's going to be very low HP, Lena, and this is the thing. He gets some free shots there. Now he forced to TP out to prevent that, but now he's stuck in a tough position. Will end up going down. Skarx pushing forward. Rama not really able to take him out, and that's going to be some nice early damage, giving the lead for stamina. So far, though, a nice crossfire from Meow is able to find some shots here and there, but with the healing from Jeden, no one is going down from stamina side.
Like the freeze frame there for Meow, getting some good value, but in terms of the damage, you know, it might have been better to actually just kind of secure and lock that in. As a result, it's just that 1% for Craze and 13% damage on the side of STMN, who continue just to keep the shots firing in. A Fang Shoe here and there still does damage, despite it just being a little bit. It's still more than at the moment. Craze kind of placing down themselves, just trying to keep the mid in lock. He's low on HP, and that is something that will be of a consideration for him, as now he takes the mid role. Craze needs to really to get some takedowns and start to turn this game around just a little bit better, because STMN is not slowing down.
Yeah, they're really not. Every time the Nine gets a super, that's some free shots on safe, and so far that's been making the difference as Rama pushes forward, is able to get to kill, might just get the second, as Skarx is still alive for now, getting a couple more shots down, but finally somewhat of a team wipe, although Lena does respawn, and that is gonna make it a little bit harder for Craze to get any damage. They barely get anything out of that push so far, and with 30 seconds left, they still have quite a bit of catching up to do, but they have the positioning to do so.
That is the thing. That is a big factor here. Oh, look how low as well everyone is on the side of STMN. They've got to have this damage come down. Skarx does get a very important takedown on the left-hand side. He'll be able to push forwards now. He's got damage gear going as well along the way to give himself even more damage on the safe. Look at the base rate. It's going right now. It's 37% on the either side. Skarx goes down.
Word.
Oh, my word. The piercing damage of the Byron. And that is enough. STMN have done it. They have continued we get the smile we were waiting to see all day from Lenan.
Wow, it's great to see a happy Lenan. Rama, you can see the devastation, right? And yeah, man, it's tough. It's tough because Craze, this could have been their spot in MSI. They're not out of it just yet, but losing this match is making their chances significantly low. And as you said, it's not up to them anymore. It's going to be up to the next match and the first semifinal to really see if they can still do it. But I mean, big story, man. Craze out here in the first quarterfinals, Stamina moving to the semis, and now maybe even being our top contender for going to MSI.
Yeah, possibly so. I mean, for every winner has to be a loser, unfortunately. And but I gotta say, STMN, I think we're deserving of it. There were so many intricacies in that game. I realized what happened with the Peep and the Nanny earlier on as I saw the second time round. Scarix used his supply drop to cause knockback. It cancelled out the Peep. And he must have done it twice because I saw it for the second time. And that is such a cool little play that I've never really seen, such value before, because I think it might even be here. There you go. It lands on Naui there, cancels out the Peep, and that would have been such a huge moment for Craze to push back there. As a result, I just feel like STMN, they just dug so deep today. They had such a firm grasp on their strategy going in and what they wanted to do. That piercing damage there for Jet in the end. Did that come around to get him some virtual high fives?
Wow, 49% damage here from Jet, and that's absolutely insane. That's highest damage, to be more specific. Lots of value there, and it makes sense, right? He's the one that has the most range. Lena couldn't quite find a lot of damage with the Fang, but every time he did, it was following up his super and really adding extra pressure to Craze, forcing them to defend over and to just split their resources across the map. A great match overall from Stamina, and it's good to see them play at this level of play, because it's been a while. Honestly, it's been a while, and right now they looked really good, and I'm starting to believe in a potential Stamina in MSI. I'm having my hopes up. I'm having my hopes up.
Yeah. Not good. Great. Amazing. Which is more than I can say for our predictions, guys, over at event.brawlstars.com, because we all put down Craze Clan. I just felt like they were a bit too passive today. They needed to bring a bit more feist to things, but yes, you can kind of look at our predictions and do the exact opposite over at event.brawlstars.com. We're going to be lining up our next match very, very shortly. It's going to be OGS against Team Queso. We put down Team Queso. That's just, something to put out there. Take that as you will. If you're wanting to see Craze in the MSI, you might want to put your predictions down for OGS and give them some good confidence boost going into this matchup, because if they are to make it to the grand finals, then that could change things along the way. We'll have to see. It's a bit of an evolving situation, depends on a lot of others' performances at this moment in time. Of course, Team Queso are another team that are still in the running for MSI, and they are not out of that at all. They're just getting started. Javi, alias Jay, and Rafa, bit of a rough month for them last month, but this time round, they have got so much more at stake. How is that pressure going to help or potentially hinder them moving forward today?
Yeah, man, I hope for them it's going to help, because they need to win this match, and then the next one if they want to have a chance at MSI. And it's going to be hard, but it seems like we are in bootcamp mode today for Team Queso, all reunited to play together, have that bootcamp synergy, those bootcamp comps we talk about quite often, especially referring to SK Gaming, that are one of the few teams that does it really consistently in the Brawl Stars scene. It can help a lot, getting the motivation, and especially when you have some small victories here and there, you see your teammates getting hyped up and screaming and being excited can really add some magic. But OGS, it's a bit of a different story, isn't it, Ark? A team that, is kind of falling apart recently.
This is what I was just about to get to as well. Yeah, Sam Bentley put on Twitter this week that he was going to be moving aside from the team, and OP is, we know, been confirmed to be joining the FA. But so, how is that going to change the mentality of this team going into today? Clearly, their future prospects, as the points that they've established this year so far, in question, as the team will obviously be, looking to make a lot of changes. Are they going to be coming in then with nothing to lose? Are they going to be coming in too relaxed to perform. These are the things that I want to see. They're all great players. Nothing against them, what they're capable of. It's just where their minds are at currently right now, and where the team is at in terms of their performance. That I've just got a couple of considerations and questions around. It's going to be resolved very, very quickly to see who comes out on top here. But it's safe to say, Team Queso have got that additional pressure because they are in the running for MSI. OGS are now in a position where they can really disrupt the outcome potentially of MSI. So, how that's going to make a factor in this one, I honestly don't know. It's a bit of an interesting situation, but 78% of viewers think that Team Queso have got what it takes.
I mean, I don't think there's any arguing that Team Queso is favored in general for this match. But as you said, OGS got nothing to lose, and, they might... It seems likely to assume they're not practicing as much either, since the team is somewhat splitting up. But at the same time, they're a team that has 3 players with insane mechanical skill, and sometimes that can be enough, especially if you have a little bit less pressure and you're able to deliver and pop off. They could do it. I really see some potential in OGS popping off in this match. I mean, we saw some Bentley earlier, getting some energy and getting ready for this match. I think there's some chances, but obviously Team Queso are favorites, and bringing in the Max and Amber on their side. Ope went for the Byron, waiting for the next pick to follow up here from OGS.
I gotta say, I'm already worried for OGS. Team Queso love to play Amber here, and in my opinion, they are the best team in Europe at playing Amber here. It's normally Javi on the Amber, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's him the Rafa that forwards it round over to him. Max as well, that additional speed is strong. Having said that, there's a lot of tankiness. Bo is a very strong brawler currently right now. Not kind of necessarily one that you'd play everywhere, but a niche one, and this is a great place for him. I do like that comp from OGS. They may have swung my thought around it. What is his third and final pick going to be, though, for Team Queso?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm assuming Max mid is their call for now, although they could play the Max on the lane and bring something a little stronger mid. Yeah, they're going to do just that. We'll see the Gene mid instead, and that means Ale will be on the lane. That's one of the nice things of first picking Max, right? You can always stick with it mid, but if you want it on the lane, you can easily bring in a final mid pick. And obviously with the synergy that you have between the Gene pool and the Max speed, making it incredibly easy to get in range of a pool, auto-aim your pool, take your opponent with you and get that free kill. If it's the gem carrier, that's a game going your way. If it's not, that's still a very high impact kill, and we'll see if they're able to utilize that greatly here in this match. Team Queso versus OGS.
It's going to be heavy on the Amber. Oh dear. Okay, well, OGS have got a lot to hand on that right-hand side lane for sure. As SSJ already struggling a little bit on the left, has to come back for some much-needed healing puffs there from Rafa. Nice tap there from OP. I do like this aggression from OGS out of the gates. Really starting to establish themselves and push Team Queso around a little bit more than they would like. I wasn't quite expecting the start, so OGS have got definitely still good communication going on and a good strategy coming in. Now, though, Gugu very low, just taken down, and that might change things.
Yeah, I think Team Queso's comp overall is going to be slightly underwhelming until we have a Gene Super. That's kind of the starting point. If you can connect it, you can chain it quite easily as well. Nice healing station from Gugu. Ale falls. That means a free gem here to be picked up by some Bentley. Rafa low HP as well, ends up going down, and OGS was just a bit more control so far. Nice gem lead build up on their side as well.
Nice triggering of the mines there from Rafa. Didn't want to say it too soon before the last one went off, but it's an interesting thing because with Bo now being a viable brawler, one we haven't seen for so long. Things like mines actually are things that players have not been thinking about for such a long time. So making sure that they trigger those correctly and communicate where they're going to be. Nice pull there from Rafa onto Gugu. It's the takedown there, but only one gem separates OGS from a countdown here. So yeah, Team Queso all pushing forwards as much as they can here to apply maximum pressure because they can't afford it. Look at some Bentley as well, too low there. And it's taking some speed in there. Their gems are all for the taking. My word, what a steal from Team Queso there as OGS just got themselves a little bit too comfortable.
And that's big. OGS did not expect everything to go down so quickly What a turnaround pull there from Rafa. He should be able to just pull out safely and secure that opening game here for Team Queso. But I just want to add up, Art. You know, you're talking about the bow mines. I think one of the at a pro like level of play, I think the bow mines can be really annoying as well, because if you're trying to trigger them, even if you're not sure exactly where they are, usually at a pro level, yeah, you have the reflexes to get out of there and get back to safety, but it might mess up with your dodging a little bit, you know, give away some free shots here and there. That's free damage, free reload towards a super. That can be a lot of value found there as well.
Happy. Oh my word, it's causing so much disruption. I don't know how Sun and OP got away with that one, to be completely honest. But yeah, exactly that, Teddy. You know, it wastes their time, it keeps them guessing, and it's another consideration to have. One thing I've got to say though is, like, I did feel like for the most part, OGS were in control of that last game. Yes, towards the end they did falter,
yeah.
but you know, at the moment I felt like, you know, Team Queso was struggling a little bit. The question is now, has that last win given them the confidence boost they need? Look at these gems littering the floor. SSJ will pick up, but that does mean that they're going to be probably potentially split here. We just decide to keep this left-hand side lane and Rafa in the mid. But these are two brawlers that can, as you rightly said earlier, be you know, taking gem carrying roles between them. So they might even choose to swap lanes here.
Yeah, a bit of over-aggression again from Ope. I feel like that seems to be a bit of a trend from OGS so far, getting in positions where they're a little bit naive, maybe, in a way, and too close up to Team Queso, just letting them steal away gem after gem. That's going to be 9 already for Team Queso. Nice pull from Rafa. Finds the connection onto Open. That's going to be gem number 10 on SSJ. And as you rightly mentioned, right? Now we have the Max carrying all the gems. And it's a terrific brawler to be carrying gems with a lot of speed, a lot of evasion possibilities, and just holding his own right now, able to not quite take down Open, but stay alive, secure the set, and so far, pretty smooth ride for Team Queso. Although that first game was a little bit better from OGS, in the second one, they were a lot more quiet.
Yeah, I felt like that took a bit of a hit on them. They started off fantastically well, but in some ways, yeah. And this is a bit of advice to any of the teams out there in EMEA, if you're playing against Team Queso and Double Switch, just ban Amber. Like, just ban it. Or be the first to pick it. But, you know, bear in mind that, you know, you're up against Javi, who knows how to play it better than anyone. He was doing such great work. That was a key moment there as well, when he got that takedown onto Sun Bentley, who was carrying the gems, and then the pickup was there for his teammates to follow up. And earlier, I think later in the second match as well, just causing such a havoc on the side of OGS. And again, got to reiterate this and the importance of that win in that first set, because Team Queso are in the running for MSI. They need to get into the semi-final stages. I love that little play there as well with the bow mines, just evading them and not being overly keen to come back into their own spawn there, just triggering them and using the additional maneuverability on the Max side of things with the speed and just, you know, coming back gradually safely done. Team Queso playing a cautious game today, and they do take the first set.
Yeah, they looked good doing so too. Javi on 9 kills, solid work on his end, but honestly, the entire roster of Team Queso played really solid Brawl Stars in this opening set. OG's a little bit more volatile here and there, not quite as consistent. Had some good moments early on in the first game, but then it started just falling apart. And I think their biggest mistake so far from OGS was just that overextension. That seemed to be a bit of a reoccurring problem, with players just too close up to the bushes, or not expecting a Max with speed to come out and have a free kill. Those sort of mistakes you can't afford to do against a team like Team Queso, and so far Team Queso are showing us exactly why.
Yeah, I felt the same. Just a little bit more consideration needed for the ranges of what we were seeing there for me. Just too close in terms of proximity. I think as well, I know I keep bringing up Amber, but it is one of those brawlers as well that kind of, it's a bit like hard to kind of establish what the range is sometimes. It can creep up a lot, and again, like you mentioned, with the damage gear, with the speed gear coming into play, definitely causes a problem here. Bans in, Ring of Fire though, moving into Hot Zone, Surge, Eve, and Crow. Great bans inside of Team Queso. Fang, Bell, and Leon. I've just got some good bans. I think I prefer the bans of Team Queso so far, as the first pick is arguably the reason why some of the stronger brawlers are picked, because you want to try to, you know, basically eradicate as much as possible if you are behind in terms of the picks. What do you make of the Lola first pick for OGS? It's actually quite an underrated one, I feel here, Teddy.
Yeah, it's one that they've played quite often, actually. One of the teams that started experimenting with her a couple months back. I like it a lot. I do like Byron quite a bit too, especially with injection. You can get some nice shots to go through both the Ego and the Lola. So a very slight counter effect there, but at the same time, if you get into the range of the Lola, you're going to get melted down rather quickly. To follow up, I mean, I'm expecting some, somewhat ranged brawlers. Rafa gonna go for the roughs, a very safe bet, and a combination we've been seeing more and more as well. You know, the roughs and Byron just works really well. You know, especially if you can buff up Ale on the Byron, that's gonna be extra healing output as well coming through that.
Yeah, I've seen Lola being used a lot in NA as well. I think Tribe Gaming in particular play it very, very well. So I do worry actually a little bit for Team Queso, despite the Byron, who I think has a place in Ring of Fire, definitely for sure. It's kind of a bit of go-to, but I'm kind of starting to steer away from it just a little bit. It's going to come down, I think, to how well it's played. As you know, a potential Pam pick could be quite good here for OGS. I think Lola will take the mid though, so probably not. But Sprout, okay, I mean that has got a lot of ability to shut things down. I do like, and I'm not opposed to a Rico lane here. I do enjoy it myself. Whether or not it will get picked from these final two picks between these two teams, I'm not entirely certain if I'm honest. But the bans here really quite key. These are all top notch. I think that Pam might be even an option for lane. Rico love it from Sun, but it's a tricky one to play. You've already got to win that lane. If you win that lane, there's a good ability to push back. Tara could be a great counter to this idea from Team Queso, but will they go for it?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to do in their shoes, honestly. This is gonna be tough for sure, and they go for the Mortis. That is definitely a risky pick, but I mean, shows signs of confidence. You do have the Byron to support that a little bit, you know, get some heals through in case the regular heals from the bats are not quite enough. But it is going to be a risky one here, and I think it's going to rely a lot on how well Javi puts that Mortis to play and how well OGs are going to be able to shut him down. Obviously, Gugu going to be his primary target, because besides that, Sam Bentley on the Rico, Ope on the Lola, they can deal all right with a Mortis depending on the circumstances.
It's an interesting one. It's I guess it makes a lot of sense why Rafa's gone for this with the Sprout there as well as the Rico. He's going to be loving this, and he's not over yet. Oh my word, Rafa, calm down, mate. Oh my word, this is looking like an absolute bloodbath. Oh dear, OGS, oh dear.
Man, Rafa is just guarding the bush at this point, not letting anyone go through. Anyone who does ends up going down just moments after. Already sitting on, what, 5 kills for Rafa? This is brutal on the side of Team Queso. Wow, great work overall here. OGS in big trouble this early on, eventually able to shut down Javi, but at what cost? It's almost 70% capture for Team Queso, and OGS have yet to even step in that zone.
Yeah, it's looking like, I mean, I don't want to call it too early. I don't want to jinx anything either, but Rafa almost got away there and left some pieces to be picked up there. And it's just Jay there, continuing the pressure on with Javi. 2 versus 2, but Javi on that zone, such an important factor here. And this is a key moment as match point looming in then for Team Queso. This is just an outdraft. In my opinion, this is just an outdraft. The Mortis pick was such a clever one, and I don't know how OGS will have any ability to control the situation. Match point for Team Queso, and just a reminder that if they win here, Craze is officially knocked out of the MSI running, so that is key, absolutely key. Craze can depend on OGS to stay in the running here, and OGS, they do not look like they are keeping up to the pressure, Teddy.
Yeah, no, they certainly do not. It's looking really tough, and that's the thing, right? Mortis should be their main focus. They need to find a way to shut him down, but look at that, Javi just as quickly as that, able to find a great kill on the left-hand side. Rafa is on the right this time around. Javi follows up with a second as he takes down some Bentley, and so far once again, the better start from Team Queso, and Rafa just doing a great job at focusing on the Sprout, getting some bats to connect here and there if possible, but he does end up getting shut down. Problem is, this does not really give that much more control to OGS, as Gugu is still incredibly low, and they don't really have the HP pool either to just sit in the zone. They need a Sprout wall like this, but you know, when you have the Mortis available onto Rafa to just shut you down, it's gonna be hard, and so far OGS are struggling to find anything out of this set.
Yeah, the Mortis pick is just so smart because ultimately, even if you're not getting them kills, you have to be dealt with. And Rafa just continuously as distraction. It allows for his teammates to get onto the zone and get the capture points needed. It doesn't have to be a team wipe for Rafa. It just has to be something of a nuisance in that back spawn area. And all the time they're spending shots and missing is all the time that shots are not landing onto his teammates. But now OGS with a little bit of grace as they start to take a bit more of confirmation on that middle zone. A much closer game, but how long is it going to last? That's the question.
Yeah, it's a good one to ask. Nice wall there from some Bentley will create a little bit more of a chance to reset, but with the HP being this low and the shots connecting there from Ali SSJ, this might just be over here as we get a final push from OGS to try to retake that control. Otherwise, Team Queso, they're just gonna close it out right here, right now. 4%, and there's no damage in the world that's gonna be enough to take them down. Team Queso are moving forward to the semifinals. Is that Javi Navarro on the picture? Oh no, or Dam TZ? I can't quite see Arc.
I'll be honest, I thought that I was too busy distracted by potential tears for Ali SSJ. Clearly, you can see how much it meant to them. That win was such an important moment for them to affirm themselves here. And I mean, what a way to go. This battle for MSI now is going to come down to Team Queso, and then also on the other side of the bracket for STMN EU, Craze Clan out of the running now, and it's all getting heated. But congratulations to Team Queso. I think their draft, as we had a couple of reservations on in previous months, to be honest, because it started off phenomenal. Then it took a little bit of a backseat. Now I feel like they are back on track, and oh my word, what a matchup that will be in the semifinals to come later on. STMN versus Team Queso decide that one out. Oh, that's going to be a banger. But let's talk a little bit about what we saw. I mean, the Mortis pick here, I think Teddy in Ring of Fire said a lot.
Yeah, you know, and thing is as well, it's not just about the pick to me, it's about how they played it out as well, because Mortis, if you manage to isolate him a little bit and funnel him with some clever Sprout walls and get some, you still have decent damage on the Rico and on the Lola, so it is possible to shut it down, but the execution was great from Team Queso. Besides, you know, the pick being extremely dominant against the Sprout, they were able to maximize the value they got out of that pick and completely bully OGS in that final set.
Have MVP to come as well. If it's not Rafa, I riot. That's how this one goes. There it is. Right, I mean, rightly so, surely. I mean, it was definitely between him and Javi. I mean, both of those two games, they were the shining stars for me. But I think, you know, to secure the place in the semi-final, I think it had to be kind of Rafa there. 8 kills to 5 deaths and a ton of DPS along the way as well. So makes a lot of sense. But both of those two for me, nothing against SSJ at all, but those two brawler picks really shone for me. But the Mortis pick is one that you don't tend to see very often at all, to be honest, in Ring of Fire, and he played it spot on.
Yeah, it was a case of, you know, very smart pick and really good execution. You could tell they were ready for it too, right? Like, they knew exactly what they were doing, bringing that in, and they looked incredibly confident against OGS.
Wow. Plenty more to come today, guys. Up next, we've got Bax versus Reply Totem, SK Gaming later on against Tribe Gaming. You do not want to go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
We could tell you all about Spike Air, our new brawling shoe with explosive technology and a podium-perfect profile. We could tell you it's banned in 42 countries for unfair advantages in the Brawl Stars Championship. But we'll let Spike do the talking. Spike Air. Look sharp.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are, of course, in EMEA. And I'm joined again by Trav. Production, let him back in. This is what it is. How you doing, Trav? Energy levels high? Did you get a coffee in?
Yeah, I'm all about the energy drinks at this point, but I mean, that last game was enough for me anyway. I was really enjoying it regardless. Queso doing a really solid job of it the first game as well, even better than that. And I mean, this semi-final number 1 that we're going to see after these next 2 quarterfinals is going to be absolutely explosive. All that to decide MSI are going to be wanting to perform desperately.
Very, very max of you, Trav. Talk us through then the bracket for today. What's to come, what we just had, and thoughts going forwards.
Well, as you guys have just seen, if you're just tuning in, then you won't have seen it, but STMN, EU, and Team Queso did win their respective matches against Craze Clan OGs. They're going to be facing in semi-finals number 1 for the MSI spot, so that is going to be an absolutely massive match coming up shortly. But before that, we have Reply Totem versus Bax EU and Tribe Gaming EU versus SK Gaming.
Well, I mean, guys, in terms of our predictions today, it's been a rough one for sure, but we'll take a look at ours in just a minute. These matches moving forwards, though, are incredibly exciting, I've got to say. Okay, well.
Oh, has to do it, doesn't it? Has to do it.
Had to throw it in, Trev. Had to throw it in, mate. Okay. Predictions coming up. Again, over at event.brawlstars.com, you can be doing just that. We're going to help you along the way with what we went for ourselves. Make sure that you log in there for your game. You get in-game rewards along the way. If you're getting things right, you've got to get involved in the trivia, get involved in your predictions, cast your MVP votes and who you think is going to go all the way today. That is how you can earn your way to pins exclusive to the BSC there. Thorn waiting for this month. We've got Box of Rosa from month 1, and month 2, of course, was Shredder as well. So make sure that you're doing that. Join us in the fun. Talk us through your predictions. This is what we did for Trav. You went here for Reply Totem. I went for Bax. Remind the viewers at home why you went for that and why you disagreed with me. I don't know why you went, but.
Yeah, I mean, who would disagree with Ark? He's the all-knowing, powerful force of the world. But yeah, I went for Totem over Bax. I just think they've been a team for so much longer. I know that Bax are having some roster issues at the moment with Cyclone having exams and stuff like that. Nadine put out a very questionable tweet before the stream as well, which made both Ark and Teddy question their decisions. Not the best time to put it out, I wouldn't say, but nonetheless, I think Totem, they've really started to get in the groove and started playing better as a team, just like they did in 2021. So I think they'll probably come out on top of this one.
Yeah, I think really valid points there for sure. Reply Totem definitely are starting to get a little bit of a firmer grasp on things, getting some momentum in this competition. So did President Maru and Mari, of course. The very little introduction, considering that they were the top performing team in EMEA at the World Finals last year. So it was a bit of a slow one coming into things, but now they are starting to look very, very promising here. And yeah, like you rightly said, Trav, as well, some questionable social media activity on the side of Bax, and Reply Totem will probably be liking that, I would say, and they're definitely going to be aiding only into their confidence today.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Totem have just been they've been getting better and better throughout the year. Had a shaky start, had a tough time adjusting to the draft format, but they have been seeming to get better and better as time goes on. Here is the roster of Bax, formerly known as 2.5 Men, Lars, Cyclone, and Nadine, waiting for the half of the year to get this roster change done, subbing Cyclone out and bringing Angel Boy in. But until then, they're stuck with this current roster, and it seems like it's provided some issues.
Yeah, it's, I mean, we can't take anything away from 2.5 Men. I mean, they knocked out SK Gaming last month. I mean, that is a phenomenal achievement that shocked us everything, if not like possibly the biggest upset in EMEA last month. And like, Lars knew it. I mean, he enjoyed it. He's smiling, which is always good. Not overly serious today, which is I think probably a good thing. Again, he puts a lot of work into his room as well to make sure that it is just beautifully lit. I'm a man that appreciates that. But again, today, huge day for them. Let's see how they fare. It's definitely not the easiest of brackets at all for them. They're going to have to work very, very hard today, but I think they've got it in them.
I think so too. I mean, knocking out a team like SK Gaming in the previous month is, it's nothing to skip over. It's a huge achievement in itself. Don't think they actually got past the semi-finals though, so that's where they were cut short. They just need to really dig down, get back to their roots, ignore everything that's been going on, exams and stuff. They might have not been scrimming, which can also help them out at some points as well, just purely because you're going to have some very, very, you know, random bans and picks, especially after the balance changes and stuff like that. But the predictions are in 72% in favor of Totem. So majority of the public siding with me, actually, for one side.
I mean, sometimes, Trav, sometimes, you know, people can get a bit crazy, you know. I mean, imagine it. Well, Super Beach coming in thick and fast. And a very important draft. Got to be said for both sides here. Squeak being banned immediately then by Reply System along with Sandy and Byron. B is a very underrated ban here, actually, and one I do like from Bax as well as the Barley and the Crow, the first pick. Roughs. Okay, I mean, Eve's up for grabs, surely going to be coming in here as a mid for Reply Totem, but what are your thoughts so far?
I mean, I'm a fan of the bans. You can see with Bax as the first pick, they didn't want to ban those really strong brawlers, whereas, you know, on the side of Reply Totem, they did just because Bax had that first pick. They've taken Roughs. I'm not sure how I feel about that as a first pick. I think there probably are some stronger brawlers, and that's something that I probably would be expecting a Max to kick things off, and especially with a back-to-back pick in this Snake draft, you're going to be able to pair it with something that it synergizes really well with. Sandy probably would be the preferable brawler for them, but obviously that being banned out, they might have to pair it with something like a Tara, possibly even a Spike might even come in as something like that, as the Barley's banned out the way, so that's one less counter for it to have.
I mean, Max is definitely dangerous. It's going to have to be a consideration for Bax here. As a B would have been a great thing to have to slow it down, and Maori going to be going in with the Spike. Okay, so far no one's liking the idea of Eve, and I personally do. I mean, I already do feel like it's got a lot of ability to shove back, but either way, I mean, I wouldn't be at all surprised if Bax bring out a big tanky idea here, despite the Spike being in play. We know that Lars is not opposed to a Frank here. It's one of the places that I feel meta-wise it could potentially work, but it did prove costly, I think, the last time that they used this. Let's see. I think Loader's a safer bet there from Nadine. Do you like that one? Starting to show itself a little bit more in maps and modes where it didn't used to be. It was primarily used in Heist, but now starting to seep through into both Hot Zone and also into Brawl now as well. So far so good, but the lack of thrower for me is definitely an interesting one. Barley would have been great, and that is a solid ban to have. Now, do they come in with something like a Sprout here at all to be able to have a bit more of control? That is something that's lacking from their comp. Everything else so far is good. Ems is still available here as well. I'm gonna go with Stu, more aggressive, short range. Seems to be the flavor of Bax today.
Yeah, you know, I would have agreed with the Sprout, but obviously they do have that Max, which is something that if you get the speed, you're going to instantly spring out of the blocks and just absolutely run at a Sprout, and he's going to have a nightmare. I do like that Stu pick. He's going to maybe have a little bit of a tough time against the life plant, take a couple of shots to take it down, but it's nothing compared to what it used to be, sitting about 1,750 HP now. It's really not too much to be scared of. Kind of intrigued what their last pick is going to be on the side of Totem. Bax do have a kind of well-rounded comp. Haven't seen Lola too much in Brawl, and they've taken the Nita. Taking a leaf out of East Asia's book. We did see this played by Zeta earlier, so it's a tried and proven pick by some of the best players in the world. And honestly, with the piercing damage, you're going to be able to pierce directly through that ego and also the rough sandbags too.
It's interesting for sure. It's one that I've yet to be completely convinced by, despite it maybe starting to glimmer through, but obviously Reply Totem were keeping it out for that region today and want to take a leap out of it. Fair enough. I've got to be honest, this is not the draft that I was expecting here, but one that I'm excited to see how it does fare. Reply Totem very aggressive out of the gates as Maori really gets a firm grasp on the mid there, needing push back, and Lars too, very low HP for him. Definitely seems like Reply Totem are the aggressor here. Whether that will remain the same moving forwards, but it's a very good potential goal scoring opportunity here for them if they can start to get more pressure, but not going to be. Takedown is there, and Nadine will be able to get this ball cleared.
Yeah, I can't skip over the lack of synergy that Totem just had there. Passed him the ball, baited out a shot, and he couldn't get the takedown. A bit of an unfortunate circumstance there, but still very much in control. And Maru did manage to pick up this right-hand side against the Roughs, and they did get the takedown on the Stu, but they couldn't quite force the goal in. Starting from square one, once again here, speed going to be popped, and Maru can't really make too many moves. Cyclone does have his super, going to be wanting to break up these walls and try play it that way, but we are seeing Soda Reza pick up his bear, which is going to be quite a tough thing for Stu to take down.
Wow, tough spot there for Cyclone, as can't really get out of this corner until Spike Super diminishes down. Lars speed a little bit into Soda Breza there. He's probably 1 or 2 shots away from Bear. Break off the right-hand side there to give Cyclone a bit more of a potential to shoot through. This is a good opportunity here for Bax if they can start to confirm some kills. Everyone healing up now, though, but position-wise, they're in a good spot. They've been showing resistance, and it was a good defense so far. Bit of a slow start for them, but now maybe starting to gain some confidence here, but they've got to realistically hold it and start to confirm, because if they don't, they might be on the receiving end again and have to defend. Mario's got super on the right-hand side as well, and not afraid to show it. He is, though, the only one aside from Lars that does, and that's a big factor here as to why it's kind of a bit stalemate. Is both teams looking to just cycle through and trying to gain the advantage of having a super.
Yeah, questionable spike super yet again, but Mori does have his speed, which is going to be quite useful for overtime, and overtime's not going to be something that Totem are scared of. They've got this curveball spike, they got the Max, who's going to have speed back momentarily, and then the spike does go down just prior to it. Going to have time to come back up, though, but that's going to be a big loss of control before these walls do come down. Ruff's going to be going over onto the Nita, who is just straight up pushing it instantly, taking it extremely low, but does pick up Bear. Needs to heal up first, though, and that's going to be a bit of a waiting time. Just getting back into the mix now. Bear thrown down, but he falls extremely low. Can't quite pop the gadget in before speed going to be popped as well, and Maru trying to push out onto Lars, but it's going to be a difficult task. And straight back into Back's control, but the curveballs do connect and they keep him low, evening things out in terms of control.
Could be a goal here, realistically. If Solid Breza goes down, which she does, the Cyclone doesn't hesitate to use that super to seal the deal, but I did worry a little bit, I gotta say. That was a tight angle. Maru there was just looking very much like he might have been able to pick that one up. I know that you probably felt the same.
Yeah, just about. I mean, it was a close one. It was good effort on goal, to be honest with you, and they did just manage to squeeze it through. I was expecting more from Totem in the early game, to be fair, and I think that is pretty much what they need to do. Have a bit of a more explosive early game. Gets the life plant down, get some heals off it whilst pushing up on Cyclone, keeping him low. But Solid Breza with another really solid start, but they just can't get anything off the back of it.
I think you're right, realistically there. If this cover can stay up, it's going to help out Reply Totem quite a bit, but Max's idea would be to try to break some of it down to allow Cyclone and needing to use their range, and that's an advantage for them, and already a good defense along the way. The pop-up super from Needine, tapping into Maori, and Maru just really scrutinizing that. Oh, nice tap there from Needine, just focusing on the spike and not the life plant to make sure that you get the takedown before the gadget. Nicely done from him. Continued pressure then. No signs of super from anyone so far, just that some of the speed gear from Solid Breza coming into play. Now Maori has a little bit of a cushioning to get out of this spawn and apply some aggression, and Reply Totem now on the hunt.
Totem on the back lines, so he needs to try and get this bear before it gets too late. Dashes come through and the takedown's there. Gasahil assists him in the takedown as well. Nadine's going to pull through and he's going to get the takedown. Super available. He shoots it straight into the right corner, takes the lead, and puts Bax in a very good position to win this game.
Really nicely done, gotta be said. Looks like Bax today have come out strong, but it's not, I mean, there's been some good positioning power from Reply Totem. It's got to be said, they've been in the spot time and time again, but they haven't found the chance to get the goal. I wasn't on target there at all, and Dean will just push it safely away for Lars to keep in the corner, and why not? 45 seconds remain. If they keep that ball there and just apply pressure, providing that Reply Totem don't get to it, it's an instant win, but the max is a consideration. The Nita here, they've got a lot of pushback potential to get to that ball, but I like the way that Bax are playing this, slow but sure and smart.
Yeah, I mean, Stu's just too beefy at the moment. He's got that power up and damage gear activated as well. Is absolutely ruthless for Totem to do. We've got the speed. This is the last chance they're going to get, and Mori straight out of spawn gets absolutely melted by Nadine and Lars. No chance of a push out here. 13 seconds on the clock, and even if they do get out, they're not going to get to the ball, not going to get the goal in. Bax are going to take the first set, and to me it's a bit of a surprise, but with your predictions I'm sure you're quite happy.
I mean, Trav, I was never doubting anything at all. As you rightly put it before we started, getting into the game. So who would possibly go against my predictions and my view on things? It's always right. No, absolutely. No, I fully agree. And that does say quite a strong statement when you think about it, about Bax and how they're going about this competition. As you rightly put earlier, their team at the minute is in a bit of a spot where they can't necessarily put in as much prep, as many scrims in as others. And with that still the case, they're flying. They're getting their draft, in my opinion, on point, and taking less risks, I feel, since their first showing in the monthly final. And at the moment, they're not missing the mark. Reply Totem had some moments, but there wasn't a single goal. that was theirs, despite having what I felt was a pretty decent draft for themselves as well. So how that fares for them so far, it remains to be seen. Reply Totem definitely are capable of greatness, but that is, strong stats. Team really making a mark there. 43% team damage trap. 0 deaths, by the way.
7-0 as well. That's what I was kind of focusing down on. I didn't even see the team damage. DPS is massive as well, which is kind of expected from Lola, but 43% of team damage and 7 takedowns with 0 deaths is just absolutely immaculate in terms of stats. That's about as good as you can get in a game mode like Brawl Ball, where you got to be so aggressive and you're going down 0 times. It just shows how strong and in control they were of that game. Early goals, cornering the ball, and that's all you got to do in competitive. None of the fancy stuff, and no forcing things that don't need to be forced, and that's where Bax really did succeed there, and it's where Totem failed. They needed the early explosive goals, and they could continue aggressing with these kind of max brawlers, but as soon as the game starts to burn down, gadgets are out of the way, they're going to be in a really tough position to win it, and I imagine it's probably going to be something similar in parallel plays.
I mean, the one saving grace really for Reply Totem is that if they're not watching the stream, they didn't see that stat. They'll have an inkling about it, but yeah, it's very rare that you get to say 0 deaths and not be memeing about it. Very dangerous stuff, realistically, when you think about it. And again, one of the reasons why I think Bax have got a real shot here, but hot zones are a higher risk one to draft for going into our second set. So that is something which Reply Totem could capitalize on here. And again, riding off the back of last month, then they had a much better time of things. They are starting to get their flow. Their drafts are looking a lot better for me. It's just now about how they handle the situation, being behind, which again, last year maybe was a bit more familiar to them in the situation, but this year's been a bit different. So how they handle things going into this one, it's going to put more pressure on them, and Bax are going to be loving life right now.
Definitely so. I mean, after that performance, it wasn't completely dominant, massively convincing, but they were in control of the game all of the time, and that's what really matters, especially in Brawl Ball. If you can be in control the entire game, that's how you know it's a strong team with some good synergy, and that just shows how good they are. They haven't been scrimming, they've had issues with the team, and they still perform like that. That's got to be a worrying thing for Totem to be up against going into the second set now, and they're going to surely have some comparable kind of team play in this, because it's a game mode exactly like Brawl Ball, where you need the controlled aggression, go aggressive at the right moments, play defensive at the right moments. That's definitely not parallel plays, but parallel plays, you've got the offensive zone, you've got the defensive zone, you need to balance it perfectly.
Yeah, this is the thing. It is parallel plays coming up. It's not knockout, but you're right. That is definitely a knockout map. Yeah, exactly that. It is about staying on your feet, staying on the zone, being present. And as we saw in the last map with Nidine's stats, I mean, that is something which, he's clearly coming in and valuing today. Bans coming in for Reply Totem, Squeak, Ruffs, Leon. Bans for Bax, Eve, Crow, and Byron. Really nice bans across the board here for me. Definitely some suspects which I think can show themselves here for sure. I think Bell could be a viable here. Stu here could be a viable thing. Mary going to go with the Pam is quite an interesting first choice for them. Not one that you see every time, but Lola coming in as a continuation idea from Bax. Clearly an idea which they've been screaming, and the Bell, which I do love here from Dean. So Sprout here could be a powerful one to consider for Reply Totem. We've seen that brawler have a lot of shutdown potential. I wonder whether they'll go for it.
Not only do I love those two brawlers that Bax have picked, I absolutely love them against Pam. That's just amplifying it a little bit more. You get the turret down, you got Bell shots bouncing, Lola ego to be able to tank the Scrap Sucker and a lot of the damage at a close range. Just a really solid pairing all round. Pam isn't a brawler who I've seen being first picked very, very rarely on parallel plays. Yeah. And I guess with a few of these bans, it does have to force something like that out, but they are going to pair it with a bow, which I did see earlier in East Asia, and it seemed to pay off in certain situations, the right balance of defense and offense. And I do like the way it scouts the left-hand side bush and placing mines in these choke points that are extremely valuable to certain teams, and valuable to win the game, is why it's such a good brawler. But it does take a while to work for those, especially if you're getting someone aggressive taking down your bow totems.
Yeah, it's definitely an unforgiving one, and it's about how you play it for sure. I'm still kind of on the fence. Bo, I think, is very niche, but those that can play it and really make it work have done so. I think for me, I'm favoring it to be more in knockout at the moment, just simply for the late game. I've yet to kind of see it in parallel play, so that'll be an interesting one. Solid Press going with the Stu, which I do like. I think that one is definitely more what I was thinking. Bo is going to be an interesting one. I'm definitely favoring myself so far the Bax draft. Here for the final pick could be a Spike. Could be Gale. Yeah, that's a fantastic draft from Lars. Gale here would have been much better for Reply Totem instead of the bow, in my opinion. But let's see how this one plays out. Maybe they've got a plan up their sleeve. I'm favoring the Backdraft here for sure. But if Reply Totem can pull this off, it will be fantastic for them. But like you said, Trev, I've not really ever seen Pam being played out too well in parallel plays. It could be a strong lane, but you were saying that Bow could be a stronger idea to be able to scout the bush on that right side. Let's see how this one plays out. I definitely feel like Backs have got a bit of an advantage, in my opinion, than going in.
It's all pretty much going to be down to who gets a good position early game. And so far, by looks, Backs' burst down the left-hand side. It was looking like they were going to get a start, but straight cut off there by Mori. Is going to get tapped up by Nadine a few times, though. Sodabrez are already pushing on, and this isn't something you see every day with Gale. You know, you want to push up into that position. You want to get an early twister down to stop them from getting there. And if he can get in onto this wall now, it's going to be very, very difficult for him to push him off.
So he just walks on very straight through there. I mean, he's found the gaps, of course, along the way, but a nice twist from Cyclone will help a little bit of this defense, but definitely Reply Totem showing a good, solid start, an aggressive start early on. I think that Lars now having a super could be quite key, but there's actually quite a strong play there from Mario, popping the mines with the gadget there, not running super totem, which I quite like, actually, just to really provide visibility without having to be there. He can still control the mid, whilst having some value passed over to Maori on the left-hand side, but it doesn't seem to be helping out too much. Lars is doing a fantastic job. He can even throw the ego over the wall here and just stay behind, but he's going to go in aggressively, and I think this is a good attempt here from Backs to push.
That was some wonderful team play coming across from Cyclone as well. He knocked one of them into wall so Nadine could get the assist on it. It was a great play all around. Does miss that knockback though, and that should assist Sodabreza in pushing up a little bit further, but Lars is still on this zone. Bo's going to use those mines, instantly explode them with his gadget, just to break up that wall and get Lars off the zone before something bad happens, such as getting too much percentage. Nice pinch in there from Dean. Ego's placed down, and Mori should be following, going straight back into the spawn, should I say. And it looks like he is just now. Maru should fall and follow suit. Sodabreza all alone on the map now, and that is a great shot from Nadine. He's not stopping anytime soon, and Lars is just taking up and soaking all this percentage up. 3 people pushing into an aggressive position now. This is looking dreadful for Totem.
Honestly, phenomenal takedowns. I mean, the way that Totem are falling right now is just so quick. The team wipes that Backs at the moment are pulling off. I mean, match point. That match point. Amazing stuff. I mean, when I'm looking on social media or what Dean said, it's got to be a joke, right? It's got to be a meme before the show, because like the way they are playing right now, it's so good. Reply Totem are bang in trouble, and they've got to do a full reverse sweep to be able to stay in today's competition. They're going to be going home very quickly if nothing changes.
Yeah, well, they're going to need some quick explosive plays from Sodabreza if something is going to change, because it looked good at the start of the last game, but then just from there, it all went downhill. Maru is going to get connected by him. Lars just pushing down the left-hand side yet again. Ego been picked up already. We've got freeze frame being popped, and Cyclones pushing straight up the right-hand side. The synergy in this team is immaculate, even with the amount of time they've had off.
I mean, it's great to see a team that, realistically, have got as much experience as Reply Totem, really, when you think about it. Just Cyclone coming in as the fresher face to this year, and a great start, a fantastic start for him. A player that, again, I had my eye on last year, but great to see him making his way forwards this year. Reply Totem really need to respond to this, but I feel like Backs have got the draft they wanted as well. The Lola, clearly the idea which they've been floating around a lot. Totem now have secured their zone, but Backs not far behind on theirs either. Now the fight for opposing zones begins, and Totem's position is quite strong on this right-hand side, to be fair to them.
Yeah, Bowmine did stun Nadine, but a nest egg in return assisted the takedown on the other side of things. Marriage trying to hold this left-hand side zone. They have actually managed to get no percentage on the offensive side, whereas Backs is still waiting to get some on the defensive. They're in a great position here, but as they do start to fall, Totem are going to start to pinch in and make an aggressive move. There you go, all defensive portion has been claimed now. Soy falls low, and Mori is going to walk straight over the nest egg, and that's going to be him taken down. Lars pushing aggressive, not sure if he's got any freeze frames left, doesn't choose to use them if he didn't quite manage to catch a glimpse of that, but Cyclone's going to use knockback, not get a stun, and now Sodabrez's pushing on, and this is the move they really needed to make, and they couldn't have made it at a better time.
Yeah, really solid. Really solid. Sawyer's just hanging on for dear life here, and even a three-man pinch can't do it. Oh my word, Sawyer's still there. Cyclone can't touch it. He's stuck behind this wall. They'd love to get that wall taken down ideally, but with no wall break to do it, that wall is staying there for as long as Reply Totem wants it. Great stun on the left. Lars, very susceptible, gets taken down swiftly. Needing can't really contest this at all. Too low HP this round. Surely, if nothing changes, going to go the way of Reply Totem, and starting to make this work in a much better way. At the beginning, I wasn't so sure, but that was the moment that exploded into them receiving a little bit of a saving grace. They're still up against the match point. Backs are still really seemingly in control, but that is the first sign of cracks, and it had to come then, or like I said before, Reply Totem will be swiftly exiting things. Not over yet, that they are not out of the woods, but finally we're starting to see some to and throw starting to come into play.
Was a massive recovery though from Totem there. They did seem on the back foot heavily early on, and some great plays once again from backs, but it just wasn't enough towards the late game when Stu and Pam started to establish themselves on this zone. It's going to be extremely difficult to get them off. Lars making the aggressive move early on once more, but no assistance from Dean this time, not seeming to be hitting his shots as well as he was. And Soy does punish them for it. Speed zone placed quite defensively, and Mori trying to make the most of a free push up the right-hand side. Scrapsucker placed towards the mid, but not able to get anything back from it. Bow mines over the left-hand side, and this is what I mean. The choke points, you just put them there, and it's going to be really tough for the opposing team to push up.
Yeah, especially as Mari can just choose to trigger them at any moment if he chooses to. Definitely a consideration. At the moment, though, Bax really wants to get this early time on the zone and aggressively so Lars to get a takedown, but can he get Mario after it? Ego would tank some of the shots and allow him to heal, but not able to get Mario taken down. Dean coming in to help now, as he really would love to get some time in the zone, and Reply Totem has learned from their mistakes so far for the most part. Another Ego going down, freeze frame there as well, allowing potential to push. Nice taps from Dean as well. Cyclone doing his bit from the right-hand side. At the moment, though, Reply Totem are resisting and really well. They're staying on their feet, and that's what's important here.
Yeah, 3% deficit, but that's nothing to complain about at this point. They've got good control, well, until Lars falls, that is. More mines being placed a bit further up the map now, and Mori putting himself in a position where he can't be stunned against that wall if Cyclone does choose to throw it out, and he does miss it once again. That's a couple of mistakes from Cyclone over the right-hand side now, but he is going to pop out the Ego in the freeze frame as well to try and tank some damage, but Moru just able to stay in the mix for so long. On this defensive side, Cyclone does get the knockback this time, and the stun follows up along with it, but doesn't get the takedown, and now it looks like Totem are starting to fall apart. Lars going to push up, and there is a three-piece. They all fall down, and back start to take the lead, and this is match point. Minute left on the clock, but the percentage, if it carries on like this, is going to tick out before that.
Crucial turning point. This is going to be such a hard thing to get off unless Mari can get some mines on this and just trigger them to explode it, and they've got to do it quickly. He goes down. Very little now realistically the Reply Totem can do. It's going to take a team wipe and a big push off the back of it, and I do not see how it's happening as Lars is getting comfortable. Dean in the middle as well is a problem. Everything is going the way of backs, and surely now they seal it. They seem to be pinning already, and I think it's wise under the circumstances. Backs have come out on top. They will be going through to the semifinals today. Reply Totem, despite a bit of a glimmer of hope, they will falter. Backs will go forwards to the semifinals, and personally, I think rightly so.
Yeah, as much as it pains me to see my predictions go absolutely terribly, clearly I just don't know my home region, but at the end of the day, Backs are just thoroughly deserving of that win. At a time like this, when they're having some issues with the team and they're still able to perform that well, it just makes you wonder why they have to make changes and why you just can't come back after his exams that finish soon. They just played so well. The synergy just seems to be on point, even with a few mistakes. They're just able to perform like that. It just does not make any sense. Totem being an extremely strong team as well, so that can't be the issue that is going on. It's clearly just Backs being very strong. Moving on to the semi-finals, and no matter who wins this next game, they're going to have a very tough opponent moving on to it.
I mean, you said it in a nutshell, Trav. Like, you know, if they're this good when they're not putting in as much time as others into the scrims, how good will they be when they are? It's so scary, honestly. They've been consistently making the semifinals now. You know, Reply to them after last month making the semifinals as well. It was a really tough one in terms of the predictions, to be completely honest, and one that could have gone either way. And it really depended on how the beginning showings of their performance fair today, and I felt like they just had the momentum going in, and clearly the ideas were there with their draft still that Lola pick, and as again Lars showing us in terms of the stats why that was a great thing to have. High DPS, but so much control. I think a lot of teams, well, certainly I think SK and Tribe going forwards are going to be looking a little bit into that as their potential opposition. I think you got to start banning the Lola against Lars, because honestly he's flying with it.
It just looks so good, honestly, backs all round, and there you go. You see, that's the kind of statistics that would mirror Lola as well, that aggression, but also just having to get kills over deaths. Lars is going to be the MVP for this one as well, and rightly so with those statistics. 230 damage per second, and that's against a Bo as well, who's just going to be playing so passively, waiting for those mines to explode. Being able to do that with the matchup they had is extremely, extremely good from Lars, and rightly so, getting that MVP, and I'm hoping a lot of you voted for him as well, because in my eyes it was a pretty clear winner.
Yeah, a solid vote there on event.brawlstars.com. That is where the MVP votes are casted. Make sure that you're getting over there, getting in your votes, and you'll esports trivia on the way. Hopefully as well your predictions are faring pretty well, and that you didn't listen to Trav for that last game. But of course, that is where you go to place them. If you listen to me, you'd probably do better in earning your way towards an exclusive BSC pin. But having said that, Trav, to be fair to you,
we get it.
Like we all got it wrong earlier today when we predicted Craze. So like it can happen to the best of us, but you're definitely behind today. It's got to be said.
Yeah, well, I would like to mention, I'm just going to bring this up just because of the amount of shade that I was throwing at me. He did vote Totem on event.brawlstars.com. I wasn't going to bring it up, but just at this point, I'm not having this level of stuff thrown at me. It's just totally unacceptable. He's doing these 50-50 votes, half on stream, half off stream, so he can never be wrong. This is just how it goes.
All lies.
He's on the fence.
Absolute lies. I've already got the pin last week. Got the pin last week. I'm fine. I've got anything to lose. Right, moving on. Tribe Gaming, SK Gaming. You got me there. What can I say? Well, let's move on. Tribe, of course, up first. Last month's champions, and almost the first month's champions in March. Just had that reverse sweep against SK Gaming. So there's a lot of history, it's got to be said, between these two teams. But Tom, Yoshi, and Drage today looking to make it 2 months in a row. Will they do it? We'll have to wait and see. But they are looking, Trav, very, very good right now.
Yeah, I mean, they've been looking extremely good the past 2 months, especially in these monthly finals. Had a few issues in a few of the different community leagues, ESL and stuff like that. They've had a tough time and only just made the cusp in a couple of the qualifying runs. Did win one of the qualifiers in that as well. But in BSC, they've been looking flawless. Probably should have won the first month, won the second month, and in the third month, they're looking to try and repeat one of those performances. But they do have a massively tough opponent against them in SK Gaming. And this is a grudge match it dates back centuries at this point. Just really solid team. Semantic, IKS, and DAVGX, a combination of a couple of the dominant teams in EU last year.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, both of these two teams have got so much experience. It's a battle of the giants. Really it is. And SK have struggled a little bit in the quarterfinals, it's fair to say. So this is not necessarily where they want to be, but the last time we saw them in the SK Gaming house, we saw a phenomenal performance. That might be something of a very smart move, no doubt encouraged by Pedro. Don't see him there yet, but I'm sure we'll see him in the background at some point. Yeah, hunker down the SK Gaming house is where SK like to be, and that's going to be a scary thing when you look forwards as to how this one's going to go. Nonetheless, though, I feel like this will be a tough one for the predictions. I'm keen to see what the viewers have said. We voted for Tribe, I think, unanimously on the casting desk, but this is by far the toughest of the predictions today.
Yeah, it should be the closest, and it's quite sad to know it means so little for the MSI, because both of these teams are already confirmed to be going. But nonetheless, it's going to be an amazing match regardless. Just the two top teams in the region so far facing off against each other in the quarterfinals is nothing to just skip over. So it's going to be an absolutely explosive match no matter what. And honestly, it's a 50-50. I voted Tribe because I'm a biased English caster. I'm not sure about Arc, but nonetheless, I think this is a 50-50, and it pretty much is 55-45. This is one of the closest votes we've actually seen.
It really is. Yeah, exactly that. I mean, you kind of have to give Tribe the edge a little bit here because, they came off the back of last month's victory in the monthly finals. That is a big boost of confidence going in. But again, they will not be forgetting that in the past with SK, it's been back and forth a lot of the time, and SK as well are a team that even if they are behind, they are still actually, in my opinion, more dangerous when they are, and you just cannot turn your back on them. They're able to come out of some really sticky situations. Speaking of sticky, Squeak being banned on both sides, no one wants to deal with that residue, and I think that's pretty smart. It's going to be Bar on Surge, as well as the Squeak on both sides, Sandy and Max. So 5 brawler bans in play, and the first pick coming in from SK is going to be Colonel Ruffs. Definitely there are some brawlers which SK still like to play that are available here, and I wonder whether Tribe Gaming are going to try and snap those up before they do.
Yeah, just take Stu just before it gets too late.
Yeah, that's what
I'm pretty sure every time they play they always play SK in this map, and they always play Stu and they always lose. So just take it. Do not let them get the chance. Stu Mantic can't be allowed this kind of power, especially in a matchup like this. But the Tribe's first pick should be coming in momentarily. They take Crow. Know how much they love that brawler and how much Tom loves it. And I'm glad to know that when I was recommending Surge earlier in East Asia, that I'm not completely deluded, because it was banned out by Trade Gaming. I'm pleased to see it.
Yeah, Surge definitely took a knock, to be fair, in the balancings and the maintenance, but I think we also saw Bo, I think, there on the Stasia side of things for Crystal Arcade. Could be wrong, but nonetheless, a really viable brawler pick. Again, I do think Bo's very niche, but this is one of the places where I think he can thrive. How will SK respond, however, that is the question, but yeah, the Surge nerf was to reduce the power surge, requiring just the 1 level rather than the 2 that you would be able to obtain off the back of it. But I still think he's dangerous and one worthy of that ban. Definitely no mid at the moment for SK, so that's a consideration that they would like to have. The Baron being out of the mix means that it could be a Bell or a Piper, and it is going to be the Bell. That makes a lot of sense from the side of EA and Stu. I think that.
Oh dear.
What do you thoughts, Trav? Like, because they didn't pick Stu on the side of Tribe. Do you think they should have done as opposed to what they did?
I don't know. Maybe they've just got some kind of game plan that's going to be able to combat it just as much as picking it and getting or banning it would be. I was quite surprised to not actually see them ban it on this map and try to take advantage of the fact that they would really want it. I'm not sure if they're just going to take some really solid pick against a few of these brawlers. I think maybe a Tara or something like that would probably go quite a long way as a late pick. But they're taking Bo lane, and they're going to be playing Piper in the mid. Which I honestly wasn't expecting. I was maybe thinking they were going to slot Bo into that mid and have him play some mines there.
Well, this is the thing, like Tripwire now, as we saw in the last match between Bax and Reply Totem, rather, just using that gadget to instantaneously break the left-hand side could be the plan here. It's going to mean they're going to have the rage advantage over Chaos. But I think it's going to be surely semantic on the Stu. Like, it's going to be semantic. But if they use that and just clear up that right-hand side lane, it could be quite a key moment, realistically, here for Tribe to get an advantage. They are going to go to the right side. Might be actually Drake focusing completely onto Stu there, so that Yoshi can claim it. So Tom going to be on the right-hand side lane, giving a lot of visibility over to the team. But those gems in the middle, not going to be picked up by Tribe, as EA is going to be able to push forwards now and gets a lovely spawn on the way back as well. 3 gems already in the pocket for SK.
EA's pinches so far have just been so on point. Drage was trying to do it early on. He managed to get Semantic out of that position that he wanted to be in, but then just got completely tapped up by Guille in return. There's a possibility of Drage wanting to break up this right-hand side here. I think that'd be quite beneficial in the Bo versus Ruff's matchup, but so far doesn't seem to be moving too much. Has been marked up as well. I do like this Crow over the left-hand side, though, keeping Semantic marked up and ensuring that he's not going to be able to be going and flying under the radar.
Chaos just surviving there, and Drake wants to get a nice pop, and Chaos saw it coming. That's the second sandbags, I believe, for Chaos. I think he's got one of them left. He does. So nice homemade recipe for there from Drake as he's looking to try to push forwards here. Forced to break, though. I think it's not the worst of ideas. Oh, the slowdown not quite enough to secure those shots, but at the moment, it's a very close game when you think about it, because Gear now able to pick up the gems. They're not split. That was one thing that could have happened there for SK, but there's 2 nice to be favored there. A third spawning in. I think SK got the edge, but Tribe are starting to make a mark.
Guille and Drage pinching once again down that left-hand side, making moves. I believe they're both 1-tap to each other. Actually, maybe Drage can't even, 2-tap. Maybe Drage can't even 2-tap him now. He's got that power up from the Ruffs, and he slots over to the left-hand side and instantly makes the difference as he takes down Yoshi. And Tom going to have a bit of a more difficult time against the Stu rather than the Ruffs here. So not looking great for Tribe, especially as this countdown does kick off. Drage marked up still. And no signs of life from Tribe at the moment, still heavily pinned back in spawn, but now they do get some shots off. These nest eggs are just chilling in mid, double connection and double connection again. Drage goes down, Yoshi jumps in, but can't do anything with it as that invulnerable Chaos is going to get the tank, and SK with the first game.
Yeah, really nice nest egg. The value off the back of that. I mean, very easy to forget about the placements, even if they are placed, you know, in your face. You know, if time passes, it definitely will come full circle. Nothing the Trump can do about that, and Yoshi, yeah, knows it. I kind of wonder about the pick of the gadget on the side of Tom running the Super Totem. Kind of prefer if he just had Tripwire just to eradicate that and swap lanes to keep on the steal. I think it's the better matchup this time round, realistically here, and they will win the right-hand side lane this time around. But now GA going to tap into Drage. That will take down, trade out. However, Chaos stays alive, and that means that no one can really get to the gems. Surely going to go back into the pocket of SK.
Looks that way, but Semantic chooses actually not to go for them, which is quite surprising, but at the same time, he's not going to want them in his hands. Tom's going to throw down some mines in a solid position, keeping the lane closed off, and Drage is going to go and open up that mid. Got to be scared of that mark once again, though, and yet again, an early mark onto Drage is going to be really, really bad for him. Now he goes from from 3-shot to 2-shot against a Bell, which is never the matchup that he wants in mid.
US pressure as Chaos wants to get a little cheeky scrape there. But EA as well, going to be riding the back of that star power as much as he can. He hits a shot, he can go more aggressive into securing these gems on the right-hand side, and Drage goes down. The mark will actually be relieved. At least the tribe can try to defend these gems for them to go back into the pocket of Drage, and that's where they want to be realistically here. So might be the worst thing in the world, but that has been a lot of lost time as Chaos goes down now. That will allow a continuous pressure back into the mid. Tribe are able to get a pretty decent trade off the back of that takedown, but they have lost a little bit of time for it. But now all hunkered in, this is looking better for them.
Yoshi just surviving on a slither of HP there. 8 gems in the bank for Tribe now, though, and Tom over this left-hand side is probably a bit of a better matchup, but Chaos going to slot straight back over onto the right. Drage forced to jump away, did get the takedown on Guille prior to that, though, and Chaos takes those 2 gems from Min. I believe that pretty much evens out the scoreline, but no sandbags left, and Yoshi's there to jump in, start the countdown, and no signs of a reset from mid for SK Gaming. Not enough gems in the bank. It's going to have to be a reset, and they're going to push aggressively for it, and Semantic's going to get punished for doing just that.
Yeah, honestly, I think they'll try to play that so well. I think that the reset almost went into their favor there a little bit as well, as again, the mark was the problem. But I could ask the question as well, like, you know, why SK didn't try to swap lanes. You know, it was a much more favorable matchup having Tom against the Stu, which is kind of what I thought the plan was going into the matchup. So, you know, we're all tied up either way, but I think that lane choice is going to be a big factor as to who takes this next one. And it's going to be Tom and Semantic yet again on this left-hand side. That may not fare well for SK.
Chaos quick clean up over the right-hand side. Another few shots rain down onto Drage, and Semantic's going to take him down. Power up provided early onto Guille. Pretty early for that. And it's put him in an even better position. Semantic just trying to get down Yoshi once more, and Drage just constantly getting hit by Guille. Such wonderful gameplay from him throughout this entire set.
Lovely little pinch between Drage and Yoshi there as Semantic was getting... It's very hard to not say Semantic now. This is the baseline thing. Semantic was getting quite cozy there, and they had to take him down before he healed up. And again, I think that was a nice gadget pop potentially there from Drake to secure the takedown. If it wasn't, then he has none left either way. Nice slow there from Yoshi. A lot of gadgets being used by Tribe early on. They really want to secure the early lead and wrap this one up quickly. But again, at potentially a cost there. This is a consideration to bear in mind. Nonetheless, though, Tribe are flying at the minute. 7 gems in the pocket, only 3 to SK, and that everyone is pushed back into spawn now.
Drage getting a hit though, and he is going to be 2-shot to the powered up Bell, so needs to be careful. Tom has got these mines down here. Semantic just going to be pushing quite aggressively. Yoshi with a nice jump in, does eat the mark as well, so that means he's going to have no super. Going to have the super down from the mines on Tom on the other side as well. Drage kicks off the countdown with 10, and can't forget this is for the first set as well, and a big momentum boost heading on into the second. SK nowhere to be seen, no chance of a push just yet. Another tap from Drage goes up, and he tries to follow up once more, slowing Toxin in on both of these remaining brawlers as well. Semantic trying to push, but Drage has the jump, has the evasion, and has the first set.
Calm as a cucumber, as we say in the UK. There, Drake just showing no sign of any emotion, but I think that's, you know, what we come to expect realistically here with this kind of level of play. Teams are very much focused on the prize at hand, and they know that it's not over until the very last second has passed of the final game and set 2-1 in favor of Tribe, but SK started off really, really strong. I feel like the drafts, as we would imagine, are always pretty much on point with these two teams either way. It was, for me, a battle of the lanes, really, but also the approach. In that last instance, like, Tribe was so aggressive, much more so at securing the pinches, giving less control over to SK, whereas SK had a lot more of that control at the very early outset. So that definitely kind of feeds off them a lot. You know, when SK are, you know, getting really cozy in their positions, it tends to feed into their confidence moving forward. So I think that was smart from Tribe, ready to shut that idea down. My word, look at the difference in terms of the kills. One player stands out in particular there, Trap.
Yeah, Dredge, how many gadgets do you get per game? That must have been 9 gadget kills, I think. So how much we say in actual taking some skill to get? Yeah, nonetheless, though, great plays from Drage. Always pinching the lanes, getting some great takedowns on Gia. I'm surprised Gia actually didn't have more, because his shots and his pinching seem to be on point throughout near enough the entire game as well. Just really solid plays from the mids, and you know, it came down to the lanes a lot of the time, but the lanes were won through the mid through quite a solid portion of those games.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, like, Drage had over twice as many as the 7 on the side of the highest on the side of SK. Well, Sneaky Fields coming in for Brawl, and I mean, this is honestly a bit of a brutal one when it comes to Brawl, because this draft is so ever important. I've got to say, double Squeak ban off the bat, or at least whoever wins the coin toss maybe won't ban Squeak, because it will be such a strong one to have here. And it is available. I am so surprised by that. Surely SK will lock it in. If they don't, it's going to be a really, really solid pick, because I think it's going to be right up there for Tribe. You can use Residue Gadget on the left or right-hand side just to really lock everything down and force everything through the mid. Let's see what will happen here, but I'm surprised to not see that particular brawler.
Yeah, as am I. We do still have that first pick just waiting to happen, though. We have got a lot of the really strong brawlers out in the mix here. Sandy being banned out by both teams. It's going to be an Ems as the first pick, which definitely leaves a solid possibility for Tribe to pick up this Squeak and another very strong brawler along with it as well. So I think this is one of the scenarios where you do want those second 2 picks as opposed to the first. They pick up Squeak, as you said, and Gale as well. Gale's extremely good, and both of these brawlers I feel like are going to be decent against Ems.
I think that Tribe got a fantastic start realistically here. I mean, I like Ems here for sure. I just think that Squeak may have been the better play here, but either way, it's still a really, really solid thing. If Semantic can get into those spots, if he's running the Ems, whoever it is, it does have a great deal of suppressive power behind the safety of cover on Sneaky Fields. For me here, Lola as well. We saw Lars on that one earlier. Could be a spike here as well for good measures. Would be a decent one to have here. Again, a lot of potential to shut down the lanes. And okay, it's the Ashe. SK are bringing out the Ashe, and one that actually here really can work. It's one that is very tried and tested on the side of SK here. So how Tribe will respond to this, we shall see. But that is a fierce comp, actually. I think SK have got a fighting chance.
Definitely so, and without Ems in the mix as well, it's going to be tougher to actually find a counter for this Ashe as a late pick. Possibly they could bring in something like a Frank. We've seen this multiple times throughout East Asia, and you know, a few times in EU this year as well. They take the B. Not something that I expected, but it's definitely welcomed. If it does go late game overtime, it's going to be just so good against all of these opposing brawlers. I feel like that's a very, very solid pick from Tribe to take as a last resort. And also they got the Gale as well, so you can't complain about that as a defensive measure either.
I agree. The one downside to B, however, and I think it'll be Drage on the B, is very accomplished B at that. But if the robotic rats come in from the Ashe, they're going to be a struggle for the B to be able to deal with. And that's going to require a lot of synergy and teamwork. Drage on the B, Tom on the Squeak, and instantly left-hand side, the residue coming in to lock it down. And that was what I thought would be the case. But Semantic wins the right-hand side lane. Low on HP now, and Honey Molasses forced out by Drage. But it is a very strong start from SK. This is leading towards a goal at this rate.
Knockback comes in from Yoshi, and 650 damage on each one as well. Will clean up those robotic rats as well, but great start, as you did mention, for SK here. Explosive control and just such a great start all around from Semantic especially. Has been slowed down now though, but does slot into the bush, got some cover. He's going to come once again straight for that Honey Molasses and take that down instantly. It's a great position to be in. And then you go, Ego thrown down and freeze frame as well. That's going to take a lot of B shots to take that down, and they've just got so much to tank with all of these supers from SK for the B.
This is the thing realistically here on the defensive. Drake's used already 2 molasses. Nice stun there from Yoshi, getting a lot of value, and that's a great way to push through the right-hand side lane. And the amplified shot there from Drake connecting nicely onto Chaos, and that's giving them a little bit of a breather here. But they've got to get that ball forward. They've got to get back into position here and back into control. The squeak is a great thing to have for that reason, but at the moment, SK have had all their way of things so far. Now's the chance for Tribe to start to lays down and get back into control here.
Great pitch by Tribe there to take down the Ashe before it can really start to explode into a frenzy of just rage. Gale does have knockback as well, which is going to be huge in this goal mouth here. If they can push up just that little bit further, take that extra portion of the map, and there you go. That's going to be a slow onto Gia as well. Tom's going to follow with a couple of shots onto Gia. He does go down. Connecting shots are there. Lola gets hit as well. 3k available. Doesn't quite connect it, but another squeak shot follows up, and that does. That hits as well, and another B shot comes through from Drage. Cleans that one up. Knockback and a stun, and he cycles it as well, but doesn't use it, as Tom should be able to secure this one anyway and push that straight into the goal. 30 seconds on the clock, and if they win this one, this is going to be match point to Tribe.
I just can't believe, honestly, I mean, how well Tribe is staying composed, because again, with the history that these guys have together and the way that SK have always found a way of clawing the way back in, that they're not giving them the chance at the moment. There's the ball left in the mid. I feel like it's going to be pushed forwards. I don't know why. Okay, the rest is just on it. That's the reason why, but even so, you've got to push for that. Semantic now can receive the pass. It will be a goal, but that was cutting it fine for SK.
Yeah, but overtime, Squeak, Gale, and B. Can you really lose this? And if you do, I'm not sure what you're doing. Tom managed to pick up Super quite early on. Possibly get some slow onto him. He does hit that. A slow available from Drage now as well. Gets the finish off on Semantic, but does go down because of it. Yoshi's still got his in hand, though. And with this M's just pushing towards them, he is going to go down, but it deflates a lot of the pressure. They're going to play the ball in the corner and play for a draw. Come back in the next game and try do more then. But Tribe are not going to be satisfied with that with the comp they have.
I agree here. I think SK have got to realistically try and play for the draw. If they really get a team wipe, then bring the ball forwards. But I think at the moment, they'll be quite happy to do so. But a great connecting super. Double stun to Semantic. Oh, the scrutiny of the superstar on both sides here, though. A pass from Tom. Can he sink the shot? Oh, over the pass. Beautiful play from Tribe. It's match point.
I mean, that has come quicker than I expected in this matchup. SK looked so good off the start of that one, but just could not cling on. When Tribe eventually got control, they brought it back, but overtime, there's just no chance. If Tribe don't win that overtime, they don't deserve to win the game at all. Coming back in this second game now, though, Tribe are going to be looking to start off a bit better, and that they are going to do. Tom's got the residue down, Semantic's going to get hit, and Drage is absolutely popping off.
Right, amplified shots again goes down now, but this is why the Ashe pick was a smart one from SK, but do need to get an earlier goal this time round. They cut it a bit fine last time, and Semantic will survive that interaction yet again, so really causing a problem. Not done yet, oh my word. Semantic doing wondrous work here. Does pick up the ball, but actually just trying to bait it out a little bit. Might have been a chance to go in, but I think with Yoshi, probably would have earned a super by the time that he tried, and the knockback there, potential there. Big shutdown on the Ashe as well. SK playing it slow, but this worked out well for them last time until Tribe started to really push back. They can't allow that to happen this time round. If he gets a super, this is already a goal. Semantic very low here. Honey Molasses from Drage will be a bit of a saving grace. How long? That's the question.
Good super from Tom there as well. Did slow the Lola and deflated the push a little bit. He does have his gadget. He's not going to be using the knockback. And that should help them on the offensive side of things, but defensive, they're going to have a nightmare. Semantic's going to start pushing through. Robotic Rats are there, but the stun is as well, and Semantic has to pop the gadget, gets rid of his rage and resets back to square one as Tom and Yoshi did start to connect a few shots onto him. Gia gets his super, should pop it in the aggressive position, but there goes the squeak super. Non-connect, but they do on Semantic, and now they should just pinch him down, finish him off nice and quickly. He is going to go down, and that should deflate it. 3k hit on Ems as well, and wouldn't surprise me if Tribe just play for the overtime.
Yeah, at the moment, though, just getting rid of EA is quite key as well, which they do, and Drage can break the ball if he wants. They found Chaos as well. Semantics, oh no, Chaos is alive, my word. He did well there to stay in the mix, in all honesty. Semantic is the problem right now. He's the main aggressor, but now that Gear's got that super coming forwards, this could be a goal scoring opportunity absolutely here for SK, but they need to just seal the deal. They've got the time on their side. If they score in this position here, it'll be leaving so little time for a response from Tribe here. Let's see what they do.
even if they don't score in this position and they have this position going into overtime, it's even with the opposing comp, they can still easily win this for the side of SK Gaming. Ye's going to come in, pops his super, and that is a wonderful connection. The knockback's there, though. Great play from Yoshi to get that, and he cycles it as well. Needs to use it and try and get another stun. Goes for Chaos, but Tom can't quite peek around that wall. He needs to throw a couple of shots onto the ball there. Drage uses the slow, but Semantic can force it in after a pass from Guille. Even things out in Brawl Ball. Still match point for Tribe, but SK very much still in it.
Got to say, a subtle detail, but I do love the acid spray gadget used on the M side of things there for SK. It just serves a lot of value to get rid of the honey molasses, and towards the end of that as well, to keep the pressure on and to secure things. SK played that perfect. Now the question is, have they got inside Tribe's head? This is what we've seen before happening with Tribe versus SK. We see with Tribe having an explosive start, and then SK get one win when they are against match point. Tribe now are very, very accustomed to this pattern. They've got to put a shutdown to this now. If they allow SK to take a set, then this could take a turn which they do not want to have happen. It's a good start for Tribe. They have locked down a much better position than they have in the previous 2 games, but can they hold on to this?
Here comes Semantic as well. Yoshi's going to get the takedown. Ego and freeze frame is popped. Tom has to throw a super over there onto Ye, stop him in his tracks, but it's not going to stop him for long as that did explode. Acid spray pop there, not the best time for that gadget. Tom's just going to continuously aggress him, take him down. He does have his super back, throws it in the mid. No connections once again, and I started to think maybe a bit more of a better use of that super could have been done.
Residue into the mid there. I wonder whether SK, they surely have spotted it. Chaos, though, goes in, so maybe they didn't. Nice connection to Gear as well from Tom, and it's the power of Squeak really here that just has so much defensive potential if Tom can stay in the mix, and Ego into the mid, trying to defend for Chaos, but now's a bit of a reset. I think SK getting some good pacing here. The Rats coming in, and Yoshi managed to take them all out and get a stun on Semantic at the same time, forcing out the gadget there. Great play on that left-hand side lane from him.
Should only be one shot of super as well, and Drage already has his. That's going to be a follow-up with a 3K. Uses it on Semantic, though, chooses not to finish off Chaos. We can't forget that there's no friend zoner for Guille. He does get the takedown regardless, and Drage still trying to keep control. Yoshi should be near enough one shot off super, I believe, after he did get that stun. He got quite a lot of shots back. Guille's going to be finished off by the super, and Yoshi does pick up his. Drage connects that 3K, and there goes Semantic. He does pop, and this is, even if they just keep this position and wait till overtime, that's going to be great for Tribe.
I could tell that they sensed it there, and the momentum was there, but Drage did well to stay alive under the circumstances. You've got to play it slow and steady, and there's a nice connecting super from Tom. We'll see a quick and swift takedown to Guille, but the ball is pocketed safely. SK are holding on the defense. The time is ticking now. Those walls are coming down. Can Tribe get this ball? It's still match point. If Tribe score this, they are through to the semifinals. SK, though, are holding on for dear life here. Will they be able to hold on for much longer? That is the question here. Overtime is in. And this, again, is going to favor Tribe considerably, Trav.
I mean, it might be done right here. Drage is getting those shots through. Yoshi doesn't pick up the ball, doesn't get out of the corner. And I'm not sure how he didn't manage to get that out. I'm not sure if he just left it there on purpose, but there goes the super from Tom and from Yoshi. Doesn't quite get the stun, though, but shots are going to follow up. Chaos is one shot. Drage uses the slow, connects it as well, and some squeak shots going to throw forward onto him. A pass across and a pass across again, and go quite a long way. Tom's got super. That is a one-on-one shot. He goes for the left, and he gets it in. Tribe knock out SK Gaming and move on to the semifinals.
Again, it seems like Tribe have broken the curse. It really does. That was such a key round for them. SK could smell the reverse sweep. I think all of us asked the question of whether it was going to show its face. It did not. Tribe are through the semifinals against Bax later on today then. I agree that my heart was in my mouth, Trav. Towards the end, I was like, what is Yoshi doing? Is he bringing the ball out, or is it intentional? I don't know, but I did question it as well. Normally, that is your first thing, is just to get that ball clear. Maybe he valued that one shot so much to have on the side of the Gale, as it was a great deterrent of the Ash. And that was SK's star brawler in that game. It was showing so much value, but it wasn't to be. And they can feel it. You can see it. SK did not take that defeat kind. They are seemingly off the back of that, yeah, pretty distraught about it.
I mean, you can see why. They've qualified for MSI, but if Tribe go on to the finals, that gap is going to become huge between first and second, and Tribe are going to be absolutely loving life if they can carry on this streak that they've been doing. The next place, nobody can get higher than SK Gaming through this one, and they've just beaten them in the quarterfinals. If they get to the finals, that is going to become a vast point gap.
Yeah, I mean, SK would, I imagine, not be able to hang on to even second place at that point because the competition is getting so heated around the 4th, 3rd, and 5th position. Kills across the board, pretty much. What do you expect to see? Bagia a little bit short on that side of things, but Tom out in front on the squeak with 33. Actually, almost an even split there on the percentages for Tribe. Drake just taking a little bit more of a lead, but again, that squeak pick, I do feel like that may have been a little bit of an error on the side of SK to not lock it in. I do like the M's. I do see a lot of potential in it, and I felt like SK had a better draft, if I'm honest. I mean, normally you get that ability on the Ash side of things to combat the B as well, but didn't seem to be having any problems on the side of Tribe there. But again, what a day for Tribe. Through to the next round of this competition. The semifinals are soon approaching. They'll be playing up against Bax very shortly. But like you say, Trav, SK now in terms of the points in the grand scheme of things under a lot of scrutiny. Drage was the MVP. You guys voted for it over at event.brawlstars.com. And I think rightly so, Trav. I mean, that first matchup in the game of Gem Grab with those 16 kills, and then again continuously hanging on the B pick despite being countered by a lot of what he was up against. I think that's a worthy vote on the side of the viewership.
I think so too. Deserved plays from Drake there. Apparently he's playing for STMN now, but regardless, Tribe with a great performance all round. And we can see just by the statistics, 33, 34, and 33. Great team effort as well, especially in that Brawl Ball set there. It's just such an amazing performance, really. I mean, just Drake in general just played phenomenally, carrying the gems, being able to play B in such an amazing fashion in the Brawl Ball set, playing composed, not overextending, and just waiting for that overtime where he could excel. And SK just needed goals earlier. There's no other way to put it. With an Ash, you cannot play for overtime.
Yeah, I agree. It's a pick that we've seen them play a lot, and as we know, one that is heavily favored in NA. Doesn't tend to show its face too much in EU, but when it does, it does do great results. It just wasn't quite the pick there for SK under the pressure as Tribe continue their authority over the competition. Let's take a look at the bracket really, really briefly, just so we can revise ourselves on how today has gone before the semifinals approached. Craze Clan, they were knocked out their MSI appearance early on today after that defeat to STMN, and that is really quite key because Team Queso won their game against OGS. Whoever wins that semi-final matchup next will secure the 3rd and final place for the MSI, the Mid-Season Invitational LAN event next month. Huge matchup next. Reply Totem lost against Bax EU. Didn't get a single set. Tribe Gaming EU, again, similar story against SK. Didn't drop a single set. So they will face off as well as the second match in the semi-finals up very, very shortly. It's the best of 5 now as well, not the best of 3. That will make a considerable difference here. Trav, I mean, you enjoyed East Asia early on today. I was watching and did a fantastic job, man, as well. But I think this next content break has a great, even more now looking back with no spoilers, much of an impactful statement. Let's take a quick look now at Zeta Division, how they've been faring in this year's competition. As we know, last year, world champions, huge result for them, but continuously running against their sister team in the same organization, bracket upon bracket. This month was different, however. Let's take a look at that team right now.
Achapi です。
クルです。
天才です。ゼータディビジョン0でキャプテンをしています。2ヶ月連続初戦でゼータディビジョン1と戦うことになっています。
やっぱり運命だと思います。
先月は惜しくも負けてしまったんですが、今月こそはリベンジを果たしたいと思います。
This is showtime, baby, right here. Everybody low, and Achapi's able to confirm it. This is an all-star matchup.
the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through. That's gonna be it.
No way this one. And that is that. What an insane moment.
Welcome back, everyone. We just finished our last set of quarterfinals. The semifinals are right ahead of us. Gonna be some great matches over there. Trav, why don't you run us through the bracket? What has happened so far and what's up ahead?
Well, if you just joined us, this is what has happened. We've had some really exciting matches. Craze Clan did lose to STMN 2-1, who will be facing Team Queso next. Team Queso did beat OGs 2-0. Then, Reply Totem, I'm sure sadder to my predictions, saw 0-2 against Bax, who will be facing off against Tribe Gaming, who did just beat SK Gaming in a close 2-0 match. Coming up next, though, STMN EU and Team Queso, the fight for the MSI.
All right, that's going to be quite a big match. Let's see what our caster predictions look like so far. I mean, Trav, a little bit behind us so far, it seems like. But in the semifinal, you have an opportunity to maybe make even, or we can double down on our lead. What do you think about this next match, Trav?
Well, I didn't realize you guys predicted STMN, to be honest with you, but, you know, I like to be different. I like to have the underdog stories. So, I mean, I think Queso have definitely got a chance. They played really, really well in their quarterfinals match. STMN did as well, and they really did surprise me with how well they are playing recently. We know that their skill levels are getting higher and higher as the year has gone by. But I think Queso are just looking very, very solid. I think it's probably a 50-50, to be honest, but I just went with Queso just to be a little bit different, a little bit quirky. And then we've all gone with Tribe anyway, so don't really have to explain that one too much.
Yeah, we always all go for Tribe for some reason. But, guys, there is one place that is better than all the others to watch the BSC. That's going to be event.brawlstars.com. You guys can get some free in-game rewards just by participating in the polls, watching all that good stuff, and some exclusive pins as well. Torn pin is available as of now. Some of you guys might already have it. I do not, but you guys might do better than me. So guys, event.brawlstars.com, make sure you guys watch from there if you want to get all the exclusive rewards in-game. Guys, the semifinals are about to start. This one in particular is very important, especially for teams like STMN, right, Trav, that had a little bit of a tough start of the year so far, but it's looking better and better. Do you think it's good enough today?
I do think it's good enough. I mean, as you saw, I predicted Team Queso, but I think this is very much a 50-50. Team Queso and STMN both looking incredible. It's a star-filled roster, to be honest, on the STMN side of things. Lane, Jetten, and Skyrix, three players who have just been playing so well through 2021. They took a bit of a hiccup, and they made a little stumble heading into 2022, but they have picked it up heavily now, as you saw just beating Craze. They're just playing so well recently.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, obviously it was a team with so many expectations, arguably three of the best Brawl Stars players of EMEA of all time. A little bit of a disappointing start of the year, but it's been getting better and better month after month. We'll see if today they can qualify for MSI, because that's what is on the line. Both teams here still in the running for this third spot in MSI, and Team Queso is quite an opponent here for Stamina. The full-on Spanish roster, they've been looking deadly this year. This is definitely their peak so far in the BSC. Last year, they started getting better and better under the colors of Blood Diamond. This year, with Team Queso, they've reached some new heights. But is it gonna be enough here to take down Stamina? It's gonna be a challenging match, Trav.
I think so too, and honestly, with my prediction, I thought it probably will just about be enough to beat STMN, but you know, it's very much, as I said, up in the air to who can win this one. I think they're a very capable team. As you said, they've just improved so much since the days of Blood Diamond. They really started to make a stand towards the end of the year, and then the start of this year, they've just been playing so well, and especially through the first qualifiers, they really did surprise people.
Yeah, absolutely so. They are looking so deadly, but dude, there's so much on the line here. Both teams here, just for context, still have a shot at MSI. The last teams that can still qualify for MSI join the likes of Tribe and SK Gaming that already qualified last month. This is gonna be their fight, and pretty much whoever wins this match is gonna be going to MSI. The losing team, unfortunately, we won't quite get the chance to see them at LAN, at least not until later on this year. Dueling Beetles to open things up. We'll have the Squeak ban, as well as a double Byron ban. Eve, Ruffs, and Bell to join up. And a first pick, Lola. What do you think of that one, Trav?
I think it's solid. I mean, with Freeze Frame, with the Ego Super, I think it's just such a solid brawler to be able to throw in the middle, tank a lot of damage, and get a lot of the work done. They did ban Bell out the mix as well, which is usually one of the brawlers that is quite good against it. They're going to be opposed by a Leon as the first pick from STMN, and we know how solid Skyrix is on that brawler. And I mean, all of the team are really, really capable in that brawler as well. So they've got a chance to pair it with something solid, and they do just that. Crow is the next selection by Jetten, and I really like it. You've got the slowing Toxin, which is just massive on this map, and it can just be used in so many different ways.
Do you think there's space for maybe a Surge to come up? Because obviously it did get kind of like an emergency nerf, right? I think it was the super reload speed as well as the power-up gadget that got nerfed up a little bit. Do you think that it's still good enough to be brought on a map like Dueling Beetles?
I mean, I think it's difficult. If you're going to play it on Dueling Beetles, you've got to play it mid, which isn't its, you know, preferable state. Yeah. If it wasn't reverted and you got level 3 just off pressing a gadget button, it'd be absolutely amazing, just because you can send it straight down the lane, get a few taps, and instantly get level 3 anyway. So I'm not sure if it's going to be good enough to be brought out now with that change, but we are seeing the Pam and the Sprout along with the Lola from Team Queso, which I honestly really like. Sprout here, being able to block off so many different avenues repeatedly with that gadget is just such a good force to have. STMN are going to have to pick something very, very solid to be able to combat that.
Yeah, Sprout is a really good pick here. You know, the 3-shot potential onto Jetten on the Crow. That's a pretty nice matchup over there. And as you said, the Wolves are so strong on this map. You only have 3 access points to the zone on each side. If you can cut just one of them off, that's a lot of mobility removed. But look at that, Lena bringing in the Fang. Definitely looking to heat things up with that brawler pick. A risky one, especially against that comp. I feel like it can quite easily get shut down by a Pam or a Lola, but at the same time there's going to be a lot of bounce opportunities of, you know, the healing stations or Lola's Ego, so maybe some value to be found over there. Not really what I would have expected to see being picked into a Pam and a Lola.
Yeah, not something I would have expected either, especially Pam. Scrap Sucker's just so good against it, and the amount of HP that she has as well is just so difficult to super on and get the takedown. But I'd imagine he'll be focusing those other brawlers. Slowing Toxin already been used once by Jetten, but not able to make too many moves because of the constant spray down the mid from Sprout. But now eventually, as the ammo does start to wear down, they do finally make their move.
Yeah, nice early mid control here for Stamina. A very aggressive position from Skyrix, taking a lot of damage though. Needs to be careful, gets reset, gets stabbed by LA SSJ. And that's going to be the first kill of this game as Team Queso are able to retake full-on mid control. And now we're going to start seeing those Sprout supers getting called back in and placed back out once more. Jetten aggressive, does end up getting the kill, but still all control here in favor of Team Queso as they have the zone under lockdown and are starting to build up quite a nice early lead.
Oh, Javi's just doing such a good job of staying up here. Eventually, Jetten's taken down after such a long period of time of staying up, and now Skyrix is, well, should be following suit fairly soon after. Lenane's going to get walled in rather than walled out. He will take that back, recycle it, and throw it down in the mid, which allows Rafa and Javi to stay in this position. Well, not for much longer as Jetten does jump in. Rafa falls low. May have to replace his Ego to guarantee the takedown, but doesn't have to in the end. Wall not quite placed very well, but leaves one singular choke point and only 6% left to gather. It should be done pretty easily, and that is going to be it. First game to Team Queso.
Man, that was a dominant start of the match here from Team Queso, looking incredibly good. And I think you already mentioned it in the draft, but I feel like Sprout had so much to do with this success so far from Team Queso. They had so much control, were able to lock down so many areas of the map with the walls, and basically just funnel STMN into predictable areas, easy to connect those shots. And They've been doing a pretty terrific job so far. Let's see what the reaction here is from Stamina. A little more aggressive than the previous game. We'll get quite a couple of percentages early on, just off that initial push, but Jeden takes quite a bit of damage and it's going to have to be a little careful.
Yeah, still it's a pretty similar scenario to what we saw in the last one. STMN just keeping this mid control for a longer period of time now, and Lenane has picked up his super as well. Sprout can't get in a position to wall this off, which was really the big game changer in the previous one. Lenane just needs to use the super carefully. Ego thrown out, couldn't quite tank that first shot, but he should still get the takedown anyway. Javi trying to put some pressure on, but Lenane still raining down up top. Eventually traded out by Rafa, but not without a 50% lead already built up.
Yeah, this is a really, really strong start from Stamina. They did lose all map control, but they have some room to play with, as they still have quite a bit of a percentage lead. Jump in from Jeden, gonna go for the instant slow as well. Connects only onto Rafa and Javi. Sprout still free to roam around. We'll find two nice kills as well. It's just Scarix left alive, and he gets absolutely melted down. Inviso heal not gonna be enough to keep him up. And now Team Queso are about to take over the lead, and Stamina don't really know how to get back into the zone.
No gadgets remain. Pam super still available, though, which is going to be absolutely huge in this position. Ego and freeze frame used once more from Rafa, just tanking so much. And how they've managed to get into this so quickly, I will never know. But it looks like they are going to hold on for a little bit longer. Rafa going to get supered in. 4% remaining for Team Queso to hold. But now STMN have full control, and they only need 30%. This is going to be easily closed down if they do manage to continue this domination. Sprout falls, and now Pam just trying to make his move. Can't quite do it. Gets his turret, though, and that should be going quite a long way. They've got to push on now. It's going to be close. There's 1% in it. Team Queso push on, and they do close it out. First set going to Team Queso, and only 2% in it at the end.
Man, that was incredibly close, but Team Queso do take it home in the end. That's going to be the first set going their way. That was a little scary at the end, I have to admit, but they make it work. And they looked really good, man. They had to come back almost 60% of the lead from Stamina, and did so really convincingly as well. That was a really good draft, I think, as well from Team Queso. I think that's where it really started here, that Sprout pick. Stamina just didn't really know how to deal with it, and once again, and I feel like that's been a case quite often so far today, Fang seemed a little bit underwhelming to me. You know, it felt like most of the time it was very low impact, and that's really not what you want to do out of those sort of brawlers.
Yeah, you've taken the words right out of my mouth. I was about to mention, if you didn't mention it before you finished speaking, not only was Sprout just such a good pick, but also Fang definitely let STMN down a little bit there. Just in general, like, not the name played bad at all. It was just the brawler just singularly could not deal with any of these opponents. You know, you've got Lola with an Ego, you can't pierce through that. You've got Pam with Scrap Sucker and a turret. It's just so difficult to get anything done, and that really did show, especially in that little replay there as you dash through the Pam onto the turret in the closing seconds. But nonetheless, it was well fought by STMN, especially in that second game, but that Sprout was just proving too much. It might not do the damage, but damage is nothing compared to control in Hot Zone.
Yeah, exactly. And extra to the control, there's just the fact you can reach opponents that, you know, can't reach you. It sounds a little dumb, right? Because that's literally how throwers work. But especially at a pro level, it's incredibly important to be able to get some nice free hits on your opponents, reset heals. All those different mechanics go a long way. Now, guys, we've moved over to best of 5 since we are in the semifinals, so there's a little bit more wiggle room for teams to adapt and come back. But still, it's a very convincing first set from Team Queso. A little sweep over there. Let's see if Stamina are able to strike back as we move on to Hot Potato. This map always makes me think of Rico and Ruffs, especially Rico, man. I feel like he's so incredibly good on this map. We'll see if he gets banned out, but it's just a brawler that, you know, if I have to find a map, yeah, look at that. He's going to be the first ban there from Stamina, joined up by the Stu and the M's. Team Queso going for Eve, Lola, and Ruffs, and we already got a Colette first pick from Skyrix.
Yeah, I mean, those bans are near enough perfect, to be fair. Near enough all 6 of the top brawlers on this map just get out the way. Colette, bit of a throwback, but still a very solid brawler on this map, especially with that new gadget that did come in, Gotcha. Allows her to heal up and stay in these aggressive positions whilst getting damage. Crow picked up from Team Queso, which has been very, very solid across this year. Something that did surprise me early on, and I didn't like it to start with, and I had certain pro players tell me, you're completely wrong. It's amazing on this map. Slowing Toxin is such a good defensive measure, and then you've got the jump on offense as well. Squeak going to be next up by Javi. It's going to be extremely useful to just throw that gadget down the mid, scan the bush, and also have some slowing for 10 seconds down there.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of control already with this Team Queso comp. As you said, you know, there's that vision aspect as well. That's going to be really important in the mid area, and the Javi is going to fulfill that role really nicely. Let's see what the reaction is going to be from Stamina to those two picks from Team Queso. As we'll see the Daryl brought in. That's going to be an aggressive solution. Could do a lot of damage. It is a sort of brawler as well that can kind of, you know, find a gap in the defense, get a roll into the safe, and just dish out an absurd amount of damage. But I do like that Barley pick quite a bit on Lena, as there's not really too much to deal with him so far in this Team Queso comp. We'll see if they find a way to address it, but otherwise Lena could have a lot of room to shine with that brawler pick.
I was going to say, it's going to be quite difficult to account for both the Daryl and the Barley in different ways. They've chosen to go for a bull and just try and tank all the way through it, just walk to the safe, super up, get some dashes on, because I don't think there's a single brawler who can account for both Barley and Daryl simultaneously whilst remaining quite strong on this map. So it was a difficult pick, and some great picks by STMN. I feel like they do have maybe a slight outcomp here, especially because they've forced Bull into Colette, which is never really going to end well. But I mean, I feel like Team Queso are just going to rely on this these gadgets from both Crow and Squeak to be able to get the win.
Yeah, on paper, I completely agree. I think the draft looks quite a bit better on the side of Stamina. Not an unwinnable matchup for sure for Team Queso, but they're going to have to be really careful, and Rafa is already getting melted down, although he does get the kill in the end. Pretty much just one-shot Skyrex out of existence there. That's going to be a nice bit of damage, although eventually the respawn comes through and the trade is there. Jeden, in the meantime, able to get a lot of free shots on that save. Can't quite connect the shot onto Javi. That's going to be free to roam around the mid for a little longer until Lena eventually takes him out. Quite a couple more missed shots there from the Barley on Jeden, but look at the damage, dude. It's incredible how much damage STMN find, and that's the problem with their comp as well. You know, if either the Daryl or the Barley slip through that defense or find a safe spot to get a couple of throws above the walls or something like that, it's absurd amount of damage that go really quickly onto that safe, and Jeden just looking to close it out there will do just that, and that's a pretty flawless opening game from Stamina.
I'm not sure it's going to get any better for Team Queso either. I think it's quite a clear outcome from STMN, just walking up the map, getting some damage, and Rafa keeps on attacking the Bull as well. I mean, keeps on attacking the Colette with Bull, which doesn't seem to be the best decision in my eyes. Residue going to be thrown straight down the mid. Does put it in a nice position. I'd have liked it a little bit more down the choke point, but nonetheless, it is good. And it's just Jeden who just can't be stopped. There's nobody to get in the way of this Barley, and I'm not sure if Bull was the pick, but it just seems he's just going to continue to walk over them.
Yeah, nice roll forward from the Nan, getting a lot of heals as well, but not quite enough. Skyrex gets the kill on the landing of that super as well. Great value over there. Will end up going down to a Squeak shot in the end, but Lena is there with the trade. Jeden finds Javi, and although he does end up going down to the poison, his shot will just barely not reach the safe.
Javi trying to push forward now. Lenane is going to go down. Skyrex does only get hit by one singular portion of that Squeak super, which is quite unusual considering how directly he did hit it. Jeten's going to survive as well. Herbal Tonic comes down, and now he is going to rain a few more shots onto safe. Still remaining alive as well. 2000 HP, nothing to complain about. That's a bit of a better Squeak super, but not sure it's going to come at the best time as that damage gear activates and Jeden gets a few more shots on, and Queso need all of the control now, and with these brawlers falling one by one, I'm not sure it's going to happen.
Yeah, this is looking incredibly tough here for Team Queso, especially since, you know, one Daryl roll or Barley super could pretty much settle it. or maybe even the Colette on Skyrex to end it all here. Does get some damage down, I think. No, I think he went down before that, but Lenan gets the roll now. Pretty much will seal the deal just there, and that's gonna be a set for Stamina. What was it, a misdraft, you think, on the other side, or was it just, you know, I just feel like it's a misdraft, honestly, Trav. I feel like Team Queso just let too many opportunities with both the Barley and the Daryl being there, and I feel like Bull into Colette, I don't know what the plan was, but it certainly did not work, did it?
Yeah, it's a little bit rough. They kind of left themselves a bit thin on brawlers that can actually deal with Barley and Daryl towards the end, because the majority of the good brawlers on the map are going to be banned out. So if you give them Colette, Barley, and Daryl, it doesn't leave you with many different options left to be able to defend and do damage at the same time. And we did see that throughout this game. STMN just completely dominated, and there really wasn't much contest whatsoever. And it was just jetting on the Barley, really, just providing so much control. Nobody could deal with him with the walls there over the right-hand side, and he was the main damage dealer. Don't get me wrong, Lenane and Sky also did a wonderful job aggressing at the right times and also getting some damage in the mix there as well. But you see there, Skyrex with 51% of the damage on the Colette, which, you know, just coming down the mid over and over again and super in forwards is going to guarantee you some damage over time.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, look at Skyrex, man. 51% damage. That's absolutely absurd. Also, Ali SSJ, 9 kills, 45% damage. Great stats over there, too, but it wasn't quite enough. And that's the thing with that comp from Stamina as well. They didn't really need kills, right? They were just pushing forward, and eventually the defense was overwhelmed. Eventually, you either had the Barley in range of the save, or the Colette getting a super in and out, or you know, a roll in from the Daryl. There were just too many different scenarios where damage went through on that save. No more saves here, though, as we move on to Shooting Star in Bounty. It's one of the maps which is going to be the most interesting to me with the 3 bans per team, because it was the map from far was the most still meta in the last year or so, right? You have, you know, the Piper, the Nani, and like throwers. Those were like the most iconic. Any sharpshooter would do well. I feel like out of the bands here, yeah, Jean is quite apparent. Max could be a good answer from Stamina, just to not leave the Max and Jean open for Team Queso. But besides that, maybe a couple other sharpshooters as Bell or Brock are also going to be available. And we'll see the Max, indeed. I completely agree with Stamina here. I would not feel comfortable leaving Team Queso on the Jean and Max.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, you can't really allow that combination, especially on this map when the brawlers like Eve, Nanny, Piper, Byron, Sprout, Leon all banned out, near enough the top 6 brawlers on this map banned out of the way. So you can't leave a combination like that available to a team like Team Queso, who will punish you for doing so. And regardless of, you know, Bell and Max not having the best synergy together, sometimes you've just got to take the hit and stop the opposing team from getting it. They take Crow, however, though, sticking to what they knew in the last one. Didn't seem to work out in Hot Potato, but I imagine it might be a little bit different in Shooting Star, especially with slowing Toxin's ability to negate the max speed.
Yeah, exactly, Dan. You have that counter effect. That's very nice. Another sharpshooter picked in, the Brock, kind of completing the list of possible sharpshooters, as we do have the Piper and Byron's banned out. Doesn't leave that many possibilities, but overall, I mean, Brock is great on this map. A lot of opportunities to open up the walls and just free up some space, remove some of the little cover that is there in the first place, especially near that mid area, can be a bit of a nightmare for your opponents. We'll see Lena actually bring in the B, not the most usual bounty sharpshooter you'll see being picked, but with all the rest being banned out, I feel like it's not that bad an idea to bring in the B, can still do some decent work. And if you catch an opponent off guard and manage to, you know, swap targets and hit either the Crow or the Brock with a 3K shot, you can nearly one-shot them. So there's some potential there as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite difficult for the Brock to actually hit a lot of shots, especially if they are opening up because of the max mobility. It's going to be a little bit difficult. Jen does pick up the blue star, however, though, kicking things off well for STMN, but so far, so good. are a little bit on the back foot, however, though, as they are having to back off quite heavily. Slowing Toxin is there, but just they don't have any of those long-range hard hitters in range of those two there. Brock over the right-hand side, not able to do too much.
Yeah, I like Harvey just removing the bushes, making things a little bit easier for Rafa on his side. Let's see, as Team Queso slowly try to close the gap, but some nice stabs onto Javi. Survives off with 10 HP. A dash in from Jadon will seal the deal, and that's going to be the first blood as Stamina start things off with a 3-star lead. About a minute left on the clock, and Lena takes a lot of damage. Needs to be careful for an incoming rocket rain from Javi, but he's not quite going for it. Waiting for his teammates to push up together. Slow from Skyrix does not connect. He's very low HP as well, and Lena strikes again, but the poison will take him down to 2 stars, making up the difference here, still in favor of Stamina. Well, make it 5.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate the nest egg did trip there, but a couple of takedowns, including Jet, will swing this one back in Team Queso's favor. Gene Pull available as well, you can't forget about that. Vengeful Spirits comes out, and Skyrix is brought down to near enough half HP with that little Vengeful Spirit and a little trickle damage. He tries to bait it out, does bait out the Honey Molasses, gets that taken out, and now the pull can be hit. Gadget isn't reloaded just yet. Closing the gap to 3, and that is just Jeton. The name's going to fall down too, and now anybody on this map will be enough to turn around it for Team Queso.
Intense final seconds here coming up as the time is ticking. Jeton is low HP, is in a dangerous position. Javi does fall, a double kill from Lena. And Stamina take the game, and as a matter of fact, take the lead for the first time in this match. They started off a little weak in the opening hot zone set, but it's been only forward from there as very nicely Stamina were able to close out this game fairly comfortably as well, almost surprisingly comfortably. Oh, what a nice phase shifter from Jeton. That is gonna be changing a lot as he gets to stay alive, and that blue star that he's bringing home is gonna give the early lead to Stamina once more.
Speed now from Jeton makes it hard for a couple of these brawlers to connect, but Crow and Gene should still be able to make connections and keep them low. Brock does hit a shot onto Skyrix here over the left-hand side, has his super as well, goes for it, hits one, but the slowing Toxin should be able to finish these off. Rocket Fuel to guarantee it, and now Rafa's going to sweep in too. Vengeful Spirits will finish him off, and a team wipe for Team Queso.
Man, those Vengeful Spirits were already so annoying in the previous game, but Rafa takes it to a new level here as he picks up a nice elimination wizard. Lena gets pulled, taken out. Rafa able to just barely stay out of range from Jeton, and that's going to be a push in vain. And Stamina are behind by 7 stars, and they have some utility to work with, mainly in that max speed. It's popped now. They're going to take quite a bit more control, but there's 3 supers available for Team Queso, only 2, as the Rocket Rain is not really going to find any connections. Nice push there onto Javi from Jeton. Should be able to claim that kill, but nice protection from Ale is slowing everything down, and time is very much on the side of Team Queso so far, unless Stamina can find a couple of quick kills.
Vengeful Spirits kept everybody low. It wouldn't have been a bad idea for an earlier jump from LESSJ here to just deflate this push, get some damage down, slow him a little bit, but nonetheless, here it comes in now. Lenane is going to keep him off for a little bit longer. 6 in it. They need to take down both of these. LESSJ has 4 over him. They're focusing too hard on him, and then he is going to fall. Skyrix goes down. Pull misses, but it doesn't matter. And then it extends to 8 stars at the end. Team Queso now even things out, bring it back to 1-1, 1-1. And this one is going to be quite a big momentum shift in whoever does win it.
Yeah, I think for me, the turning point in this game, compared to the previous one, where Stamina started with the blue star, but were able to hold on to the lead this time around. Team Queso attacked before there were any supers available from Stamina. They went in very early on. Problem is, they're going to start things off with the man disadvantage here. A low HP Brock as well that should be able to survive the encounter, but at the cost of 3 stars, still favoring Stamina.
Those nest eggs in a scary position as well. Jeton's going to fall low, though. Slowed as well. That should be a takedown, but the rocket fuel isn't going to connect. Shame as that explosion radius, if a little bit closer, would have got damage on both of them, and that would have been huge for Team Queso, but nonetheless, STMN stand in a 3-star lead. Can't really be too scared if you are Queso, though. They've been in the face of a situation like this before. Couldn't quite clean up and bring it back, but they were extremely close towards the end.
Yeah, Javi breaking open the one left-hand side, going for the Rocket Rain. Not going to find a single connection with that. Follow-up shot will, though. And the nice, just slightly below half HP. Going to slow things down and heal back up, but Team Queso not having any of that. Want to keep the pressure up. Rafa, though, triggers the nest egg, is able to get out of there almost unharmed. And slowly but surely, Team Queso are going to make a push for it here as the entire roster is quite low. Rocket does connect here from Javi. Lena goes down, and now it's only 1 star, setting both teams apart. And with about 25 seconds left, Team Queso are going to have to go in, but they don't need that much to turn things around.
It's all about the gadgets here. They've got Vengeful Spirits. That's the last slowing toxin, though, and the speed got rid of it near enough instantly. Pull's still available from Rafa, though, and a jump from Alias's J. Vengeful Spirits comes in, and Lenane kind of just sitting in the corner. Can't really make a move as Brock's there waiting for him. Pull needs to be made. Jump comes in. Can't quite get the connection, but the takedown's there, but the trade as well. And the super from Javi does not get the takedown in time. STMN are going to take this set and make it 2-1.
Man, look at that. A relieved Lena as the blue star is what makes the difference and give the win here to STMN. That was incredibly close, but it does go the way of Stamina this time. It was incredibly close in Hot Zone too in the second game that go to the side of TQ, so it goes both ways, right? In those close clutches. Problem is now for Team Queso is that there's not as much room to play with anymore because we're already 3 sets in, and Stamina, if they win any of the next 2 sets, they are going to go to the finals. They are, as a matter of fact, going to go to MSI. So a lot on the line here, and Team Queso need to approach this super carefully. There's no room for mistakes in the draft like we saw earlier. It has to be absolutely on point, otherwise it's going to be the end of their journey, at least until MSI.
Yeah, with a little few stats here. You see Lenane getting the dominant amount of team damage with 41%, a good amount of DPS, but if you look at his KD, he's got 3-7, which is not a bouncy stat you would usually see, especially from the winning team, bear in mind as well. So nonetheless, he did the damage. That's all that really matters. As long as his team finished that off and he got a solid amount of assists in there, clearly, with Bell, I'd imagine that's probably what was going on. A few bounces here and there, and it doesn't matter if you go down that many times as long as your teammates have got you back and finish off your kills.
Yeah, exactly. Also, stats count the second game, which was a bit of a stomp. So a lot of death coming from there as well. Hard Rock Mine. Trav is gonna be up next. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I feel like in general, I do like Team Queso's approach to gem grab quite a bit, but you're also never safe facing Stamina, right? They could bring in some pretty wild picks. I would still kind of love to see, you know, some more Max or even a Mortis maybe being brought in by Stamina. They've done some great work with those brawlers in the past. Could be a chance to do so again. Dude, honestly, it's been so fun just to see the 3 bans per team. I feel like we've seen so many different brawler picks and so many different maps. It's great to see the experimentation that comes with those sort of format changes. But so far, I mean, scoreline is a 2-1 in favor of Stamina. Have you seen enough signs of life from Team Queso? Do you feel like they have a big chance here in Gem Grab of turning things around?
Well, I think at this point, it's obviously, as the scoreline suggests, it is in favor of STMN just finishing this one out here. I've seen enough signs from Team Queso to be able to take it to that 5th set and possibly even win it, but yeah, they do really need to knuckle down, get some stuff done here and be able to take this set, otherwise it's going to be all over. Their chances of MSI, their chances of a finals here in this monthly final is all going to be gone in one game, which is a heavy toll to take. So a lot on the line, nerves are going to be kicking in, and we know STMN are a lot more experienced at this level of dealing with nerves and playing in these kind of moments than Team Queso are, which might have an effect as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we talked about it earlier, but no room for misdrafts whatsoever at this point here for Team Queso. Everything needs to be absolutely on point. I mean, they're approaching things with a smile, it seems like, as they just first picked Rico, an incredible brawler on this map. I think one of the things that makes him so strong, besides, just the bounce shots that enable you to win a lot of the lane situations and matchups on this map, is the fact that once you deal with your lane, or even if you just create a little bit of space, you can get some nice shots towards the mid as well, because you have a lot of range for a mid brawler. Skyrix going to be following with his 2, trying to counter the Rico. It's a very appropriate way of doing so, and joining up with this 2, we're going to see the Lola brought in. And Lola, man, it's a brawler we've been seeing more and more often. It started off in the year as, a slightly off-meta pick that you'd see here and there. Now, it seems like it's everywhere.
I feel like those are 2 very, very strong and very common lanes from Team Queso, though, which is a great thing to have, especially the Rico. I'm surprised that both, or maybe possibly even all 3 of these brawlers on the side of Team Queso managed to slip through the ban phase, as they all seem to be incredibly strong. I like the Bell pick into that Lola and mid. Going to be using an Ego, they're going to be using Freeze Frame to tank a lot of the damage whilst picking up the gems, and Bell is going to stop that, is going to keep them low and have those bouncing off one another. Surge as the final pick. I absolutely love Surge, but I'm just questioning whether or not it's going to be very, very strong here. You might need more than a level 2 from the gadget to be able to get stuff done early on.
Yeah, I haven't played or had the chance to watch Surge in competitive since he's been nerfed a little bit. It didn't feel like on paper it's an insanely big nerf. Like, we've had way, way tougher nerfs than that. But it might be just enough to render him, just not really viable on most maps. We'll see how this one is played through. But the early game is going to be important, getting set up, for the Surge, being able to find that second stage, at least for the movement speed, ideally even third or fourth stage, have an extra range at your disposal and be able to help out in the mid a little bit more as well. So far, though, it's all the gems going the way of Stamina early on, and Javi just bullied away from the mid.
He's just not connecting the shots needed, and that allowed Skyrix to push up. 5 gems instantly is not something STMN will be complaining about, and they got him for pretty much free as well. Barely any supercharge, because Javi was just missing the shots. In Lollipop Drop going to be put down, and the invisibility should be able to help out Rafa, but Lene knows this, plays it slower, plays with his mid to ensure that they're not going to be taken by surprise.
So far, this has been a smooth ride for Stamina. They're near the finish line. A couple missed shots there from Lena. Some of them were definitely in range, just not quite on target. Lena is going to struggle to do much until he gets to his second and third stage. Still has at least a gadget available. Gonna pop one now. Think he still has one more after that, but definitely needs to start finding more value off them, as he's barely connected any shots so far. Although that pinch is gonna help Skyrix secure yet another elimination, and a nice Bell shot there was gonna bounce around. Ali going for the super will kill the Ego, which is gonna prevent more bounces, but Skyrix is marked up. He goes down. It's only Jenna left alive, and Rafa, he's running away with all the gems from Stamina. Oh my words, that was a robbery right there, as Team Queso are gonna take this game home straight out of the hands of Stamina.
Oh, I mean, I would like to mention level 1 Surge at the end of the game, so I was right, I would like to mention, about really not going to be able to get too many levels up at all, but they were still looking good. They were looking very, very good. A little bit of a mistake from Skyrix, walking into the mid, hits a nest egg, marked, destroyed, completely melted within seconds, and the game turned on its head like that. Regardless of Surge being level 1, they were in control of the game until that moment, and Team Queso are just taking advantage of these slip-ups.
Yeah, I think to a certain extent, Team Queso kind of like they were trying so much to just, like, flee the Surge and not feed him, that they were kind of running into Lola sprays and putting themselves in tough positions. So far though, Lena is gonna go down quite early on, didn't quite get the chance to pick up his next stage, so he's gonna have to start from scratch again. Rafa aggressive on the right hand side, will pump his super to try to stay alive, but everyone from Stamina is on the right side, and that gives a lot of opportunities for Team Queso to pinch around, take some aggressive positions left and right. And right now, Team Queso, they have an even better start than Stamina did in the previous game.
Yeah, Javi with 6 over his head, but Skyrex going to throw that out straight over the nest egg, walks over one himself, and that's going to be bouncing all day long. Difficult situation for him to be in, but Rafa's just going to be scouted out by the ego there, but it's not going to stop Javi from picking up the 8th. Much better Surge plays this game, though, and they've got to be a little bit cautious about him being in the back lines here, and there he comes now. Doesn't manage to get more than that singular shot, though. So Rico's super going to be missed as well. Skyrex was just inches away from that nest egg there, just walking over it, and that would have nearly enough been game. If they can keep this control, 50% of the map, though, their half, in a couple of gems, they're going to have Countdown kicking off.
Wow, jumping from the now results in nothing but his own demise. Skyrex getting pushed out by Rafa, is able to deal with him, but that did give enough control for Team Queso to initiate the countdown. Stamina, they're not gonna be able to stop that one, as Javi is just miles away, and Team Queso, they push things to a 5th set. They're not done fighting just yet, and that final set, Trav, that's gonna decide who goes to MSI.
This might be the biggest final set of Team Queso's career. I mean, undoubtedly it is, because they haven't been to any LAN events. They haven't been to anything like that. This is a massive, significant moment for them. They need to keep their nerves in check, keep composed, because we know STMN are going to be. Slight issues with a little bit of STMN's draft there, and in the first game, a little bit of a slip up from a couple of the players, but that doesn't matter. They've got this 5th set. Pinhole Punt is going to be the map up next, and there's still more than in it. But Queso, we're going to be coming into this one. They've got some momentum. They've got some really solid plays to back it up. So, honestly, I'm really not sure who's going to be coming out on top of this one.
We said it before the match started, right? Pretty much a 50-50 on this one. Team Queso was, I would say, a slightly better year overall than Stamina so far, but I feel like Stamina's form has been starting to get better and better more recently. And so far, it seems like both teams are perfectly matched here in the semifinals. Nice 54% damage here from Skyrex, but that's on the losing end, as it was Team Queso to just pick up this set, and very balanced stats overall on their side. Fairly healthy amount of kills in every player, and Rafa just shining a little bit more than the rest, with a little bit more kills and a little bit more damage overall.
Yeah, that's expected on the Rico, isn't it, really? He did play it, I mean, actually, no, that was the Leon, which, I mean, is expected as well, I guess. He did play it very well as well, taking his certain matchups against Surge that you should do and avoiding some of the jumps, which is going to be the deciding factor in that matchup. Played it very, very well. All members of Queso played it very well, to be honest, but they've got to continue that on to Pinhole Punt here. It's a map where the 6 bans do influence it hugely, because beforehand, you see these set 6 brawlers always coming out, they ban out the top 2 brawlers and play the next 6. But I watched it multiple times throughout these few monthly finals in this month, and these 6 bans do differ the meta a lot, especially on this map.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially on maps like this that are quite open, right? Where there's going to be a very specific a couple of brawlers that truly shine. Those are going to get banned out, and unless we get some double bans, we're going to see none of the Byrons and Crows and those sort of brawlers, I assume. And any long-range brawler is in big danger of getting banned out, and is going to be very much privileged as a prioritized, rather, as a pick early on, if you are in the opportunity to do so. So both teams are going to have to be very, very careful in how they address the draft, because if a couple of sharpshooters or very good control brawlers are left out and left open, there could be some big opportunities, and there's nothing you hate more than a misdraft this late on. And look at that, we have the double crow ban, but then we have a couple of different brawlers, as we'll see the Leon and Eve on the side of Stamina, Bo and Stu from Team Queso, and that's going to be the roughs brought in off the bat here by Team Queso.
Yeah, I don't blame them for banning out the Leon after that previous set, to be honest with you. They played it very well inside of Team Co. So I like the early Ruffs pick as well. There's very few brawlers who can just completely dominate Ruffs one-on-one. So it's a good pick to take first because you know you're going to be able to account for these couple of picks that STMN are going to have now a bit later on in the draft. So you've got to pick something that's very consistent early on. And Ruffs is just that. They picked Lola, which I absolutely love on this map as well. Just such good spray capability, and the mid is never going to be unscouted.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of ways of just getting some small tags here and there, finding your opponent's positioning. Just a small side note question. Do you feel like on this sort of map, the vision gear is being played at all?
I think the only really brawl you can play vision gear is with this Jean, and I'm not sure if Jean's really that viable on this map. I'd prefer to see something like Pam or something come out now, or even something that could go down one of the lanes. It's just quite tough to play the vision gear on these kind of maps. Maybe like double swoosh when Jean's actually really viable. But here, yeah, I'm unsure what Team Queso we're going to pick. I'd probably take something like a Pam, as I said, something like that, with a lot of the different capabilities like Crow and stuff like that banned out of the way. They're going to take Belle, which is not the brawler I would have thought they'd bring on this map. End of, no matter amount as their second pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to do all right against the Lola, right? Which is probably why it's brought in. Plus, you know, having some range in the mid can always be useful on this map. You kind of want one brawler to be able to do that job. So I don't even hate it that much. I think I agree with you. I would like to probably see a Pam being brought in anyways, but it's going to be the Rico on Harvey, and it's an interesting map to do. So you can find some nice bounces in those little bushy areas on the sides as well. If someone is hiding there, you can get a bounce from the back of those two boxes. But it leaves some room here for Stamina to try to find something nice. I still think that Pam, as you said, is a very strong brawler here, but Ash is definitely an interesting one. And I mean, I didn't quite see it coming, but with a Byron, it can put in some really solid work.
Yeah, I was going to agree with the Twitch chat and say Squeak would have been a really good avenue to go here as well.
True.
There's a few choke points that you can just throw it on and you slow them down on entry, and also it grants vision of the mid as well, so it'd have been a solid take there. Also, I'm just questioning this Rico pick. I'm really not too sure about how it's going to fare.
Yeah, I'm not in love with it either, but we'll see how it goes down. So far, at least resulted in a lot of control. A nice opening kill into Lena, and that's a nice pass to Ali. That's nearly a goal for Team Queso this early on, as we were doubting the Rico pick. Seems like so far, at least, yeah, we're just getting, the caster treatment, I guess.
I was just saying it was bad, so Ali had proved me wrong. That's the only reason. This should be a goal. Jeten falls down. They go for the wall break and should slot it in there. Rafa does just that and takes an early lead, which is absolutely huge for Team Queso here, as they need to be very wary of this Byron Ash as soon as they start to get established. They've got the super. They haven't really granted Skyrix the gift of being raged up just yet.
No, that's true. He hasn't really been close to anyone so far, but now, I mean, there's no damage in the world that's going to stomp that push, as the heals from the Byron were there as well, and only Ruffs to try to end that push. It's all tied up, and the stakes have never been higher here for Team Queso, as you mentioned. Maybe they have in the past for those Stamina players, but they haven't been in a while, for sure. Let's see who cracks under the pressure, as so far Stamina have a little bit more control, but that mark on Skyrix is going to make his life a lot more complicated. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Lena looking to close out that kill into Ali SSJ, but a nice heal coming through from Ali, going to keep him alive, and for the time being, Team Queso are safe and sound with a very low HP Lena that almost picks up the kill into Harvey, but doesn't quite manage to pull it off.
I'm not sure if the heal there from Skyrix actually helped him or kind of impeded his rage there and stopped him from taking down Rafa. Nonetheless, though, great position for Team Queso now heading on into this late portion of the game. No bouncy castles left, though, which means Alice is going to have to wait a while to get back in the mix. But it seems like we've got a few powered up people here. And he's going to be dealing a lot of damage. Great super takes out Jet, and just before they really start to establish themselves, Lane fall low as well. And with these power-ups that every member of Team Queso has, this is going to be a devastating overtime for STMN EU.
Yeah, absolutely so. If Jeden can quickly pick up that elimination, which he will, that could be quite game-changing, as immediately they corner out the ball. Want to make sure that they use this early overtime advantage on their side, but so far struggling to really do so. Lenan gets marked, eventually tapped down. Rafa has super, gonna go for it, but he shoots straight onto Skyrix. A bit of a predictable shot there. And Stamina are able to corner up the ball once more.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be right there. Team Queso, match point. Solid plays all round.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, match point. Team Queso now, it's in a difficult position for STMN. I thought they were going to come out a bit strong with that Byron and Ash comp, to be honest with you. I thought it'd be much, much stronger off the start, but it seemed Team Queso were the ones really in the driving seat.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I feel like it's been a bit underwhelming so far. And to be fair, Jeden has had a lot of stuff to do in general. You know, he was taking care of the mid for the most part, but look at that off the bat. Team Queso with 2 eliminations on the mid and on the right side. That's going to be an open goal 20 seconds in. And Team Queso already take over the lead here. Was the match point as well as STMN. They might just drop out of contention for MSI and for this monthly final in general, as Ale is able to claim yet another kill. And so far, I have to admit, the Rico's been putting in some really solid work.
Yeah, Lane falls low as well, and panic mode starts to set in for STMN. Kind of seems like they're running at them one by one. The synergy is completely gone, and this is a comp where you desperately need it as well. Byron and Ash need to play together. Skyrix goes down once more. Still 1:30 on the clock. They've got plenty of time. They need to slow down, but the pass to Alias J here, and the super shot might finish things off. He plays it slow, plays composed, and Team Queso seem to be on top of their game right now. The Ego does take down Javi, though, which resets things and should give STMN at least a life.
Jeden using his super to secure that kill and get the heal true as well. A nice 3 versus 1 there. Skyrix goes for the shot, and it just barely goes in. Stamina not out just yet, but might be a minute away from being out if Team Queso are able to score within that time frame. Skyrix gets marked up, takes a lot of damage off that super from Ale's. One shot does end up going down. Jeden trying his best to save the day here, but it's gonna be a 3 versus 1. Jeden falls next, and Team Queso have done it. They are going to MSI, and I think that pretty much sums up the mood right now for the team.
Understandably as well, congratulations to Team Queso. Finals and MSI guaranteed in a singular game. That's just, you know, the emotions pouring out of them right now. Kanru absolutely living the dream. Just amazing plays all around. Commiserations to STMN though. Great performance all around from them as well, but just could not finish things off.
And some happiness, tears, and shouts there from Team Queso. Great to see the passion behind it, and I mean, they know how much it means, right? It's absolutely huge for them. They absolutely deserve it as well. So does STMN, but today they deserve it a little bit less, as they do end up going down 3-2. It took 5 sets to set both teams apart, but Team Queso are able to reign supreme. And man, that was so close so many times, but just ever so barely. Stamina couldn't quite do it. Couldn't quite do it, and it's going to be heartbreaking for their roster. Their roster with, you know, so many accomplishments and history within competitive Brawl Stars, but seems like this first half of BSC 22 is just not quite going to be theirs.
Yeah, very much still in the running for those World Finals at the end of the year, though. But for MSI, as far as that is concerned, we have our 3 EMEA teams in Team Queso, Tribe Gaming, and SK Gaming. Having a look at some of the statistics, though. Alias SJ, 12 takedowns, but only 32%. Very solid team effort all around from Team Queso as far as the damage goes, and a very well-rounded amount of takedowns as well. But regardless, Skyrix on the, I believe, Byron, was it? Didn't have the most easy time with 13% damage. A lot of the time you are healing regardless, and especially with an Ashe, so I kind of need to take that into consideration. But just the takedowns were just not on an equal playing field as Team Queso.
Absolutely. So, well, guys, let's see who you voted out to be the MVP. It is gonna be Rafa from Team Queso. 8 kills, 3 deaths in that final set. Amazing 290 DPS as well. He had a phenomenal series here against Stamina. Absolutely shined in and out. But yeah, man, that was quite a performance from him and Team Queso in general. Really a team effort in the end, as that was what made the difference. And you said it, right? Stamina synergy falling apart towards the end, and you could just see the difference in you know, how well they were feeling in that final match. Let's check out the bracket, Trav, if you can run us through what we've seen so far and what we have yet to see.
Well, a real quick cleanup. We saw STMN beat Craze, Team Queso beat OGs, Reply Totem lost to Bax in the third quarterfinals, Tribe Gaming beat SK 2-0. We've just seen now STMN lose 3-2 to Team Queso, who did move on to the finals and qualified for the Mid-Season Invitational. Bax EU versus Tribe Gaming up next to decide who faces Team Queso in those finals.
All right, no MSI spots on the line this time around, but 2 teams that quite desperately want any sort of points out of the BSC tribe so far. In first seed, as a matter of fact, for this region, in first place, have been looking absolutely amazing. I think this is the strongest Tribe Gaming team we've ever seen in the EMEA. And, you know, they always started the years really late, right? This year, off the bat, looking absolutely incredible and just getting almost better and better still. A lot of stories on their end, but Bax is also a team that is quite interesting because I'm not entirely sure what is going on. I mean, Cyclone is taking a break. Nidine is either banning us on Twitter or announcing all types of things. So I'm not exactly sure where those guys are at or where they're going. What I do know is that they're 3 incredible players and they have amazing mechanical skill and can do a lot of work over there. Lars here as well, and they're a team that has had you know, overall a tough 2021 year where they were, you know, in rosters that didn't quite stick together for very long, and it seems to be kind of the case this year as well, but they keep getting better at the same time and actually having a shot at going far into those brackets.
Yeah, I mean, you know, those are the vibes. You see him right there. He's chilling. That's kind of what the team dynamic is at the moment. Just turn up, chill, try your best, and if you win, you win. At least that is what is going to be happening until they do sub in Angel Boy, or who knows, maybe Nadine's going to quit as well, and they'll have a totally different roster coming up in the second half. But regardless, Tribe Gaming is Tom, Yoshi, and Drage. Shouldn't need an introduction, but I will give them one anyway. Just been playing so well throughout this entire year, surprised everybody throughout those first months, and it was the best start by far they've had this year in comparison to 2020 and 2021.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tribe have been looking deadly, and I think most of us would agree that they've been the best team in the EMEA in this first half of the year. And I wouldn't quite say by far, but honestly, was a respectable distance between them and their counterparts. They've been looking so good, and I feel like they are probably my favorites to take it all home this monthly final. We'll see, as they do need to take down Bax first and then the grand finals. But I mean, they beat SK in the quarters, honestly almost made it look easy as well, which no one usually does facing SK Gaming. So dude, this Tribe Gaming roster looking great. I think we all on the caster desk predicted Tribe Gaming to take this one, and I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see most people at home going the same way, as they are very much the favorites getting into this match. However, favorite doesn't mean a guaranteed win either. We've had plenty of upsets so far today and in the rest of the season, so there's room for miracles as well for Bax for sure.
Yeah, it is going to be very difficult to, you know, predict against Tribe Gaming at this point, especially for the public as well. That's my suggestion to you. Probably do vote Tribe Gaming, but then again, don't blame me when you get it wrong if they do lose. 83% is one of the most convincing polls in Europe I think we've ever had. Usually the Europe games and predictions are very close considering how tight-knit the competition is in this region. But this is, you know, very, very one-sided, and I'd imagine rightly so considering how well Tribe have been playing this year.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page here that Tribe are pretty heavy favorites, but there's always going to be room for upsets, and Bax certainly are capable of doing so. Took down Reply Totem in their quarterfinal match. Let's see if they can do it again here as they are facing Tribe in the semis. And Tom already was the first pick. Byron joined up by a quick rough pick from Cyclone and the squeak from the Matt. Why do you need 30 seconds to pick if you pick in 5?
Exactly, just get it out of the way, just absolutely do it. Like, we see Byron first pick, Ruffs and Squeak. Pretty self-explanatory first picks, I'd say. That's probably why it hasn't taken so long, but I'm liking what Bax are kind of bringing to the table here, the Squeak, the Ruffs early on. It's going to have to be something that pairs quite well with the Byron, or as it will be a little bit of a wasted pick. A Bow, I'm not sure about that. With the walls that are in this middle of the map, they're going to have to possibly say something that might break them down, because it's quite hard to shoot around those walls with Bow, I feel.
No, that's a fair point. I'm very curious to see how this is all going to work out. I mean, the Totem can be nice as well for the Gene to get at least like halfway to the first pool. Not sure if he'll get to get much further than that. I would have loved to see a Rico being brought in here, but obviously it is going to be banned. And we'll see the Piper instead from Lars. Interesting pick to bring in here. I mean, I'm not against sharpshooters here in general. I do maybe slightly prefer Bell just to get some nest eggs placed down and have some areas covered, but Piper can work, I guess, especially if you manage to open up some walls nicely with your super. You can really utilize that range nicely. Until then, it might get a little challenging if Tribe are able to close the gap and get up close.
Don't get me wrong, if you want to open the map up with Piper, you might want to pair it with something that's a little bit better at range than Squeak and Ruffs, especially against Gene and Bow and Byron. That's kind of my thought process behind this. I feel like it's a little bit weird, a lack of synergy in their comp, and it kind of benefits the opposing team to break up, but it's also going to hurt Bax if they don't.
Yeah, it's not every day that you see Bax playing Piper, but not on Nadine. But in general, Squeak has been... He's been pretty much just the Squeak of the team, so he's busy with other responsibilities for now. I'm really curious to see how that Bow pick is gonna work out, as so far he's been outranged pretty much for the entirety of this opening round, and slowly but surely the gas will force up some closer interaction. That's really where the Bow pick might get interesting.
Yeah, the Gene pool might be getting a bit interesting here as well. Probably see him trying to bait out these sandbags, and Lars then baits him. Tom throws some mines, and those are beautifully placed there. It's either in the gas or absolutely on top of the mines, and Drage cleans up after that. Taking the first round, a lot of supers were kind of used to guarantee it, but it's worthwhile at the end of the day.
Man, that was a great opening round from Tribe. Let's see if they can keep it up like that, as the map is quite a bit more opened up now, and that's definitely going to help Cyclone's sake. Although Yoshi can utilize some of that cover being removed too with his range. So far though, no big early opening. Cyclone getting tapped though. Is he going to go down? He just barely survives, but that is a very, very close call.
Wall breaks from Lars coming in. Cyclone going to be provided the power up, which should go a long way, especially with this map being as open as it is. They really do need him to provide some extremely good gameplay right now. Yoshi got his super, so does Drage. Doesn't want to use the Gene Pull the same as he did last time, though, as that didn't seem to play out too well for him. Pops his gadget, but Drage retreats behind the Bow Totem, so that means he can't be hit by it. Nadine going to be playing pretty firmly over the backside of the map right now, but he does push forward as it goes on. Lars falls low, getting pinched in. Drage goes down. Yoshi's falling low. The squeak shots are coming through. Tom is the only one alive. He might be able to get this here, but the reload comes in for Cyclone and he even things out.
Wow, Cyclone getting that final shot just in time to secure the round. 1-1 in this first game, and now if we thought we didn't have a lot of walls left in the previous round, there's even less this time around. Let's see if Tribe can find some opportunities. Rage does have a pull. If he can get in range of someone, that could be a way of opening things up, but so far it's a passive approach. Once more, as both teams don't want to give too much away, and Lars takes a lot of damage, gonna be forced back. So is Cyclone, creating a little bit of space for Tribe to try to retake some of that control. Let's see if they can keep it.
Residue is placed down. Splash comes in, hits on Cyclone, and that might be Malaise. He's gonna have a tough time healing up from there. Does throw out the gadget as well, but no connection. The rest of Bax is low, just as Cyclone is as well. But Lars, only one with a good amount of health. Cyclone heals up now and provided the power up as well. Nadine almost goes down to the smoke, and that keeps him low as well. One follow-up shot from Yoshi will take him down. Cyclone jumping directly onto these members of Tribe. 2v1, but Lars definitely still has it in the locker here. He might be able to finish it off, but he misses the shot. Drage runs straight at him and abuses that auto-aim to take the first game.
Wow, that was incredibly close, but Tribe barely snatched this one away. First game going their way. Let's see if we see any changes in execution. It was honestly in the close game realm where I don't think backs need to change too much up. Just hitting a couple more shots in some of those rounds would have been enough to do the job.
Playing a little bit different, playing left to right for Tribe now as they have switched things up a little bit. Cyclone's going to fall low. Tom tries to follow up the takedown, does get it. And that means the rest of the map should remain shut for quite a good period of time, which is going to benefit Tribe hugely. If Drake can get a surprise pull onto Lars here, he might be able to make use of it for once, but not going to go for it just yet. Sandbag still very much there, and he doesn't even need to use the pull. Takedown's there anyway, and Dean does pop his gadget, which is going to be a waste of residue. Nice positioning on it, but it's a 3v1. I'm not sure this is really going to be possible for Nadine.
Yeah, I think he figured might as well try it, you know. It's only one gadget. But yeah, it is some lost value, and now Tribe, if they win either of the next two following rounds, they'll take the opening set. Nice tap early on there from Cyclone, but gets healed up so fast and it barely even matters. Does have a super, could help open up a couple of walls, but he's not really going for it just yet, as he knows that there's a gene pool on the right side of the map that he quite desperately doesn't want to run into.
Splash in the hands of Yoshi as well. Dean needs to be a little bit scared, but Yoshi's going to get tapped. No gadget there, and Cyclone gets pulled out of nowhere from Drage, finally making use of that devastating super. Gadget going to be missed once more by Yoshi, but he is going to be followed up by a couple of shots. Sandbags are placed down. Tom gets hit up by both of those shots from Lars. Lars, however, is going to fall just as low as Tom is, and he gets connected by that shot from Yoshi as well. Wonderful, he found the angle, and the takedown was there. Just Nadine remaining once more, and I'm not liking his chances at all.
No, I'm not quite either. Does get a super true, but eventually he gets taken out, and Tribe Gaming will be taking the first set here against Bax Esports. Honestly, a good start from Tribe. It felt like they were in control for the most part. There were some moments, especially in the first game, where I felt like Bax had some really good opportunities, some 1v1 situation that if they just barely got turned around, would have made the difference. However, for the second game, it was already a lot more comfortable for Tribe, not really breaking too much of a sweat in that one. And in the set overall, they definitely just looked like the better team, you know, the better synergy, the better team play, and individually able to find some great opportunities and create some space for the rest of the team. Tribe starting off great in this match, and Bax is definitely going to need to up their game if they want to stand a chance at pulling off a comeback.
Knockout is a mode that Tribe are very comfortable with, though. We've got to bear that in mind when trying to predict further on into the game. They probably are one of the best knockout teams in the game, and they usually do show it when they play the game mode. However, Parallel Plays is going to be up next, which is a bit of hot zone, pretty similar dynamic, and I said this earlier as well, you know, you've got to have that controlled aggression whilst remaining passive at the same time as well, but with the benefit of actually, if you do go down, you can respawn and come back up and try the same thing again, which is always a bit of a helpful thing, especially in hot zone, when you're trying to constantly push aggressive for that percentage on the other side.
No, you're absolutely right. And Parallel Plays is also a map with very interesting dynamics compared to most hot zone map. You have 2 zones, which, you know, already sets it apart from the other maps in the current competitive map pool, but also just they're very, very far from each other, right? So you have that constant focus and resource assessment where you have to decide, you know, do we go with our mid a little bit more involved in the offense, or do we really want to secure our defensive side and make sure that they don't get into there? And those decisions, they change all the time as well, depending on what's happening, who has the lead, by how much, if your opponents have great picks at taking over your zone. So it's a very, very complex map, one of the hardest ones to play in my opinion, because if you take the wrong decision, it can really, really harm you in the long run, and it can be enough to completely you know, end your chance at winning a game.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you've always got to be cautious, especially in a place like this. We'll see what the bans are going to be now, as they should come in momentarily. We got Eve, Byron, and Crow from Bax, and Gale, Squeak, and Sprout from Tribe Gaming. So another 6-ban game. And across the board, they're all very, very solid picks on this map, especially the Sprout. We've seen that slotting in a lot more this year than it had in the previous one. I always refer back to it as just Sven playing it so well last year. That's always the memorable moment for me on Sprout. Seeing Pam coming in as a first pick, which I was questioning earlier, and I'm still not the biggest fan of a Pam first pick, but it did prove itself to be quite useful.
I kind of like it, you know, because sure, there are ways of countering Pam, but Pam doesn't really have like a super hard counter, you know, except maybe like Penny, but you know, it's Penny, so so Tom should be safe. But you know what I mean? Like, it's not a brawler that easily gets like super countered either, I think. Same is gonna apply to Lola and Belle, which are gonna be the next 2 picks brought in by Bax. Probably picked together here for the not quite the synergy, but the counter synergy, if that makes any sense. As if you pick Lola, it's going to be quite scary to face a Belle. Those ego bounces can be quite horrible to deal with, not just for you, but even for your teammates. If any of them is close to your ego, it can be really, really annoying. Reset some heals and just disrupt your plans in general and give a lot more value for each shot from your opponent's Rage will be joining up with the Leon. He's been playing it a lot on this map already for months and months, and with really solid results as well.
Yeah, very solid on this brawler, and I mean, it might even swap it up a little bit as well when they do try load into the game. Might see some different players playing different stuff. Yoshi takes the Amber, which I'm honestly quite a big fan of, especially against the Lola. You're going to have the pierce damage through the ego, which is always something you want. You really do need something that's going to be able to either bounce off it like a Belle, which was already taken out of the mix, or something that can pierce it. And Amber's just a very well-rounded brawler on this map end of, because you break up the bushes, ensure that they're not going to be able to push through and sneak through your side and get onto your defensive hot zone with ease. So it's a great pick to take. I like how well-rounded this Tribe comp is, but Bax comp, it does just seem to be very, very strong as well. Depending on what they take here, I might even be favoring that one as well. They take Sandy, which I don't mind, but I wouldn't say it's a top pick on this map.
Well, first of all, I agree, and secondly, I don't feel like it's the best pick against Tribe Gaming's comp either. Like, it's gonna get outranged by everyone. And up close, I mean, obviously, you know, if you can put them to sleep with a gadget, you can do some work against pretty much everyone. But still, it's an odd pick to me too. I was not really expecting to see that. We'll see how it works out in the end, as Cyclone takes a fair share of early damage from that long range salva from Drage.
But they're playing it left as well? Surely you need a bit of range on this defensive side to scout the bush now, because he's just been absolutely melted and he can't do anything about it because he just cannot challenge this lane. And Drage instantly on this hot zone now. Dean's just got to wait for the pinch, which Tom might already assist him with. However, Lars is doing great on the other side of things as well. Burn onto Cyclone, which should take him down, and Tom continuing this aggression to try continue the lead.
Yeah, Lars did manage to slip into the right zone. He's going to be taking a fair bit of damage here, but does pick the elimination up. Drage does have the healing station to work with, and could force Lars to rotate into it, but Lars still finds the kill. He's been popping off on the Lola so far as Backs are building up a very, very solid lead.
I mean, it's just all Lola at this point, really. Eventually taken down by Tom, and there's the pierce damage we were talking about. He's just been playing so flawlessly on the offensive side. I mean, they let it go over the left-hand side, and Tribe got a good lead over there, but we can't forget that Backs still do have some defensive percentage to secure as well. It's going to be about 10% left, I'd imagine, or something like that after they've managed to guarantee it. Right, 9%, but this should be cleared up pretty easily if they do continue this aggression and Lars continues playing as well as he is.
Thing is, it can go quickly from here on, especially if Nadine gets caught there by Drage. It's not that many percentages setting both teams apart, especially as kill after kill seems to be going the way of Tribe, and this game might just be turned around.
Well, they're just going to make me eat my words now, aren't they? Invisiheal popped as well, and I think this is now going to be a Tribe win. I mean, I'm just completely wrong 90% of the time, so just never listen to me, guys. Tribe take it. Take the first game of parallel plays, and I think that's a surprise to both of us, to be fair, with how well Backs were playing in that one. It's pretty similar to what happened earlier, I think, as well, with some of the teams. Complete domination, and then it just gets completely flipped on its head, and the game just completely turns in favor of the opposing team. Don't get me wrong, I think Backs just were playing so flawlessly there. I'm just unsure how they really let it go.
All right, let's see. The reaction is here from Backs, as they don't really want to give another set to Tribe Gaming. It's hard enough to face Tribe in the semifinal. It's going to be even harder if you start off with a 2-set deficit. Drage going to be popping super, using the Invisiheal to get back healthy and aggressive against Lars. Takes down the ego. Nadine surely going to get pinched, and just that will be happening there. Cyclone trying to take down Tom. Tom ran out of juice, I think, as he had no more shots available. But eventually they do manage to pick up the elimination, and Yashi is free to get some percentages of that left zone.
Cyclone pushing on. It's going to be a tough pinch for Tom to make just because of the stun that is available. He does use his gadget and manages to grab his super and uses that directly on Cyclone. Did get a few percentage along the way, but really nothing to be too scared of for Tribe here. I like the position in this turret as well. Surprising that Dean didn't take it down earlier, as now, you know, Yoshi might be able to use it to his advantage. He does eventually get taken down, and Lars playing left now. Well, all of Backs are playing left as Tom kind of pins them into a corner. Cyclone once again comes up, gets burned, and sent directly back to spawn instantly.
Yeah, that's a tough kill for Backs, but they do manage to get the trade onto Yashi, and that's going to prevent Tribe from any further aggression for now. However, it's still a little bit of a lead in favor of Tribe, percentage-wise, as they finish capturing their home base. And Drage on the left-hand side does have a super as well, which could help out quite a bit, close the gap. But so far, Tribe are not rushing into anything. They want to play it safe and don't want to give anything away. Nest Egg gets triggered, and the follow-up kill onto Drage is a chance here for Backs to start pushing back upwards.
Yeah, Tom's marked as well. If they get any sniff of an offensive push capability, they're going to be going for it. Cyclone just does not have the range, and this is what I mean with Sandy. You just cannot do much at all without a team pinch. Drage's going to pop the Invisiheal and try to push down this left-hand side. No Nest Egg to scout him out this time. Yoshi pushes that forward. Cyclone goes down, and now it is a free-for-all for Tribe on this zone. That is going to be the second set, as Backs are just nowhere in sight.
Yeah, that's pretty much going to be settling it here, as time is running out for Backs. They know it. They'll just let Tribe close this one out. Don't even know if they have the time to get 100%, but ultimately, it doesn't really matter, as a win is a win. And right now, Tribe, they've picked up 4 of them to set up 2 sets to 0 against Bax Esports. Great start and mid part of the match, I guess, for Tribe so far, as one more set would suffice to secure their spot in yet another monthly final grand final. Tribe are looking as impressive as ever, really. This just looks like routine so far against them. 4 games in a row, and Bax have yet to really even get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's really just not looking good for them. Tribe are just setting themselves up for success every single draft. They're just looking incredible at this point. I mean, we have the infinite Brawl Ball map of Pinhole Punt just coming back and back again and again every single game coming up next. So we might see some similar comps to what we saw just then. And if Tribe can, play out again with another amazing comp, then I'm pretty sure they're going to be finishing out in 3. Because Bax played amazing, but they just they don't seem to have the composure to finish things off. First game seemed heavily in their favor. This second one, not so much.
Yeah, absolutely on point. But in the end, it does feel like in general, Tribe have been just a little bit more in control for this entirety of the match. And I mean, the scoreboard definitely tends to lean that way here as well. 9 kills on the Amber. Great plays from Tom on that brawler. It's definitely a fun one that you don't see every day being picked out. And I mean, most recently we've seen it quite a bit on Double Switch, for example. But here on Parallel Plays, I didn't really expect it to be brought in, but it definitely did the job just fine for Tribe, as now they're set away from the grand finals, and Pinhole Punt is going to be their next opportunity to get there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a possibility of that Rico coming out again after the previous performance from Team Case on this map. In my eyes, I questioned it. I thought it wasn't going to be good, and it was the Brawler that carried them extremely hard to be able to, guarantee their spot in the finals in the MSI. So there's a possibility of it coming out again. I really do feel so. We got some capable players on Tribe who are very capable of playing it, and the same with Bax as well. I'd imagine it'll probably go to one of these teams or be banned just because of how scary it did actually look. But you got to think of the same things. We got crow bans constantly. Lola picks actually coming out quite common here, and I think they might be swaying away from the Byron Ash combo that doesn't seem to be running too well in the EU so far this monthly.
Yeah, I don't think that it looked too promising from what we've seen so far. But here we go. Spike, Crow, and Eve banned out by Bax. Surge, Squeak, and Max banned out by Tribe. And already Ruff's first pick from Tribe was also, I think, the first pick for the Team Queso match earlier, or amongst the first picks. And it makes sense, right? It's a brawler that can synergize pretty much with anything and anyone in many different ways. It offers so much utility. It's great overall, but another brawler that fills a somewhat similar role is going to be the Leon being brought in here by Cyclone. Lollipop Drop, still a great gadget, and in general, Leon is in a great place. Lots of damage, very good assassin capabilities, paired up with Lola. That's going to be a lot of damage output. But to counter that damage, Tribe are going to be bringing in the Byron, providing some nice heals here and there.
Yeah, I like that pairing, Ruffs and Byron, especially if you can provide him with that power-up as well early on. You're going to have such a dominant force coming towards the opposing team. Going to finish things off with a Pam. Proved from the last game that, they're extremely capable, and especially Yoshi, of playing that brawler to perfection near enough. Ems out the other side, and I actually really like what they've done there, picking that into both the Ruffs and the Pam. 2 brawlers who are going to struggle quite heavily against it if it does manage to get into range, and it's going to have to be an early push, I think, from Bax. Otherwise, if they get powered up, we're going to see a similar scenario to Team Queso versus STMN.
I agree, but I feel like, compared to what we saw from STMN, I feel like this come from Bax is a little bit more solid overall. Obviously, the Byron Ash was just not quite working out for them for STMN, but in this case, I feel like their comp covers a lot of ground and they can definitely make a lot happen. Problem is, they're not facing any team either, and Tribe have been looking so good so far today. However, that first push from Tribe is eventually going to get shut down, and those low HP players from Banks will get the chance to keep living for a little bit longer as they try to heal up and get in some more aggressive positioning. Tom with a gadget. The healing station plays down as well, but he does just end up going down, and Drage is able to find a trade.
Yeah, a little bit questionable from Tom, but at least the trade did come down. That's the main thing. Drage going to fire out that gadget and hit 2 players with it as well. Take 1 down along with that. Lars has his super, though, defensive position. It's going to be extremely useful. Does get tapped by both Drage and Yoshi with a lovely little pinch play there as well. And it kind of just seems like every brawler I look at has got some kind of poison on them.
Yeah, I mean, with a Byron available, especially on a player like Drage, it just doesn't seem to miss that often. That's often going to be the case. Pass forward to Cyclone. Cyclone with the shot. It goes in. Wow, what a timing there. What an opportunity to be spotted by Cyclone, and the teamwork to get that ball over there. And Banks, they relive from the ashes, but for how long? As get a lot of aggression and Inviso heal as well. The pass from Lars this time, though. Tom not going to do the same mistake twice and will be getting the ball out of the way.
Power up thrown forward, and it does break a little bit of that grass, but not sure who that's really favoring at this point, as they do need to try and make a move momentarily. 30 seconds on the clock. Looks like the ball's going to be played into the corner. Cyclone moving it over to the right-hand side now, I do believe, and Tom pushing him quite nicely. Drage has the power up as well. 1 laying directly on the floor there for Ruffs, and another one available to break this front portion of the wall. Should be going for a wall break in the goal, I think, but he's choosing to try and expose Cyclone to all 3 members of Tribe, which might have gone quite far. Tom should throw turret forward here, get the takedown on Cyclone, and then move on to the rest of the brawlers, but doesn't connect it. Yoshi doesn't get the takedown on Lars, and Backs are going to get a game against Tribe Gaming in this Brawl Ball set.
Wow, all right. Maybe Tribe, getting a little bit too confident here and there, leaving some openings in their defense. Backs definitely able to exploit that, but that's pretty much all we've really seen from them so far in this match. And I'm going to need a lot more to be convinced of any sort of a comeback, but this is Backs' opportunity to do just that. As they do have a nice start once more. Their Cyclone does take a lot of damage. It's going to be forced back for a little bit. Drage goes down, and an opening kill might just make the difference as Backs are pushing forward, but struggling to get past Tom. Will eventually take him down. Sandbags plays down as well. Lars pushing forward, goes for the shot and knockback. And that's Backs already with another goal.
Looking good for them in this set. Break should come forward. I'd imagine front wall for Yoshi here, but Tribe are just getting absolutely dominated in this set here. He walks back onto the power-up drop, though, and he didn't manage to do anything on that. Missed shot as well from Nadine allows Tribe a lifeline, but still, is the lifeline even going to be enough at this point? They're so far behind in this Brawl Ball set and this game that it might be too little too late.
Oh, nice value of that Byron super from Drage. Picks up the elimination eventually onto Nadine as well. Cyclone forced back. And Tribe, at least they got a lot of time going their way still to try to score it up, but they do need to score eventually, or Banks are going to snatch a set away from them. Cyclone, aggressive, taking a fair bit of damage. Super from Drage will pretty much finish the job as Yoshi eventually takes him down. Yoshi with a double as Lars is next up on his list, and this might very much be a goal from Tribe. Some slight mistakes here and there. Bull not really ending where it was supposed to be, and some misheals from Drage, but Tribe still got the positioning. Now it's about finding an opportunity.
Here it might be. Tom does get the scrap sucker onto Nadine, but can't quite push a goal into it. Passes to Tom, and that's a goal right there. Yoshi chooses to go for it himself. Doesn't manage to get it, and the knockback's not there on Lars either, who knocks him back and takes him down. I feel like that was a simple pass to Tom across the goal, and it probably would have been finished off, but maybe a possibility of Lars' knockback coming in. Regardless, I think could have grabbed the ball once more and finished it off, but 17 seconds, make that 15 now, and Tribe might have just lost this game for themselves.
They very much might have, although Tom is still alive for now, but it seems like Nadine is just gonna hold on to the ball, place it right in front of the goal, and tease Tribe Gaming as backs. They managed to take a set here, and honestly, they looked pretty good in this one. If that was the opening set, I would have been all worked up and thinking, you know, we might see a big upset. But we have to remember the 2 sets before that were quite one-sided in favor of Tribe. We'll see if maybe that lights a spark up and backs can carry on some of that momentum into Hard Rock Mine that's coming up next. But so far, I'm not really getting my hopes up too much, as I feel like that probably was a very slight misdraft or a set that just slipped out of Tribe's hands. But that was the opening goal there from Cyclone in game 1, and what a way to do so as well.
Well, we know Tribe absolutely love getting reverse swept, so it definitely is a possibility here, I think, as well. Either like getting reverse swept or coming close to it at least as well half the time. Past 2 monthly finals have been very much just that. So, I mean, you can never count it out, especially as they've performed as well as that. That might have, as you said, started a spark in their minds of, you know, we can do this, bring it back, just get a good draft, finish things off. And Hard Rock Mine, it's going to be a good map for both of these teams here. I've said throughout this, you know, these few monthly finals this month that it's a map that's been in the game for so long. If you can't draft on this map, you know, you've got some issues in competitive play. Oh, wow.
No, absolutely. Just, you know, for a matter of comparison here, it's 21 kills for backs, 20 in total for Tribe in that set. That's a very small difference, and yet 2 goals for backs, none for Tribe. So getting kills is nice, but what you really want is impact kills, right? Finding kills on players that will give you a lot of control or really help you either solidify your defense or your offense. And it seems like backs had a couple more of those opportunities. At least, I mean, you know, besides the kind of sneaky goal from Cyclone, it seems like they had a couple more of those opportunities. Let's see in Hard Rock Mine if Tribe can, you know, focus up, and I think that's how it should be from their perspective as well, right? They are still very heavy favorites in this match, still a set ahead. Just take things easy. I wouldn't say forget about Brawl, but, you know, put it on hold for now. Just focus on Hard Rock Mine and don't let it slip out of control, because that's kind of the risk in those situations, right? You start questioning yourself and lose some confidence, whereas your opponents, they're building up their own confidence, and that's how things can get a lot more complicated than they have to be. Backs, it's all the opposite for them now. They now gotta use whatever they found in that Brawl set and try to carry that over here to Gem Grab, build up some more confidence, and try to maybe take some risks here and there. I think I would like to see that coming up, and it's not completely foreign to their usual playstyle either. We've seen Nadine forever picking brawlers like Gale, Squeak, Griff way before they were meta. So I'd like to see some innovation on their end and see some risks being brought in here.
I mean, one wrong draft and it could all go wrong for Tribe Gaming. To be honest, this one could really be a decisive set if backs manage to outcomp them and be able to win this one. It evens things out, and that takes it to the 5th and final set where, you know, we've seen big things happen today already where Team Queso took what some people probably would consider as an upset in that final one. But regardless, we're kicking things off in this draft very, very fast. This is a rapid draft. 8-bit, Rico, Eve, Surge, Ruffs, and Stu going to be banned. Cyclone picks Lola, Nadine picks Leon, and we had the Squeak from Tom. And second pick of Tribe Gaming should be up momentarily, but I'm liking what both teams have got so far, to be honest. If you're starting things off with Lola and Leon, you can't complain. And at the same time, Squeak's always going to be a good brawler, pretty much no matter what the map at the moment.
Yeah, honestly, I'm still kind of shook by the amount of Lola we've seen today. I feel like it's been one of the most picked brawlers, which, I mean, I expected it to be fairly popular, but to this amount is definitely surprising. Bell, as a reaction to exactly that pick, trying to get some Bell shots to bounce off the ego towards either the Lola or teammates or some other utility, lollipop drop, wherever. Can find some really good value to that extent. And Yashi will be closing out the draft for Tribe with the Tara that no doubt will be switched over to Tom.
Well, let's hope not, otherwise we might be in for a few missed pulls along the way. Honestly, I do really like the Sprout, though. It can wall off a lot of possibilities, especially down these sides. If you stick a wall down, you're pretty much closing off near enough 2 avenues to the side lane, which is going to be near enough exactly what people want to be moving out and trying to grab control of. But I do like the Tara. I'll mention it, you know, as much as I like to bully people for missing their Tara pulls, it's very easy to have people be caught on walls on this map just because of the sheer amount of them there is. It is quite difficult to actually miss.
No, that's an absolutely fair point. Well, let's see how this one goes down. Drake taking a lot of early damage. Needs to be careful, but is just barely able to get out of Nadine's range. It's definitely an interesting map for Squeak. Can do some good work, especially if he connects those shots directly onto target and forces Lars to be this low HP. Let's see on the left-hand side as Yoshi tries to deal with Cyclone, will do just that. And gem-wise, we're all tied up with that man advantage. It's not gonna last for long. Tribe solidifying their control of the mid. Yoshi takes a lot of damage, but does have info on Cyclone, at least for now. And so far, Tribe doing a really good job at just keeping the mid in their control. Cyclone getting spotted as well will reveal his location.
Yeah, a singular card that managed to sneak through the wall there did manage to connect with Cyclone and reveal his invisibility. A little bit unfortunate for him, but I'm sure Tribe will be happy about not being surprised by a random Leon in the face. He does connect the Tara pull and gets the takedown as well, and his positioning in this game has kind of just been unparalleled by anything Bax have managed to do. Tom's going to throw that down residue now, and he can't really retreat without being spotted through that, I don't think. So he is just going to choose to stay up, and Tom's going to try and loop round or take down the Sprout. Surprised he didn't actually just go for Nadine here, which he's choosing to do now, and that is going to be a big connection, slow down as well, and 5 gems into the hands of Yoshi.
Wow, that's big countdown for Tribe, but does get shut down. Cyclone, though, doesn't have the HP to stay alive. Will be able to get his super back, which the Invisible Heal will break him straight back into the mix. Yoshi has a pull, gonna go for it on the right-hand side. Cyclone gets hit, gets a final shot down, but that should be enough as Tribe Gaming get to match point. And if we thought the situation was dire already for Bax, it's just gotten a whole lot worse.
First match point that Tribe have actually been able to get, so let's hope they don't get too flustered by it and you know, throw this game in general, because that was a great performance, especially from Yoshi. His positioning was very, very good, and it is quite difficult to beat a Leon lane, especially when these lollipop drops do go down. You see a swap of the lanes from Bax now and an instant reaction from Tribe to do the same.
All right, pressure is up here for Bax. Cyclone tagged up so far, even on the gems for both Nadine and Drake, picking the 2 first ones that spawned on their respective sides. This one is closer to the mid, might want a bit more of an invasion for Tribe, try to contest it. But the ego is placed down, and that's gonna make things more complicated for Tribe. Nadine snatching 2 at once. But so far, both teams playing it fairly passive, as Lars just keeps getting some great walls on the right-hand side. And this has been a frustrating set for Tom so far, just always being walled out.
Yeah, regardless of that, though, Lars hasn't had the biggest impact on the overall game, to be honest, repeating these walls. But Yoshi's doing the exact same to them on the opposing side of things. Now he does fall low, though, and Lars is the exact same. Nadine, as the gem carrier, though, is in a really difficult situation. But now comes Cyclone, and Yoshi needs to try and make something happen. He can't be connected by much. He goes back for the one more, goes for the Tara pull, and now he can't get it. But the nest egg is going to clutch up. Nadine can get these gems still, but Dre surely can follow with a couple of taps here. Bring him down low, misses the second one, but hits the third. Still low now, but Cyclone going to relieve all pressure here. Does have his Invisible Heal, which he does pop as well. Tom got his super in hand, needs to make perfect use of this, or it's going to be all over for Tribe. Well, not all over, but he does get a lot of connections, not enough to finish it off. And Bax are 1 game away from evening things out now. Remains match point for Tribe, though.
That is scary for Tribe, because suddenly a single game from Bax and we're in set 5. As quickly as that. Let's see if Bax can make that happen, or if Tribe are able to get a clean closure on this match and proceed to the grand finals, as most of us would have expected in the first place. But Bax, they've been fighting for it, man. We have to give them that much. They've been fighting for it and stand a real chance in going to the grand finals, but they do need this next game here to go their way.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed Bax's performance, to be honest. They've been playing very, very well throughout, and you can see by the scoreline, they really are rivaling Tribe Gaming, which is something that's very difficult in Europe at the moment, in the EMEA region. So very commendable performance for them to do just that. 3-3 in terms of gems, though, and pretty even in terms of control now as Yoshi starts to aggress this left-hand side a bit. They're going for the lane swap again, but a couple of connections on Cyclone brings him very low and puts them in a tough position. Drage falls low as well, though. Invisi-heal is going to be popped, as well as the Lollipop drop. Tom pushing onto Nadine and gets taken down. All sense of Tribe being in this mid is completely dissolved, as now they're getting completely closed down on.
Yeah, aggression from Cyclone, doesn't find any kills, but gets two players incredibly low HP, which is enough to give a little bit extra space here for Nadine to get all the way to 7 gems, but Tribe are not far behind. 6 now on Drage, and that pinch from Yashi is very scary for Nadine. The double shot from Yashi connects, and Cyclone, although he does survive for now, he is going to be incredibly low HP, falls eventually, and that's going to be a strong countdown starting off for Tribe Gaming. As long as Drage and Tom both manage to stay alive, they'll be fine. And that snap from Drage finding a Lars here is going to end it. Tribe Gaming are going to the grand finals, and Bax are knocked out in the semis.
Finals bound for Tribe then. Great performance by Bax, though, I will say. It's really disappointing to see certain players of this team actually leave, because it's just amazing performances all around today. They really are rivaling the best teams in this region. So, seeing Cyclone leave for exams, and possibly, I don't know what Dean's doing, to be honest with you. They're either leaving or joking or whatever. Angel Boy's got a lot to live up to, though, in the name of Cyclone. When he does join in the second half of the season. Moving on, though, Tribe obviously making it to those finals to be facing against Team Queso, which is promising to be an absolute banger of a game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So what a grand final right ahead of us. I mean, so far, I would say this day has definitely not been disappointing for Brawl Stars fans. We had some great matches left and right. We have some more certainty about MSI, right? So looking forward to seeing how the day closes after our grand finals. But man, yeah, Bax, they played good. Honestly, they played good, and we kind of discussed it, before the broadcast as well, when we're thinking about their match against Totem, and we had some different opinions. But honestly, Bax looked incredible today, and not quite good enough to beat Tribe, but with some small changes here and there, I can see a bright future for that team. No matter if a player or two gets swamped out, potential is definitely there, and those players can be very happy with their run this month.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was me who had the difference of opinion, and I've never been so pleased to be proved wrong. To be honest with you, it's just really enjoyable watching them play and proving me wrong. I'm actually glad about it. But the MVP for this game is going to be Yoshi, voted for by you guys. 6 and 4 in this final gem grab set. Solid plays, and the amount of control that he did provide with Tara in those aggressive positions, single-handedly pretty much won the last game for them, as the Sprout control was getting a little bit too much for them on the offensive side. He had to go and make a move, and that he did. Brought it back for his team and brought them into the finals to face off against Team Queso.
All right, well, guys, that's the semifinals. We have just the grand finals left for today. While we set everything up, let's go check out the Rise Up to the Top music video. Maybe you guys already saw it on the previous broadcast of today, but guys, we'll see you for the grand finals in a couple minutes.
We fell down from the top, but we wouldn't let it stop us. Felt my heart drop, but I picked myself up and didn't let it show. And I knew I had to go. Be resilient. I'm never one to quit. Yeah, we're so but we didn't break under the weight. We just have to stand back up and show them what we are all capable of. I'll play Edgar like shit on war. You can play rough like the choppy. Let's go just like inside. They'll say goodbye. You'll be a mystery like my Messi. We won't give up. We're gonna put up a fight. Believe it's our time to break out and rise, achieve whatever we choose. Right now is our time. Right now is our time to rise up to the top like we always do. We're gonna take back what's ours. We're the champions. Make sure they don't forget our names because right now is our time. Right now is our time to rise up to the top like we always do. To the top.
I feel like there's two kinds of people in the world. Those that have got that already on their Spotify playlist and those that don't. Be like me, guys. Get it on there. Absolute banger. And that has made my day quite genuinely. Teddy, Trav, welcome back. Great to see you. What an eventful day it has been. So much to talk about, so much to cover, but we've got our grand finalists raring to go. Take a look back at the bracket real quick to see how today has gone down. Craze Clan, who was last month's finalist, didn't quite make it this time around. STMN put a stop to them, but Team Queso were the team that put a stop to that as well. They qualified for the Mid-Season Invitational to join Tribe Gaming and SK, who, speaking of which, didn't make it out of the quarterfinals yet again, losing to Tribe in that 2-0. Bax had a great day as well with that 2-0 against Reply Totem, but couldn't quite make it out of the semi-finals in the same fashion. It's going to be Team Queso for the first time in the grand final up against Tribe Gaming EU, last month's monthly final victors. So this is going to be, honestly, I feel, a fantastic grand final, Teddy.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you know, on the one hand, we have Tribe Gaming, the titans, the kings of the EMEA so far this year. On the other hand, we have Team Queso that just come off a huge victory, locking their spot into MSI. They're going to be incredibly motivated and happy, and who knows, maybe we can see that in their play style as well, and see that confidence rise up, which I'm really hoping for.
Rising up indeed. Well, let's take a look at the roster real quick to revise anyone that may be unfamiliar with Team Queso. Trap, take it away.
Yeah, Javi, Rafa, and Black Sea going to be playing this one out. No LSSJ, surprisingly, after some of his incredible Rico plays, he has been subbed out, but it's a very, very solid team no matter what, as you've seen, defeating multiple extremely good teams in their road to the finals, and also to the road to the Mid-Season Invitational now for them as well. They've had some really, really solid months, 3 consecutive qualifications, and 3 consecutive months of very solid performances.
They are really genuinely going to be a tough one for Tribe to encounter here. I mean, they've just been going from strength to strength, Trav, honestly. Like you say, like last month was a bit of a rough one. They ran into Reply Totem and didn't quite get out of the quarterfinals. But despite that, a lot of the pro scene across the world have been telling me it's a matter of time before we see Team Queso in a grand final. And I, for one, was the same. And today, it is that day. But Tribe Gaming EU, a massive opposition here, Teddy.
Absolutely. So, I mean, you know, I introduced them a little early already, but, you know, they made it to the grand finals already way too many times this year. It's a team that just has, you know, a perfectly balanced skill set. They are mechanically absolutely cracked. They have great synergy, great strategies, great drafts. They're just so complete that so far they've been pretty much unmatched in the EMEA region.
I'm honestly so excited to see how this one will go down. I mean, Bax were the contender early on today. I've got to say, I was enjoying that one from the sidelines, but it just seems like Tribe have got so much in their pockets at the moment. Their drafts are on point. Their gameplay's on point as well. A few mistakes here and there, and I kind of wonder whether we shall see Team Queso really exploit any of those. But for the most part, they always make up for it along the way. But this will be one of the first times that we've seen them clash. There's definitely not in the position that we are going to be seeing them play in today into the grand finals. So Astray said last month in his interview, like, they cannot have any more mistakes, no reverse sweeps at all now for them. So it's going to come down to it. And, you know, what do you think? What do you think, Trav, going into this one and predictions-wise? Do you think the Tribe are going to be able to pull it out of the bag again, or do you think that Team Queso are going to do the unthinkable?
I mean, I think going into it, Tribe are probably, you know, the favourites. But just coming off the back of that victory, Queso are definitely in with a chance, and I think it's way more than a 22% chance for what the public have gone for. I'd say it's more like 40-60 in favour of Tribe, that is.
Yeah. Oh, for one will agree. Trav, I hate to break it to you, mate. It's that time again. Production have said that I can say goodbye, nerd, and we'll catch up with you in just a bit. Me and Teddy are going to take the lead on the grand finals. Teddy, Sneaky Phil's up first. Bans are soon to come in as well. Okay, it's going to be Gale, Leon, and Ruffs on the side of Team Queso, on the side of Tribe Gaming, Sandy, Squeak, and Ems. Okay. And Eve is the first pick for Team Queso, and one that I've been vouching for a lot today. Finally showing his face. Tom coming with Crow as a response. Quick draft coming in, Teddy. What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Eve is a brawler we saw banned an awful lot today, and it makes sense. It did get nerfed, but not quite enough to be out of the meta, and it's still incredibly strong on pretty much any map. So I like it as a first pick. It's very hard to counter as well. Crow and Spike, a good combination of brawlers to bring in as well. Lots of damage, lots of control as well. And then Rafa moving on with the Rico pick, which is not the most usual on sneaky fields, but on lane it can do some decent work. It can just be rather quickly overwhelmed as well. You know, if a crow jumps on you or something along those lines, it can be a little scary, but we'll see what they complemented. It's going to be the Rosa brought in by Blacksea.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, like you say, Eve has been such a dominant force on the ban side of things, and the numbers heavily stacked, but you know, that was possibly a bit including prior to the 3-ban rule. But Rosa here as well, the speed gear cannot be underestimated. There is a spike on the side of Tribe Gaming, which is a good thing, but no slows at the moment except for that Crow slowing Toxin. So Shelly, oh my word, Tribe are doubling down. And I mean, why not? You know, with this as the third and final pick for Tribe, they get to see the entirety of what Team Queso's thoughts are. And Shelly is one of those brawlers that we don't ever see drafted, in my opinion, in any other circumstance. But why not? You can expect Yoshi, or whoever's playing this, Shelly, I assume Yoshi, to be heavily just shadowing Blacksea the entirety of this next game. But ooh, it's an interesting draft on both sides, though. I do like the ideas. Teddy, who do you favor in this instance?
It's tough to say, man. I mean, I do feel like Eve can be absolutely incredible. Interesting star power choice as well. Not the one that spawns hashlings when the turret egg hits. It's the one that reverses the order. That's not the most usual, I would say, at pro level, but overall Eve is so strong no matter what, so it doesn't really matter too much. So far, Javi is just trying his best not to get too close to Yoshi on that Shelly, but it's gonna be hard, especially when Yoshi starts chasing them. Gets a nice double slow, a double super as well, and the final shot to close it out and pick up that elimination. Great work from Yoshi so far, and I mean, so far it doesn't seem like he's just countering the Rosa as we would expect him to.
Such a disgusting pick, honestly, and all that value, taking away all the bush. Again, cycling so fantastically well, followed up by the clay pigeon as well to secure the kill. I agree, though, on the side of the star power for Eve, by the way, on Rafa's pick. I'm really shocked that Happy Surprise is not in play here, because it is my preferred pick. I keep saying the pros seem to have slept on Eve a little bit since the nerf. That I feel like she's still in such a great place when you're running that star power. But when you're running that star power, great tap slow from Blacksea. Tom will clear it up, but nonetheless, him and Drake very low at this point in time, and that's allowing Javi to utilize his left-hand side. The bushes are there. They haven't got the mid there, so by able to push themselves into this position that they're in now, Tribe are going to have to really defend deeply now.
Yeah, this is a tough position here for Tribe, especially if there's a Rico that can get some sweet bounces. That's going to be 2 going down, and no way for Tom to defend that one off. Bit of an oopsie there, but eventually Team Queso make it right and score it up. 35 seconds left on the clock, and Tribe have to score. This first game goes to Team Queso.
this is where Team Queso are dangerous for me, because Tribe had so much control all game. They've just eradicated so much of the map, which is going to take away so much of the utility available to Team Queso. That goal, such a crucial moment, 20 seconds remain. That is not much time here. Tribe are going to have to really, really pop off now, and Yoshi's doing that, but can Drake go in? Oh, what a jump! Oh my word, Tribe played it perfect, and they're just playing down the clock because why not?
Oh my, what a way to tie things up here for Tribe Gaming. Overtime is now starting. Let's see if either team can build up an early advantage. So far, the hatchlings help create a little bit more space for Team Queso, but a nice slow onto Javi should help end his life. Rafa very low HP himself, so is Black Sea, and things seem to be falling apart here for Team Queso as Rage goes for the bait jump shot. Rafa stops the ball somehow, and Yoshi tries to score it in, and one way or another, the ball ended up cornered up on the right side.
I struggle to find the words to explain what just happened there. Surely that was a pass forward and the crow jump away from a goal, but okay, it will be there still. Few cracks there, honestly, from Tribe. I mean, especially when you consider the comp, because there's no way that you can ever allow a Rosa in overtime to get the better of you when you've got a Shelly on your side. It was just going to show how strong this comp is for Tribe in overtime, but if that had, if that hadn't have been a goal after that, there would have been some words, I'm sure. Bit of a slow start, bit of a rocky one for Tribe, but I do feel like with the draft, there's very little that they can really honestly do to go wrong here, but they almost just did.
Yeah, they almost just did. I do like that jump from Drage, though. Like, going for a shot in one direction and jumping in the other, like, literally at the same time. That was really cool and something I hadn't really seen before. Didn't work out this time, but the idea is, I mean, it's just super cool. But Yoshi should be able to score this one in. Struggled a bit more than necessary, but will get it in the net in the end. Tribe go from having to fight to stay in the previous game to just starting things off with an early goal in this one.
Yeah, it's a rapid turnaround. It really is. Nice connection there from Tom, and it will allow him to push forwards, but not before meeting the unfriendly bushes of Javi. And that is a problem, but Yoshi sees to it very swiftly. And again, I do love this Shelly draft. I mean, it's just one of those things that gets slept on a lot. There's a lot of tank counters in the game, and you know, Gale, of course, being a massively prominent one at that. Can't remember what the bans were, but pretty sure it's banned out here. Laxi does not connect. That's going to allow Drake to score, and that's going to mean that Tribe Gaming EU take this first set in fairly convincing fashion, it must be said.
Yeah, I feel like that first game was, you know, warm-up for Tribe. The second one didn't give Team Queso a chance. We're all over the place, but we seem to be back in the right place now. All right, man, that was quite a way to end it, though. Tribe looking very fierce, very dominant in that second game.
Yeah, they, I think, you know, had come to realize that their comp was perfect. I mean, there was very little that they could do wrong. I kind of got a question whether that Eve star power was correct, honestly, on the side of Team Queso, or whether it may have been a mistake, because I can't remember the last time I've ever seen Unnatural Order be used in competitive. The hatchlings just carry so much weight with it, and can also seek out so fantastically well on sneaky fields. So yeah, not too sure on that side of things, but either way, I do feel like the Queso draft was good for the most part, until the response of that Shelly pick, which just honestly was so dominant. But it wasn't as dominant as Drake. There's 7 kills for him, the leader on the Tribe side of things, and yeah, the kills just were not quite in favor on the side of Team Queso. 1 for Javi, just no, 2 for Javi, 1 for Rafa, 5 for Black Sea, but you know, Tom on his 3 was the lowest on the side of the Tribe, and yeah, I mean, the damage as well, very heavily stacked on Tribe's side, but convincing first set, not without its fair share of a few moments of question for Tribe, but it is the first games of the first set against a team which they don't tend to often play, you know, in a monthly final. So let's see whether those cracks continue to form, or whether they are now smoothed out. But Team Queso behind, and that's always a troublesome thing, you know, in a grand final with potential nerves. The big story and the headline story for them, of course, will be gaining that MSI spot today, but they would love to add to that a monthly final, grand final win here today. It goes without saying.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So you know, I think they've already realized even more than their, you know, objectives for this monthly final and for this month. But if they can turn this into a monthly final win, that would be an all-time new high for this Team Queso roster, and I think they would only be happier if they could do so. Now, Flaring Phoenix is a challenging map for sure. I'm curious to see what they ban out. Tick, Eve, Bo on the side of Team Queso, and then we'll see another Eve being banned out by a Tribe. Seems like both teams just really didn't want Eve to slip through the ban process this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's wise. Again, I still really feel like Eve is right up there with Squeak on the ban side, but Squeak's not actually picked his. That's just an interesting thing. And Tom's actually going to go for it either. Interesting. It could be definitely available for Team Queso now. Then I think they probably should go towards that pick. But it's interesting as well to see that Tribe did not underestimate the power of Amber on this map, and that's a popular pick for Team Queso. No one has gone for Squeak yet, which is surprising. But Piper is going to do a lot of work on the side of Team Queso. Tribe needs some range. I think Bell would be a go-to here for Drake. It's one that he often tends to on many maps, not just in Flaring Phoenix, but the Leon pick as well. And having him marked up would allow for a swift and quick takedown in the eventuality of it finding it close range. Ruffs as well would be a great pairing. Let's see what Tribe Gaming do next.
Right, they only got about a second, and Gene on Drage will be brought in. I like it. I mean, you know, it's a very usual brawler to see on this map. Does struggle a little bit more sometimes against the Leon, just because the lollipop drops can help tank those pools. And Pam is going to be the final pick here from Tribe. Also, good one to have on their side, because pulling a Pam as a Gene is usually a path to disaster. So I do like having it on their side with the Sprout as well. It's going to be quite a versatile comp. Side of Team Queso, they could maybe use something to have a similar role to the Sprout, but instead they're going to go for the full-on opposite. Remove as many walls as possible, and I like that approach as well.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised. I mean, after Tribe went for the Pam pick, I mean, Bell would have been a great thing to have against it, in all honesty. But either way, I think range is only ever a good thing on Flaring Phoenix. Honestly, very surprised as well that no Squeak was picked here. I think that it can be decent in terms of pushing forwards. Definitely not his strongest game, to have in terms of map. But ultimately, I do like the draft on both sides. I would probably side a little bit with Team Queso, to be honest. I do love Piper here, but then again, I am biased. It's one of my favorite brawlers, and Sprout can do a ton of work. But, you know, I mean, especially in the hands of Yoshi, you've got to say. But if Queso can keep him back early on, and they have focused on him quite heavily so already, it could make things a lot closer than they seem.
All right, already some walls and bushes out of the way as Blacksea has been opening up the map. Nice tap there. The follow-up homemade recipe, though, from Javi is not going to be quite enough against full HP Gene. And so far, seems like besides some walls opening up, we are in a bit of a stalemate early on until the gas will force both teams to find it out.
Yeah, Tom would like to get his Tara, and Javi punishes him for it, as does Blacksea. Blacksea probably one shot away from super here. Trouble will be very cautious. Yoshi has wall, does so a good time, but takedown is there. The 3 versus 2. Rafa's incredibly low here as well, though. At the same time, the closer things get, the harder it's going to be for Tribe to maintain this lead, and they go down. Team Queso with a great start, honestly, knockout, and so much of the map has been eradicated for them. That's only going to serve to power this comp even more so into the front running. And, you know, look how cautious they are being around Drage as well, with the Gene just giving him nothing to work with at all. Like, this is really quite smart for Team Queso now.
Yeah, very passive approach on their end, Javi. Once you get those walls out of the way, we'll sacrifice a couple of bushes with it, but not the biggest deal so far. This is setting up very nicely. Homemade recipe connects to Yoshi falls, and this is excellent for Team Queso.
It's a really strong start, and I think why not? Because they've got so much range on their side of the comp. They can just wait for the smoke to come in, and when it does, it's going to force the hand of Tribe. At the moment, there's no supers to hand except for the side of Drage. I mean, Tom really would like to have his as well. They can kind of hunker down and really, you know, fortify those heals. At the moment, though, Drage would love to get a probably on the Piper, to be honest, but Javi now has super as well, and that's the problem. Harafa coming in. It's going to be a quick and swift clean up for Team Queso. The first game, quite convincingly so. I just feel like they've really thought this one through. This comp has got a firm strategy behind it, and they're not hesitating to implement it.
Yeah, absolutely. That was really, really well played by Team Queso. Looked really solid, and overall, Javi as well was just hitting his shots. You know, if you get one shot and can get the follow-up homemade recipe to finish the job, it's a free kill pretty much, and he's gotten, I think, 2 of those in the previous game, which is a lot. It's a lot, because those kills, I mean, look at that. Here he goes again, and Team Queso just starting this game off as well as the previous.
It's honestly not too dissimilar from what we saw earlier today with Craze Clan and STMN. I think this final Brock pick has been slept on just a little bit in terms of the draft, and now you can just see why it's so good. You know, you're able to rocket fuel so much down with a really early amount of homemade recipes from the Piper side of things as well. All of a sudden, the map's just completely open, and all of those ideas that have been placed prior in that draft to try to use the map are just kind of eradicated completely, and just feels like that is what, you know, Team Queso just utilizing so well. It looks so one-sided, Teddy.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, the Brawl class pick is unreliable, I would say, because it is quite high risk, high reward. You need your sharpshooters and especially the Piper to hit all of your shots. If you miss shots, it's gonna cost you rounds and games. But if Javi is playing the way he's playing right now, then yeah, it works. It works pretty well even, I would say. But it does rely on really hitting a lot of those shots. And Javi, is he gonna just get all 6 kills of this round? Because he's gotten 5 out of 6 so far. Of this
I mean,
game,
it looks like the way, to be honest, yeah.
They're letting
wow,
him.
Javi.
Okay.
What a night and day difference, though, you've got to say. I mean, one game mode and it's all changed. We're tied up now, and from what we started out seeing, you know, Tribe just looked, again, like I mentioned before going in, you know, very prominent, very dominant with some cracks. And the question was whether those cracks were going to form even more so along the way, and they definitely did in Knockout there for certain. This is not as clear-cut as it may have formerly seemed. The former, well, I don't want to say former just yet, but the current reigning monthly final champions now with a bit of a question mark as we're all tied up. Team Queso making a really big statement. It's got to be said, not taking this one lying down.
Yeah, I'm so impressed by Javi's level of play on that Piper. Like, it was insane. He got every kill in the set, in that second game, and in the first one he got quite a couple too. Honestly, impressive to say how much on an individual level he's able to pump out, because that's one of the factors that I think was slightly missing on the set. Look at that. 8 kills from Javi, 56% team damage. That's the kind of Piper you want in your team.
Well, Tony, I haven't had lunch, but there's a lot of donuts there that are making me hungry. Drage with 0, Tom with 0, and Yoshi with 0. I mean, that is... yikes, that is a big statement there from Team Queso. I mean, absolutely, you know, flying in terms of the takedowns, but on the other side of things, not a single one. Wow, that is strong. Crystal Arcade up next for Gem Grab, and I hope for Tribe they get a couple of kills in this one, because yeah, that's going to be a factor if they don't.
Yeah, I think that kills are pretty useful in general in Brawl Stars, and getting them can be, you know, helping quite a bit towards winning those sort of matches. Surely it's not going to be quite as drastic as we move on to Crystal Arcade. A pretty decent map for Tribe in general. Let's see how the bans go here. We see Crow, Spike, and Eve banned out by Team Queso. Surge, a double Crow, and then the Stew from Tribe, and Tribe first picking the Squeak. Not the biggest surprise. Squeak is just really strong in general, and on this map he still does pretty well.
Yeah, for sure, being able to lock down the lane is always a good day. Rafa going with the bow pick we've seen quite frequently now as a common pick in Crystal Arcade. Not strong enough to necessarily ban, but definitely in a good enough place to pick. The draft is there alongside with it, and the roughs as well, as we know, can break open that left or right side lane instantaneously if they're running the air superiority star power. For Tribe, it could be a Bell pick. And again, I was sort of keeping an eye on it because I know that it's definitely one that I know Drage likes to play a lot, but without the roughs to back it up as well, might be giving them a thing to think about. We've seen Piper have some fantastic moments today in Crystal Arcade as well. Drage going with the max, and that will deter the idea of the Piper for Team Queso. I wonder whether the Tribe will go on to pick it themselves, or whether they want to have something more for the lane and allow the max to take the mid idea. But so far, so good, I think, for me in terms of the draft. Definitely, I think that bow pick will be lingering on Tribe's thought process. Maybe Stu would be good to go up against it. Maybe they need to eradicate how much vision value you can really get off the back of that in this next pick.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering as well if the bow is even played lane on this map. Like, I haven't seen it played often on Crystal Arcade, so I'm not sure if you want to go for it mid or on lane. We'll see the M's picked last year by Yoshi. Like that, I mean, it's pretty much a staple of this map, to be completely honest. But yeah, look at that. So I think it is bow mid and then Mortis lane into, I'm guessing, the M's. Interesting.
Well, one thing I will say is that we've seen this Mortis pick from Team Queso today, and it just annihilated the opposition. You know, it was one of those final picks again. The last brawler to be shown, I think it was Ring of Fire from memory in the quarterfinals, and Rafa, I think from memory, was the one that was playing it. I mean, it's definitely going to be a troublesome thing when you've got the comp that Tribe are running, but at the same time, it's going to be the M's that will be the target of choice for Rafa there. I think Squeak would have handled. So how Tribe respond with this? That's one use of gadget, but as time goes on, those will deplete. So it is about how Tribe handle this realistically and how long they can continue to repel against it. So far, so good. But again, time is going to be against them. They're going to want to get this early gem countdown in their favor.
Yeah, probably so. Rafa just trying to run out of, make Yoshi run out of gadgets so he can quite safely approach from now on. But it's come at the expense of his life a couple times already. Blacksea gets ironed out, and now Tribe, they're not going to be greedy, not going to go for those gems. They know they have control. They want to keep building up their gem lead, and I think Yoshi has a single gadget left. After that, it's going to get a little bit harder for him to deal with the Mortis, but so far, I have to admit, he's been shutting down that Mortis idea pretty consistently.
Yeah, it's definitely seems to be handled well so far from Tribe's side, but at the moment, Rafa now in the place that he wants to be, forcing Yoshi out, and now has super as well. Can they shut this down fast enough before he cycles? I think they possibly can, yeah, unless he's done from Drage, but that is a lot of time they've lost from the mid now, enough for Team Queso to gain 5 gems as Drage just dancing around these mines, and desperately wants to be able to clear this mid to be able to have as much maneuverability as possible to edge towards this countdown. Rafa going in again. That one gem that Yoshi has is split. It is lovely cycling there from Rafa. It might seem like a small play, but that has bought Team Queso valuable time here.
Yeah, Andre's trying to force out that Mortis dash, but Rafa is patient, doesn't get baited out. All tied down. Tribe just one gem ahead for now. There's the gem onto Rafa, which is not going to be ideal for Team Queso, as they'd rather sacrifice him to create some space later on, but that's not going to be an option just now. Let's see if Tribe can get another gem. They will pick it up, and Drage makes it 10 for his team, but he gets absolutely melted down by Javi and Blacksea. Rafa finds the kill on Tom on the left-hand side, and that's going to be the countdown for Team Queso.
There's going to be an immediate max dash in here with a let's go, and I don't think the time is going to be nearly on their side enough to make it happen. Yoshi's got super, but no positioning there at all. This is what I was worried about. For the most part, Tribe looked pretty decent, but as time went on, it just only served to help Team Queso. That one takedown there from Rafa, honestly, really did come back around towards the end in spectacular fashion. You know, a bit of a slip there from Drake, who was the main gem carrier at the end, but ultimately that may never have happened had Tribe had that countdown sooner. Few cracks again continuing to show. This could be the moment that Team Queso take the lead now. I mean, they have in terms of the game, so can they get in a set off the back of this now? That's the question next.
I mean, it seems more and more likely at this point. Rafa still trying to go for the same strategy as the previous game. Get as many of the Tribe gadgets wasted. Not quite wasted, but at least out of the picture. And that's going to be another one there from Yashi. Rafa is very low HP, giving a lot of space there for Yashi to try to chase Black Sea. And Rafa does eventually get the kill, but will get traded out rather quickly by Drage. Drage that is carrying a pretty significant amount of gems already. 5 on the side of Tribe compared to just the 3 for Team Queso, but they do have some gems spawning on their own side, so they'll be catching up in no time, especially if Yashi takes that much damage. Drage trying to be careful here, but still wants to go for the kill into the Mortis. Will take a lot of damage from Blacksea and forced to stay at a distance.
Very uncommon to see the gem carrier having to really knuckle down these side lanes, and Drake's so low that he has to. They've got to take care of Rafa. It really is now pretty much every person on Tribe side trying to eradicate it, and Rafa's still going, able to dance around that so well. Yoshi low, and the rest of you coming in, but not enough to hold him back. My word, the guy's just undefeatable. He's invincible. Drake getting the gems from the mid, but there's one more needed for Team Queso, and Rafa coming in now, face shifter away. That's going to be a lovely soak from Rafa. He cannot be stopped. That man is on a tear.
My words, Team Queso are looking so good, and he's gonna go down there, but I don't think they can stop this countdown no matter what. I'm gonna go for final super. No real connections there, or nothing significant to stop the countdown. And look at that little chips celebration, or whatever is going on over there at Team Queso's house. I've been loving the vibes on their end, man. It's been it's been nice. I haven't seen them this happy in a long time, and I'm glad to see those smiles as we did earlier when they qualified as well. 2-1 in their favor now, Ark. They might just do it.
But I mean, at this point, that's definitely a thinking point for Tribe, and you know, with a brawler as well, which we've seen Team Queso pull out of the back pocket already today, and how devastating it was then. It just seems to be the case that they can just bring it out anywhere, seemingly. I mean, it was such a problem. Everyone, you know, combined on the Tribe side couldn't really take care of it, and challenging, really challenging to deal with when you've got someone so accomplished on the Mortar side. And I fully imagine very little ping as well, because the way that he was moving around the map, very convincing for me. Definitely, I think some lessons to be learned there in terms of I mean, that says it all. That really does. Almost as many kills as the entirety of Tribe combined. Well, it is as many kills. 10 kills for Rafa, a total of 10 kills for Tribe. I mean, that speaks for itself, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good explanation of how things went down and how things went wrong for Tribe here. I mean, this is interesting, Ark, because I expected this match to be close, but I feel like Tribe so far, you know, if you look at the last couple of months, they were definitely always a step ahead of teams like Team Queso, and right now Team Queso, they're actually in the running of winning this monthly final, and we can attribute a bit of it, you know, to the extra boost in motivation and confidence, and the fact that there's nothing to really lose. Like, their big victory is qualifying for MSI, but it seems like they're carrying over that momentum straight into the grand finals here, and they might just win it.
So is that question mark, isn't there, against a team that have seemingly made their way into a grand final, a monthly final, and whether they can hold their own long enough to see it become a reality. One thing's for sure, if Team Queso can continue on the way they're going and lock this in, it will be huge for them. I mean, not just an MSI confirmation, but you know, an assertiveness into coming into a massive place in terms of the leaderboard, especially, you know, with SK Gaming dropping out in the quarterfinals for a second month in a row. This region is all for the taking. Draft coming in. Bans for Gene, Byron, and Max on the side of Team Queso. Nanny, Piper, and Tick for Tribe Gaming. This is going to be a very interesting draft here. There's some big front runners already out of the mix. E for Blacksea, and now Javi joining it with Leon. Drake going with Bo and Bell. This is a very crazy time for a draft on Shooting Star, but I kind of like it.
Dude, I know it's nothing to do with the draft, but I love how Team Queso are they're just vibing during the draft, man. Having some crisps and having a good time, some laughs as well. It's a great energy, and that adds up to what we're talking about, you know, the fact that they've already had their victory for today. Everything is bonus now, and they're certainly, it's certainly paying off so far as they are set ahead of Tribe. Let's see what the final pick is going to be here from Tribe Gaming, reacting perhaps to that Brock pick. It's gonna be Yoshi on the on the Lola, interestingly enough.
I shouldn't mind that necessarily. I mean, the one problem with that is that Rafa can break the mid very quickly, which is I imagine where Yoshi would like to stick around for. But at this point in time, there's very little kind of options really. I mean, a Colt, do I say it maybe for range? But ultimately, yeah, they kind of got very little options,
right?
No, it's Shooting Star. Yeah, no, it is Shooting Star.
Yeah.
Next. So
I just wanted to clear it up because I was like, didn't we just watch? All right, all good. Avi picks up the blue star.
We have to work with this cover early on. I feel that's going to be the play here, and Javi with the lollipop drop. I mean, they hold the power on the side of Team Queso here. Really, they can choose to break or they can choose to leave. And at the moment, why would they break their own wall? They can just kind of keep everything rolling on. Blue star already in their hands is sometimes a factor here. We shall see how long it stays that way for, but already it's a pretty decent start for Team Queso in that Tribe taking more of a mid roll.
All right, so far no kills just yet, but Tribe looking to change that around as there's still that blue star giving the early advantage to Team Queso for now. Super is available for Javi, maybe gonna be his chance to push forward and single out a player. Tom is going to be that player, but he does survive off the encounter. Drage very low HP as well, but survives too, just barely gets out of the range from Javi. And Tribe are able to keep the situation as is, but they still need to find a blue star, and those mines are going to help remove some of the walls. Black Sea making sure to defuse them safely.
Question again, like Rafa using the unnatural order star power for even. It must be intentional then. Maybe it's just his preferred go-to. I do prefer the hatchlings myself. I think that, again, I can't remember the last time. I haven't seen anyone using Happy Surprise, but ultimately that's his preference, and let's see whether it works out okay. He is marked, however, that is the consideration here, but it's 3 stars as there is a takedown in play. Drage goes down. Tom so low, can't really push this either. 3 stars still on the side of Team Queso, but can they get a takedown? They're going to need 2. And I don't think there's going to be enough time for it. That's going to be 6 stars to Team Queso. That is their match point now. As quickly as it seemed that Tribe took the lead in the first set, we are honestly turning things around so quickly today I can barely keep up. But Team Queso are 1 game away from not only securing an MSI spot, but winning this monthly final.
Yeah, absolutely so. This is absolutely crazy here from Team Queso. They've been looking incredible today. Drage, very low HP here. Blue Star was picked up by Tribe, but Rafa gets a snipe to follow up from Javi, and that's the third from Black Sea. And Team Queso, they go from being a star behind to being 5 stars ahead.
At this point in time, I feel like they are just celebrating, but is it celebrating too early? That's the question. This is the current monthly final champions, and they are not going to let this one go down without a fight. 4 stars to Tribe. They start to collect themselves and place the mines down against the lollipop drop, triggered very, very quickly, it must be said, by Team Queso. There is as well that Leon super to hand. That could be very, very powerful here if Javi times it well. At the moment, Tribe are a little bit on the back foot as Team Queso just want to put the final nails in the coffin. 1 minute remain, and there is all to play for.
Yeah, Black's low HP does go down. That's going to give the lead back to Tribe. But it's only a single star, and we've seen already how quickly that can get turned around. Another nest egg placed down by Yoshi on the right-hand side. Almost building a whole mined hallway there. Gonna be dangerous for anyone that gets up close. Avido catches Rage off guard, but he's quick on the totem to tank for a couple shots. Avido is Inviso heal, able to heal that up, and that's going to be a lot of pressure onto Drage. He falls to Javi. 2-star lead now back in favor of Team Queso. The trade is there, and Tribe, they're back with the lead.
where they want to be. A good time to be there as well. 20 seconds. But be very cautious here, as this really could be the moment that Team Queso could just seal the deal right now. Drake's going to be trying to keep his authority on the left-hand side, but now a bit out of position. Ruff is going to capitalize with a jump over the wall there. 2 stars will not be enough, though they need one more. 3 seconds is not going to be enough to obtain it. Not enough sideline work done. Try will hang on, but they are far from out of the woods yet, and I think they know that.
Yeah, this is intense, Ark. So much history as well to be down here for Team Queso. Those players, they've been in competitive for forever. Monthly final win is literally just a game away. Let's see if this can be that game, as Tribe are a game away from pushing things to a 5th set. That would just get the pressure even further onto this match. Let's see, as Blue Star was picked up by Tribe, and Team Queso are not over-aggressing so far, trying to find some supers maybe to work with.
Best start so far, little action, but ultimately there was quite a lot of interactions there that were quite important. It was the push forwards through, and then Javi Solo had to be forced that lollipop drop. That's one less for him. Drage got a nice amount of value off the super totem as well. It's going to be coming around full circle, but Blax is doing very well to not feed Drage furthermore. He would like to have had his mines there and really secure that spawn trap. Jump over the wall, one less gadget for Ruffer as well, but a hatchling coming in soon off the back of that super Yoshi, very low and forced to the right, and Tom with a bit of a saving grace there. The freeze frame as well buys some valuable time. Still no takedowns either side, but honestly won't require much at this point. It's still Team Queso on a match point scenario. Tribe Gaming on a set point scenario for themselves. They need to stay on the competition. They need to keep this game alive, or they may be going home at the final hurdle.
Yeah, almost the last 30 seconds of this set. Tribe are still leading just by that blue star. Team Queso eventually need to push forward, but they have had nothing to work with so far, and without any cover either, it's hard to stay into those aggressive positions. Javi takes a bit of damage, but now this is the final chance here for Team Queso. Javi gets tagged up quite heavily, needs to be careful, but he is pushing forward. Might catch someone off guard, and that person is gonna be Yoshi. The trade, is it there? Not just yet, and they've done it. Team Queso are your champions for this monthly final.
Oh my word. If only they had a microphone in that room right now to hear the celebrations are in order. Oh my goodness me. I mean, to be honest, it had to be this month. You know, with the way that they were able to lock in their MSI, it would have been truly unfruitful for them to not go all the way and really put that cherry on the cake. Look at how happy they are, and thoroughly deserved. It was a long time coming, but it was May in which Team Queso took the win in a monthly final.
Wow, that is absolutely insane. I mean, huge congratulations to them. Absolutely, it's great to see how long they've had to wait for this moment, but they grinded all the way until here, and they were one of the teams. We weren't really even expecting them to win this monthly final, because, you know, in all of our discussions and thoughts, were they like, they need to go to, you know, just the grand finals, then they qualify, but they actually pull it off all the way.
This was the thing, going into today's show, it was pretty much a question of like, whoever makes the grand final will be locking in their MSI spot. I mean, that was what they needed to do. This was just, again, going the extra mile, making a statement going into the MSI, and that's what Team Queso have done today. I mean, Tribe Gaming, I think, you know, it's fair to say we were predicting throughout today, going forwards into the grand final, and I think everyone as well, I can't remember what the numbers were, but it was very convincing as well from the viewer vote going in. Just those cracks just continued to develop as time went on. As quickly as we got out of knockout, it just seemed like Team Queso rode off the back of that wave and just drafted so well as well. I think that Brock pick very slept on as well in the competitive scene right now, and one that's really provided so much value for Team Queso in shooting star. They was able to really lock in those moments when it counted. That last game, Tribe had the blue star advantage for the entirety of it, and it just took that little moment towards the end. You know, Javi with that super, as we know, is such a danger on Leon, and The Tribe were made to punish for it, as well as Ruff on that Mortis pick. You know, it just seemed like Team Queso dug so deep into their pocket with certain brawlers to really make a mark.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was an amazing performance, all-time high, is what I said earlier. But it's really the case for Team Queso. And now the question is, how long can they stay, you know, on top like that? It's been a wild journey already for them, but I feel like there's still so much more to be expected from those guys, notably at MSI with, you know, the likes of Tribe and SK that already qualified last month. But it's just announcing a lot of fun and a lot of competitiveness, as well as, you know, Tribe that looked to be from far the best team of the region. They got beaten today, and honestly, that was a convincing victory as well from Team Queso. It didn't feel like, I mean, it was close, don't get me wrong, but it didn't feel like Tribe got robbed or anything like that. It was won fair and square by Team Queso, and I mean, MVP for Rafa absolutely deserved as well.
I mean, I would think so, yeah. I was kind of wondering whether maybe Javi might squeeze it in, but yeah, it had to be Javi. I mean, when you look across the course of today, the way that he's been playing, not just in the Mortis, but in general, I think that, again, you know, Team Queso have clearly been putting in so much work. There were some question marks after last month, and I think fair, you know, as well, because they didn't quite make it out of the quarterfinals. Reply Totem already made a mark on them, and but to come back strong, to rise up again to the top is what we like to see here at the BSC, and that's exactly what Team Queso have done. But they've taken you know, a long time to get to this point. It takes time. You know, it just doesn't happen overnight for the best of the best. You know, just coming back, taking those defeats on the chin, and then working through the problems of where did it go wrong and how can we develop those things to make sure they go right. You know, last year wasn't to be for them, just came in a little bit too late into the competition to really be a front runner. This year, though, this could very much be a Team Queso year. I cannot wait to see later on today in the show, actually, how the leaderboards are taking shape in this region, because ultimately, that is really going to shake things up a lot. Every single month in the EMEA, it continues to surprise as to who is actually going to be taking it and extending the lead, and it just doesn't seem to be happening. We get this kind of eventuality of teams pushing themselves further and further forwards before someone catches up, and the race really and truly is on for everyone in this region.
Yeah, I mean, I think Team Queso show us today as well that no one is out of the running, and that there's so many teams that play at the highest level here in this region. And, you know, in some of the pre-discussions and the conversations we've had all around, Team Queso wasn't even necessarily the favorite to qualify for MSI out of, you know, I think it was Craze and STMN also in the running. And it is Team Queso to do it. And they go all the way today with a monthly final win that they absolutely deserve. This was the best Team Queso I've ever seen playing today.
I think everyone at home will thoroughly agree. I'm hearing from production that we actually do have them on the line now for an interview. Let's see whether we can get them on the line and speak to them directly as well. They're still celebrating. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
I don't know.
Can you guys hear me?
Hello, Mark.
Hello! How's it going, guys? I've got to say, a massive congratulations to you all. I mean, I can't begin to tell you how many times I've had conversations in the pro scene about you and the team, and when was going to be the month for you to make it to a grand final, let alone win one. Let's start first with your MSI locking in today. Let's go around. Whoever wants to speak can just take the lead. But how does it feel to be able to be saying that you are going to be attending the Mid-Season Invitational?
Yeah. So we are very, very, very happy because we train a lot to do this, to our objectives. So I also cried because I had a lot of emotion, so it's
this crazy.
A very great day.
Yeah, we were preparing this monthly final since 3 weeks. We didn't prepare the final, but I don't know. We played today like never. Everyone like Kanru do a perfect job, Dance do a perfect job, all the players do a perfect job, and Q's always there. Yeah, so we are very happy. And we will be.
We can tell. I mean,
everything for winning.
Yeah, the takeaway here was that you guys looked like you were just having the best time of your lives, and I did spot the tears, Ali. I did see that. Well, I've got to say, like, your growth throughout the competition has been really quite an eye-opener. You know, last month, however, it was a challenging one for you guys. You left the competition in the quarterfinals against Reply Totem. Going back to last month, talk us through like what happened there, and also in the go-between of the months, and how did you come back this month to look as strong as you did?
Well, I think that the last monthly final we play more or less, and the picks went the good. So I don't know. I think that this monthly final we prepare all the things well, so we can. So we will have the MSC and. And that's it.
You are nervous? No.
Well, I've got to say, you know, it takes a lot of time and energy and effort to come back and look the way you guys did after exiting last month and the way that you did. Let me ask you as well, how are you guys finding the draft now, as we've had some format changes? The 3-ban rule now means that teams can ban up to maybe as many as 6 brawlers in a map. And I noticed today that, you know, you guys were thriving off the back of those final brawler picks. You had the Mortis as your final pick, Rafa. You had also the Brock pick, and those were big brawlers that made a big difference for you. So talk us through how you guys are finding the draft, and has it helped you guys in any way with those changes?
We pick, the first pick was Sif, because in our opinion with the bans it was the best pick, and then they pick Bell, and what was the other? Bo? Yeah, I think Bo. And we think they have just Sprout open. So if we pick Link, they and a thrower, they can open all and will destroy us. We pick Brock to don't break and play Leon like behind the walls and waiting for the momentum to choose. Yeah. I think the chances are perfect for us because they like play that link, and we love this. For us, this format is perfect.
It's more difficult to predict the picks of the other team, but it's more interesting for the All-Star, and I think it's very well for us, in my opinion. No?
Yeah, true.
That's honestly, guys, you smashed it. You absolutely smashed it today out of the park. Congratulations to all of you. I've got to say, Ali, a little personal request from me. What is it going to take to get my face onto your computer desktop? I want to see that in a future monthly final. But until we see you guys again, well, we'll see you in the MSI. But congratulations, guys. Thoroughly deserved. Go ahead and celebrate. You've already been doing that, but celebrate even more. You've deserved a well-earned break, and we'll see you guys very soon.
Thank you so much, Art. Thank you so much, and soon. Thank you.
Thank you. See you.
Bye.
Lovely to see you, man. Absolutely lovely to see you. I mean, Teddy, you said yourself, like, how much enjoyment you got out of watching their celebrations today. And I mean, you know, yeah, to cry is a pretty big thing, and I think deservedly so. I mean, you know, I think we'd all be the same when we'd all be in tears if that were us. But a great thing to see, Teddy. What were your thoughts on just hearing from them directly?
I mean, I just love the passion, right? And the love that those guys have for the game. And also the fact that to them, going to MSI is like for another team qualifying for Worlds last year. You know what I mean? It's a LAN event. It's meeting up with everyone. And those experiences are so surreal and worth so much to the players that, I mean, it's just great to see their reaction and how happy they are from that. And I think they're going to spend the evening celebrating after that.
Yeah, I think tonight is going to be a long one for them for sure. Trav, so many moments today. I mean, we got you back in. You know, again, production just keep pushing you back in as much as I keep trying to push you back out. But I mean, you know, was there any plays in particular that stood out to you today as being front runners?
I mean, it's got to be all Rafa's Mortis, hasn't it? I think that's kind of the most memorable plays all in all. It's just over and over again, just complete dominance, assisting his team so much on moving forwards in the bracket, and overall just guaranteeing them this win at the end of the day. It's been a long road for them throughout this, and they really have, as you see, the passion in them. They're just so proud of themselves, and rightly so. Specifically Rafa as well, but these plays are just so phenomenal. Complete dominance throughout today, and I'm sure he's going to be wanting to get his hands on that Mortis as much as possible from this point onwards. You see it in the finals here. I mean, it just blows me away how well someone can play Mortis, and it's difficult to get your hands on in draft because a lot of the time you're going to be countered, but if it lines up perfectly for Rafa, I'm sure he won't hesitate on getting on that brawler once again.
Absolutely disgusting, and I think a lot of targeted bans going to be coming in next month. You wait and see. Well, if you are just joining the stream, I hate to say it, but you have missed a great deal. Going back through the courses today, Craze Clan did not make it out of the quarterfinals, losing to STMN EU, and then we're going to face off against Team Queso in the semifinals after that win against OGS, and we know how that went down, but it was a very close matchup, probably one of the closest of today. STMN, though, did not qualify for MSI. Team Queso did, and not only just that, but they went all the way to win the monthly final on top of things as well. Valiant attempts along the way, however, from Bax as well. Reply Totem, it wasn't quite their day. Tribe as well, who have a lot to think about, as well as SK Gaming. SK went out again in the quarterfinal stages. Tribe just came short again of that grand final victory, as they did back in March. So definitely our predictions as well, we'll get to in a minute, but definitely not what we expected to see today, I think it's fair to say, and that's what I love about EMEA. Speaking of which, wow. I mean, Trav, you were the boldest of us all. Talk us through, but I think in the end we ended up being about even, didn't we? Yeah, everyone the same amount. So talk us through yours.
Yeah, well, I like being bold. I like putting myself out there, putting myself in these unfavorable situations where, you just seem like an absolute genius if they manage to pull something off. Sadly, I didn't continue my faith in Queso in the finals. To be fair, I'll be on top of the world right now. But yeah, I think we're all kind of expecting Craze to win, as you can see by the first one. We all got that wrong, and STMN, rightly so, did manage to win that one successfully. Totem, for me, I kind of expected them to perform a little bit better, clearly still having some struggles with the draft, but at the end of the day, Bax just played so well and continued that through the semi-finals, put up a valiant effort against Tribe, who we did all vote for next. And then Queso, my faith in them, it's not going to go unnoticed, I'm sure, by the team, and I'm sure they're going to love me as much as I love them at the moment, because you just can't hate them. Those reactions, that passion, it's just inspiring.
All right, Trav, you've earned your brownie points from Team Queso. We get it. Well, regional point leaderboard then. Tribe Gaming, you still on top though, but that has changed beyond theirs. Team Queso crept into second place now, only about 50 points trailing Tribe Gaming EU, and that has been such a great month for Team Queso. Look at how much difference it's made in this region. SK now in third. Craze Clan then just came shy of that MSI placement. It is going to be Tribe Gaming EU, Team Queso, and SK Gaming, but Craze did valiantly well. They came very, very close, but it was not to be. And similarly with STMN EU, weren't quite able to make that, but they are the 1 to 5 in this region currently in terms of worlds. Bax EU as well now, doing really well, I've got to say, but just not quite able to get to a grand final yet. But we've got question marks on them still as well. Fly Totem, a rough month yet again for them, and OGS again, a lot of unpredictability around how they're going to fare. And it might serve some of the teams that are not on that leaderboard, like Humble, in a positive way actually moving forwards. But this is how the leading teams are across the globe. Teddy, talk us through it.
All right, well, if everything was to end right now and the World Finals were, in a month, which is not the case, by the way, we'd be sending over Tribe Gaming EU, Team Queso, SK Gaming, Craze Clan, and STMN EU for the MEA region. Tribe Gaming's leading teams are, NA and Latin North's leading teams are Tribe Gaming, STMN, and Avengers. On the other side of the globe, East Asia, it's Zeta Division 1 and 3R Gaming. ECA still on hold for the time being. Latin South, we're looking at AC Milan Clash and Arena Quizito, And Sessa and Ants is free win agents. That is the list of all the teams that are leading right now in each respective region.
There's so much to digest, isn't there? But again, that's what I love about Brawl Esports. We're not quite done yet, guys. If you missed the stream earlier today for East Asia, make sure that you go back and check out that VOD. It was very, very good, I've got to say. And of course, we've got NA and LATAM North coming to you guys tomorrow from 2 p.m. PDT. You do not want to miss that. In fact, make sure that you don't miss it by going to @Brawl_Esports over on Twitter. Slap that a follow and turn on notifications. That's also going to probably be where you're going to hear about what news we've got in store for MSI coming up, Mid-Season Invitational, where it's going to be, when it's going to be. I mean, we all want to know, Brawler. Whoever's doing the Brawl_Esports account right now, I need some news. Make sure that you do just that. And again, tomorrow for North America and LATAM North, 2 p.m. PDT. I did promise you, Trav, that I would give you the pleasure of giving all the thanks out this month, because I always steal it from you. So I'm going to throw that one straight out at you spontaneously. Take it away, mate. Who do you want to say thanks to?
Well, this is where my memory fails me, and I'm going to forget someone very important. But if I do, just know that I'm thinking of you. Obviously, we've got to thank the viewers, the players, the coaches, all the staff for putting on such a good performance for us today. I'd like to thank Ark and Teddy for being such amazing co-casters and carrying me through my tiring second show of the day after East Asia. Thank you to Esports Engine for producing and making everything happen in the background. Supercell for putting this year on in total. And I'm really looking forward to both the MSI and World Finals, which I'm sure we will be watching at a certain point as well. Looking forward to some information on that. Same as Ark. Brawl Esports, tell me something.
Couldn't say it better myself. Teddy, before we close out the day, any final thoughts from you at all?
I mean, I'm just so excited, honestly, about MSI, everything. Still NA monthly finals tomorrow, as you said. Gonna be absolutely fantastic as well. But in general, things are just looking good for Brawl Esports. And I think MSI can't come fast enough. And looking forward to all of that. And same thank yous as the entire list, Trav, that pretty much. Additionally, I'll add Trav to the list and remove myself. But that's about it.
Yeah, we appreciate it, Trav. Right, that is us done for today, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. See you tomorrow for North America and LATAM North from 2 p.m. PDT. Until then, for myself, from Teddy, from Trav, it's goodbye for now. The base rate's going right now, Teddy. It's 37% on the US side. Sky's goes down.
Word.
Oh my word! The piercing damage of the Byron, and that is enough. STMN. It's not over yet. Oh my word, Rafa, calm down, mate. Oh my word, this is looking like an absolute bloodbath.
That super from Ali's one shot does end up going down. Jeden trying his best to save the day here, but it's gonna be a 3 versus 1. Jeden falls next, and Team Queso have done it. They are going to MSI, and I think that pretty much sums up the mood right now for the team. As long as Drage and Tom both manage to stay alive, they'll be fine. And that snap from Drage finding Lars here is gonna end it. Tribe Gaming are going to the grand finals.
But there's one more needed for Team Queso, and Rafa coming in now, face shifter away. That's going to be a lovely start from Rafa. He cannot be stopped.
Might catch someone off guard, and that person is gonna be Yashi. The trade, is it there? Not just yet, and they've done it. Team Queso are your champions for this monthly final.